All the girls are capable of winning a world title, but I really just want to show the world my best surfing.
Wow, that would be a real bummer to see him go from Final 5 to falling off tour, and I just like, right then, I just like, I'm not having this.
It's been such a big goal of mine this whole year. We're going to Fiji.
I really want to win. I'm not okay with losing.
I'm just waiting for the moment. It's a big opportunity.
No one is being rational when you're going out and surfing 10-foot waves. You're just really chasing a feeling.
I'm not really thinking. I just surf, you know?
I always believed, even when I thought hits were not going my way, I believed until the last second.
I think that's a big part of it, is really believing that you can do this. First and foremost, it needs to start in the mind. If you win the mind, then everything else just kind of follows.
I don't turn up ever to lose. I have a dream to win a world title, and let's make it 2025.
It's been 7 months since the start of the Lexus Pipe Pro. For these 10 surfers, those months were more than heats and highlight reels. They carried the weight of training and travel, of wins that lit them up, and losses that left them staring at the ceiling.
I want to win this thing so bad.
In between, the life part, joy, and heartbreak. That's what makes being here taste even sweeter. 2025 has given us breakout runs, close calls, and comebacks that feel like second chances.
Do you still believe that you are a world title contender?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, 5 men and 5 women have a shot to put it all on the line and become a world champion. At the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Cero, history will be written. Hola everybody, and good morning as we fly in on the Fiji flight cam this morning to check out the judging tower and one of the best waves on the planet, a wave called Cloudbreak, a few miles out to sea. Amazing remote reef pass, which has provided some incredible highlights in pro surfing history for a very long time, and it is the venue for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Cero. Today is a nice Friday morning in the lead up to a big World Championship day. And today we're going to get to see, you know, a couple of practice runs from the Final 5 and some local Fijian surfers that'll take over their local lineup. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett, a man who spent many years on the championship tour and calls this one of his favorite venues on earth. Rick, it's been a couple of nice down days. I'm really excited to see everyone do a few laps today.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Somewhat unscripted this morning, but it's going to be fun. And we're going to get the opportunity to watch the Final 5 surfers on the men and the women's side warm up. This is our sort of first pre-game look at the form, how they're feeling, whether the nerves are kicking in. And you're right, it's been a fun couple of days. Mellow, not too much surf, but it started to pick up overnight, and we can see some jerseys in the lineup, which is exciting.
That's right, Gabriela Bryan, world number 2, wearing the blue jersey out there in her first appearance in a Final 5 format, her best year to date. We'll get to see how the backhand's looking this morning. She's out there with world number 1, Yago Dora, world number 3, Griffin Colapinto, a world champ in 2023, Caroline Marks, who's in the first match against Bettylou. Bettylou's in the next session. We've got Italo Ferreira as well out there in this first practice session of the morning. So they'll get some time to kind of see each other in person. We'll see how friendly they are as far as holding the pole position. We'll get to see how their boards are working and how they've managed themselves on the down days. Rich, we've got some of our friends over there on the island of Tamarua, and they said, yeah, things have been pretty quiet. You know, when there's not a whole lot of surf, you've got to keep yourself busy on the tennis court, meditation, if that's your thing, and just try to stay game ready on the down days.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point getting too fired up, too worked up this early in the event window. You know, these guys are watching the forecast, so they know what's coming. And I think we're going to see the dial turn up in terms of seriousness, and that game-ready face will start to, you know, drop on the faces of all these competitors. But at the moment, it's still friendly fire, still lots of, you know, shared meals and broing down and you know, the odd game of pool, the odd game of ping pong over there on Tavarua. But yeah, it's going to get serious pretty soon. But this is great. I love this, being able to really tap in and just watch these competitors surf without too much pressure at the moment, and a really good opportunity as a competitor being able to get into the lineup with only, you know, 4 other competitors and really test that equipment. You know, at the moment there may be that sort of indecision with board choice and things like that, and these opportunities right now are perfect to just get everything tuned, to get yourself confident, to get your choices about your equipment, your boards, your fins, getting those combinations completely dialed so that when it is time to go, they're going to be ready.
Griffin Colapinto on the Mayhem program for majority of his life, getting boards from Matt Biolis, now a 3-time champion in the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Griff, one of the best ever to come out of California in pro surfing history. Last 2 years finishing 3rd in the world, and once again finding himself in the final 5 with some great winning feeling that he remembers from last season. At the regular season event, Griff was the one that took out the event title. Talk about even more confidence for the young man.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good coming in to an event, being the defending champion. Obviously this one's a little bit different because it's going for the world title, which is, you know, been a little bit elusive. He's had a couple of cracks at this final 5 format on home turf and hasn't been successful, but I like his chances here. You know, he's got all the confidence in the world. You know, his last memory of being right here at Cloudbreak is holding up that trophy and dancing on the bar over there at Tavi and having huge celebrations. So he'll be channeling that energy. And mate, hasn't he just had one of the most remarkable years? You know, he was sort of tripping basically in the first half of the tour. You know, he was getting some good scores, dropping some good numbers, but the results just weren't coming. Here we go. This is Gabby Bryan.
Gabriela Bryan started off on tour and earned the Rookie of the Year honor, jumping on boards from Matt Biolis as well, representing the island of Kauai and known as the most powerful surfer on the tour, and picked up 3 big wins this year, including a back-to-back scenario at Margaret River where she's owning West Oz at the moment. Last year was disappointment for Gabriela Bryan as she had a spot in the final 5, let a wave go. Aaron Brooks, the wild card at the time, took it, bumped out Bryan from the final 5 picture last year.
That's right.
Gabby said that moment was the worst loss she'd felt. She was happy that Restaurants was firing, surfed it for 3 hours, and then started the healing process of a tough loss. I mean, when you surf at this high level, you're going all in, and it can feel like you're grieving when you're going through a big loss like that.
It's everything at this level. You know, you sort of live and die by that latest result. We see Gabby up and riding again. And you were saying, Joe, you know, she is undeniably the most powerful surfer on the women's side. You know, a lot of those performances come on the forehand that we get to see. And just stepping on the reef there today, not too much power, not too treacherous on that inside section. This is Yago Dora, tour leader.
Yeah, always smooth, so much finesse in his reads, and he's always been that way. Whether he's on the open face or doing a 10-foot air, his style doesn't change. And I think he's got that really good X factor of being able to mix it up depending on what the size might be on the day. If he can get high performance and go big above the lip, I mean, there's another guy that's going to want to match him there. Italo Ferreira getting a start here on the Timmy Patterson surfboards. The one man in the draw who's done it before, winning a world title back in 2019. And for Italo, it was a surf-off for the world title. It wasn't a final 5 scenario. It was at the Pipe Masters, and it was against one of the all-time greats, Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, what a heat. And you know, 2019 for Italo, just it all came together, and you know, he fought for that win. And to do it against probably the greatest competitor in the modern age, or in the last decade for sure, Gabriel Medina, he is a formidable force. And to win over him, that's a well-deserved world title. But yeah, we love Italo's story. So much energy. He is the ever-ready bunny, man. He's just got a battery that does not run out.
I mean, one thing that Italo and Yago have in common, they represent Brazil and goofy foots, but they can be completely different in every other aspect of how they approach these waves. Let's watch this one.
Yeah, so Italo here just jams that first turn. Just almost caught that inside edge, but was able to bring it out and continue on down the line. So I guess a controlled free surf in a way. These competitors aren't going to be going for anything too extraordinary, but just some good no-nonsense foundation surfing here, and the ultra-smooth style of Yago Dora, just really connecting some beautiful maneuvers, going down the line here, finding these final finishing turns. But as you said, Joe, just ultra-smooth, and this guy's so easy to get behind. He's got such a good energy. He's really calm and genuine. Sort of what you see is what you get. He's really likable. And, you know, interesting for this guy because he was kind of brought up through the free surfing ranks, and that's where his surfing sort of started. And then, you know, we've seen surfers in the past, guys like Josh Kerr, that have been that total free surf competitor, and then they bring it into a more controlled competition situation, and they bring that energy to the tour. And Yago's done it so well. And, you know, when it comes to big moves, this guy's got everything. When it comes to power, he's got it. He's got the style. He's got it all, man. He's good in the big stuff as well. And, you know, the world title is basically his to lose over here in Fiji.
It's got to be the best compliment you could receive as a CT athlete or any competitor. When people watching your heat, they're not sure if you're in a heat or not. They think you're just naturally reacting to sections, bring that purity of expression, kind of surfing how you would, reins free, so to speak, that you would actually do the same thing if that jersey wasn't on, and Yago brings that to the tour.
So hard to do. It's easy to say, and you know, the concept of it, you're like, oh yeah, you just go out there and, you know, let it all hang out and rip. But to actually do it with a jersey on, I can tell you, man, it is hard to do. And, you know, you spend years trying to get in that zone where you're comfortable to take enough risk that you can go for those big maneuvers and really put it on edge. And the two-wave format has helped that. So it's been great to see that progression in professional surfing, where these surfers are actually encouraged to take a little bit more risk and really show us their full potential when they do have a jersey on. This is Yago again.
Yago looking fast. His board looks great. He's just hopping out of the inside. Really incredible high-performance surfer. Amazing in the barrel. Had an unbelievable heat here last year against the GOAT, Che Slatter. Put himself on the best waves, got barreled, packed big turns on the inside pull. That gets really shallow as you run out of water. And typically that's the name of the game here at Cloudbreak. The more you go down the line, the more critical it gets, the more shallow it gets. And we're kind of seeing it at a fun little performance rippable size today, but all signs are showing that it'll be significantly bigger when we call this thing on in a few days.
Yeah, it's looking promising. Over the weekend, things are starting to get interesting, and then early into next week, we're going to see a significant swell turn up here in Fiji. And we're going to have some options too, which is really interesting. We'll dig into that a little bit later. But yeah, what about that heat? You know, Yago composed himself against Che Slatter, the greatest of all time, and certainly the greatest out here. You know, there's no other surfer that's spent as much time out here as Kelly. He knows the wave intimately. Here we go. This is Caroline Marks.
Caroline Marks has some family here for some support. Ran into her dad this morning, Darren, having some breakfast in the buffet over here at the Momi Marriott, and he looks calm and happy. Also got a friend from home, her younger brother, here to give her some great support as she's trying to hunt down a second world title. And she's never had a problem being a lower seed in the Final Five. That's how she earned that first world title a couple of years ago. upsetting a number of the best in the world, including Carissa Moore on the day at lower trestles. Last year came close, really pushed Katie Simmers and sent it to a third and final deciding title match last year. Being on her front side, knowing how to win, only 23, oldest in the draw on the women's side.
At 23?
Isn't that wild?
That is crazy.
So she's got that veteran experience coming from title match number 1, but the boss in yellow, Australia's Molly Picklum, winning the season. Here's our yellow jersey on the men's side, Dora, taking this one apart.
Yeah, great extension and compression there from Yago. Such a tall guy, he does stay really compact off the bottom, explodes off the top, generating a lot of speed. But yeah, the Caroline thing is interesting. You know, being in the draw and having the world title already, that pressure's off, and there is pressure around trying to get your first world title, and that you know, you've got to somehow block that out. You've got to somehow be able to unlock your ability and unlock that pressure to be able to compete to your best without having that hanging over your head. And Caroline's got it, so she doesn't have that pressure. All she has is the pressure of maybe trying to get another one. And I really like her chances out here on the forehand. And she's, you know what, gone really into this event somewhat, not as an underdog, but, you know, there's so much talk around Molly, and so there should be, and there's so much talk about Katie and all the women in this Final 5, so deserving. But Caroline's kind of just happily going about her business. Reports from Tavarua is that, you know, she's having the time of her life, super happy, just involved in conversations everywhere. You know, she is really loving her time here in Fiji.
Griffin Colapinto going upside down a couple of times. Fun to see Griff on a performance left. He can go vertical, push the fins out. Has definitely one of the best styles in the game as well. Real fluid, deep into his vision and focus. Doesn't mind closing his eyes and just seeing everything unfold. Said he likes to take in those thoughts, no matter what they are. You know, even if they're thoughts he doesn't want in his head, he wants to look at it. So then he has a methodical way of clearing his mind and focusing on what he's got to do. And he got to show us an example of that on one of the best comebacks in the back end of the tour we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. See here, just from the pulled back angle here. Gives you a good view of the wave, the lineup here at Cloudbreak. Here we go, Italo, just a nice carving cutback, streaking down the line a little bit, looking for something. Sometimes these waves, they push wide, really sectiony at this size. Here goes Yago out the back, driving off the lip, coming from behind, just a little bit late on that one. Italo says, okay, I'll have a go down the line here. Doubling up, pumping for speed. This is where this guy is going to bring a lot of excitement here. Just goes for the big rotation. And we're not going to call that one a make on game day. But this is the X factor that this guy can bring, you know. There's this end section here, the shish kebab section down the end. It can be so intimidating to the point where you don't even want to do like a regular closeout turn or a floater and sort of end on dry reef. Italo's going to, you know, he's not going to shy away from this section. He's going to hit it with everything. He's going to throw it into the air, exactly like he did on this wave. So just hunting for speed. You can see the stance just slightly widens right before the takeoff. It's a great rotation here, nice and high. Unfortunately, just landed in the trough there. Just a little heavy on the back foot, but mate, one of the best in the world at this maneuver. You can see just got stuck a little bit on his heels there. So much strength. You've got to say, probably the fittest in the draw.
Definitely, Rick, as we see Gabby Bryan. Fun left to slap it around a few times and she'll step off.
Yeah, well, this is, you know, Gabby Bryan said the other day, you know, her backhand is probably not her biggest strength, her biggest weapon. It's all that forehand carve that we've seen her do so much of on the tour. That's where she's gotten all her wins, is pretty much on the forehand. So the backhand's a little bit of an unknown quantity here, but, you know, equally as powerful. And, you know, she said it on camera the other day, you know, look out, because I'm going to put as much energy into my backhand and ripping the top off the wave. That's all I want to do, is just destroy the wave when I stand up. You can see here, great form, staying nice and tight in the pocket. I was just figuring out a new board here. I know Matt Bialis is on in Fiji at the moment, so he should be. He's got a few surfers in this final series, so just amazing for him to be on hand here. He was in Indonesia, I believe, prior to this. So, yeah, coming to watch the action firsthand.
He's got a big team. Yago Dora on surfboards from Matt Bialis, along with Gabriela Bryan, Caroline Marks, Bettylou, Sakura Johnson, and Griffin Colapinto. You know, and you'd even add Jordy into the mix, who got some help from Mayhem earlier this year. Jordy was hopping on a couple of Mayhems at different times of the season, including on road to his win in El Salvador this year. Big lineup here at Cloudbreak. The talk around the island has been about where the championship venue will be. Will it be at Cloudbreak? Will it be at restaurants? Everyone putting their hand up on where they'd prefer to see it go down. We'll ask Rick in a second here, as Griff lighting up this fun, rippable head-high left. Nice read, letting the fins hang out the back. His parents showed up yesterday. Mitch and Camille had a nice dinner here at the Momi Marriott Resort. And I heard Crosby's en route.
Yeah, he is. I had a text from Crosby yesterday, actually. We were just chatting about some things, and he goes, man, I'm on my way. I'm coming to Fiji. I was like, yeah, that's so cool, you know, having the whole family here. Great to hear that Mitch and Camille are staying at the resort here as well. This is Caroline, a little wave out the back. Just that beautiful compact style. She keeps everything just so neat, and there's not a lot of arm movement, upper body movement. She keeps everything quite tight and central. Here we go, Italo outside.
Nice redirect from Italo. There's a nice version of that lean back open face hook, where he can mix it up and put even more energy into it to follow. So finding different angles in his lines of attack. Got here probably last out of the men, at least in the final 5. And all reports from photographer Jimmy Wilson said his first wave he got out to Cloudbreak was a pretty small day. No one was getting barreled. Italo ripped it to pieces and found a barrel on the inside, so he went right into go zone. Just off the jet. As we focus on finals day brackets, it's going to go by very quickly. And remember, every high seed starts off the match with first priority, so Jack kicking things off in match 1 with priority over Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, it's a fun matchup. I love this. Just, we talked about it in the you know, in the morning show the other day. This is just a pure contrast of styles. You know, Jack is, well, he's a natural footer for one. So, you know, natural versus goofy. Jack has that kind of zen-like approach to everything. Italo is completely the opposite. High energy, just likes to get all amped up, really expressive. And like Jack looks like he's fallen asleep before he goes out in the water and goes into competition mode. So, you know, both have their way of getting in their zone, and that's half the secret for all these competitors, is to find that perfect place on the dial where you just wind it to that point and go, okay, this is my sweet spot. Some people need to get amped up and drink Red Bull and just be, you know, fully fired up and energized. Some crew like to just take the other path and just be super calm.
And even Jack, with that zen, we saw how aggressive Jack was in some previous heats against Italo. That'll be really fun to watch. On the women's side, match 1, we'll start with Caroline Marks, world champ, taking on Bettylou Sakura Johnson in her first edition of a Final 5, going for her first world title. And that one, just like Jack, Caroline starts with first priority.
Yeah, that's a fun one as well. And obviously experience going the way of Caroline Marks here. Again, another contrast of goofy versus natural. So I love these opening matches on both sides. And yeah, you know, depending on where we are, I think is going to have perhaps an influence on this match. Restaurants is going to be, you know, if that comes into play, you know, Caroline on her forehand, and she's got experience out there. She's surfed it a few times. But Bettylou has just had a full-on breakout season. You know, it's been a season where she's sort of realised goals and realised that, yes, I can win events. Getting a couple of wins this season, you know, what an amazing year for Bettylou Sakura Johnson this year.
Another great view on the Fiji flight cam of our practice session happening this morning. About 9:30 local time, in about an hour from now. We'll get Molly out there, Katie Simmers, Bettylou, Jordy, Jack Robinson. They'll get their turn to have the lineup to themselves here at Cloudbreak, and then we'll get into some big local heats for the Fijians, finishing about lunchtime this afternoon on the lead up to what looks like September 2nd potentially being a championship day. But the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th looking promising as we see the form and technique from Griffin on the back end.
Flawless, really. He just looks so connected at the moment. The boards look just unbelievable under his feet here. Just knows exactly when to hit that accelerator, change gears, get up into that higher speed zone. Then he backs off at the perfect moment as well. And this is Italo, all energy. Sleepy carve off the top. Now he starts to rope into it with a bit more intent, a bit more power. I love these real quick direction changes. Now, this is not new stuff we're seeing from Italo, but it's sort of a different approach to Cloudbreak, which generally likes a longer line. But at this size, you can really attack it. You know, this is it gets a little smaller than this, but really this is playful size out at Cloudbreak. This is kind of stuff that you and I probably relish out there, Joe.
Yeah, there's a lot of different moods to this spot. Some giant days on the outer ledge that we've seen in history of this event. Some big wave sessions that we'll never forget. The famous session where our friend Dave Wassel got at least 3 cover shots, if not more, on one wave. Italo Ferreira, though, he's a giant on tour. 4 WSL Final 5 appearances, and he has been so dangerous. You go back to 2018, he hasn't had a season where he's really finished out of the Final 5 outside that injury he suffered at J-Bay when he did the splits on a backside free-falling floater. Last year, runner-up in the world. 2022, runner-up in the world. 3rd place finish in 2021. That was a Final 5 scenario. 4th place finish in 2018 before his world title year. 2015, Italo was Rookie of the Year and finished his first year in the top 10. Lightning in a bottle, fired up with tons of energy, coached by the smooth, calm, goofy Reynolds Hayes. And how quick he can mix it up is always fascinating. Doesn't really stay in one moment of the wave for too long. He's already down the line. Typically catching a ton of waves.
Yeah, he's got the wave count this morning for sure. This is Yago outside. Again, streaking down the line on the forehand. And these goofy footers, they get the luxury of just always being able to look down the line, facing the wave. This is Griff on the backhand. Foamy little section all the way through to the inside.
And then to Yago. Nice flow, nice fluidity. We'll slide the tail out and go down right in front of Griff. Yeah, usually you think Italo would just catch the most waves on tour, but Griffin actually caught more waves than Italo this season. When you count up all the waves ridden in the regular season, Griff caught 275, 19 more waves ridden than Italo this year.
It's just a bit greedy, isn't it?
It's all about rhythm, isn't it? You know, and sometimes surfers need to find their rhythm. If something's not working, they'll keep catching waves. And you know, kind of the contrast story is typically an Ethan Ewing story where he's not catching too many waves outside the top 2 that he requires. Italo knows that he likes to stay really active and catch a lot, so he still had the 2nd most wave ridden on tour this year. I guess just focusing on the Final 5, Griffin caught 78 more waves than Jordy Smith. Jordy catching only 197 waves this season.
I can see that.
The least out of the Final 5.
Yeah, you can tell. You know, Jordy's, he picks his moments. And very selective with wave choice. of the Tommy Whitaker book of just patience in a heat.
Checking out the year for Griffin Colapinto. CT by the numbers, 3 final appearances this year. The first one, crucial, at Margaret River, runner-up to Jordy Smith. That was all about making the mid-season cut at the time. He accomplished that, and then he just went into the go zone in the back end of the season, making it to 2 more final stages in Tahiti and also in Brazil against one of his best friends, Cole Hauschman. A year that's not really comparable to the rest. His worst start to date in his career, coming off a 3rd-place finish. But he might be the most proud of 2025 when he looks back at it all.
Yeah, absolutely. To pull himself out of that hole was absolutely remarkable. And here we go. Oh, Italo again, just a bit caught on his heel there. Great aerial view of just the reef underneath these surfers. This is what they're dealing with. It's a big stretch of reef out here at Cloudbreak, and it's amazing. It's remarkable actually, because it can hold 2 foot to 20 feet, you know, and it holds its shape through that size. Doesn't really change too much in terms of the actual shape of the wave. There's different ledges that start to come to life as the swell increases, but it's a fairly flat reef. You get some reefs like Pipeline, and it's got these big channels in it. It's carved out. Where this reef is, it's fairly flat. You can see those little veins running through it, but really they don't play too much influence on the shape of the wave. Just the angle of this thing is just set up for perfection. And a real mix of sections here where you get that outside ledge and it barrels, and you get the opportunity to do a bunch of maneuvers. Then inside that shish kebab section, bowls out again. That's where you've really got to put it on the line and make a commitment, whether you are going to, you know, pull in and risk that closeout, or, you know, perhaps go for that one big closeout maneuver. But it's a tricky wave too, Joe. It's got moods to it. It tends to breathe, and by that I mean it doesn't have a perfect line to it all the time. Sometimes it backs off a little bit, and it can be a little wobble through the lip line, and you've got to be able to make those adjustments on the fly and almost, you know, surf instinctually when you're on this wave. And to get it down, you've got to spend a ton of time out here. And Che Slatter, perfect example of someone who just has this place completely dialed.
So important coming into a world title day to know where you are at the right time, but it can be more challenging if you don't have the reps behind you. And even in the lead up, you know, when you're kind of spending some down days on land and trying to look up classic YouTube footage of the greats that have been here in the past. And even guys like Italo said he was checking out restaurants, highlight reels, because he's never had a heat out there, and he's going, okay, what's this wave really like? How will I change my game plan if I'm sent out there for his first time with the jersey on? I remember he had a couple waves out there when he was a rookie on a smaller day, but yep, a true proper session, you know, he hasn't really had one yet at size. So that'll be a fun one to see. I mean, knowing Italo, he's going to fall right into place if it ends up at restaurants on the day.
Totally. Restaurants is it's more lined up. It's got a more straighter line, a perfect line when it's on. And I've had a bunch of heats out at restaurants, and I tell you, it's one of those moments as a competitor you live for, because honestly, it's one of the best left-handers in the world. Some will call it the best left-hand reef break in the world. But it is heavy, man. It's like as perfect as it is. Like when you're on your backhand as a natural footer like I am, you're taking off, and in your peripheral vision, you're looking at coral heads coming out of the water when you're taking off. You know, that's how shallow it is. But you kind of lock in. You feel safer almost when you're in the barrel, but then gives you the opportunity to really tag it and put in, I'd say, more of a high performance approach than you would out here at Cloudbreak. It's a longer line that you need to take out here. There's more space to move on the wave face and out here at Cloudy. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. And the picks for each one of these heats, I think, is going to change somewhat as we decide the location, you know, early into next week.
Generating some speed now and absolutely flying, and we got a big ram for Italo and an alley-oop completed, and throws down a beautiful combination as he slams the end section shut. Just classic Italo Ferreira. Performance size, even if it's bigger, he's going to be a huge threat coming from title match 1. depending on the day, how consistent it is. We'll see if it's really going to bother him not having first priority. Really hard to watch this guy in any lineup around the world. And the goal is to make that title match with Yago as we watch the punt again.
See the stance widen again, just goes for that alley-oop. The transition, so impressive and smooth. Lands on the lip, lands on the roof of the wave. Watch this. Bang, lands on it, transitions straight away onto the bottom turn and gets to that final finishing maneuver. He makes it look so easy, but I can tell you that is almost, near impossible to do. Almost started his bottom turn as he was still riding the roof of that wave as he came down the landing from that aerial. He's so comfortable above the lip, and looking at his boards too, his Timmy Pattersons, they don't look small under his feet either. They look like they're a good size. For me, there's enough kind of surfboard out front. Visually, it looks good. There's some width there. So, and he has a ton of boards here too. I saw an Instagram hit the other day where he was kind of going through the quiver. Man, it looks like he's got maybe 20 boards here, maybe more.
He's probably got more on the way as well. He's really looked after from Timmy Patterson and the crew in San Clemente, and then Tico and Teco, the brothers, back home in Brazil. Big year once again for Brazil as they look to continue their domination of pro surfing on the men's side. And Yago wants a turn in the game. World #1 for the first time in his career, but I think he always knew that he'd end up being here in Fiji. This is what he had to say at the start of the season.
Like, as soon as I got on tour, I went to an interview with Aki for the Oddcast, and he asked me, what are the 2 spots you're looking forward to competing on? I said Trestles and Fiji. And then for my first year on tour, we didn't have Trestles and we didn't have Fiji. We got the chance to surf there last year, but then upgrading to the finals this year is really special. I think it's probably my favorite venue on tour. It's just the place, like the wave, like it's so pretty, it's magical. The wave is amazing at every size. It goes from 2 foot to like 20, so it's insane. It's a left too.
Yago loves going left, like most goofy footers do, but he more, I think, than most is always dreaming about waves like Cloudbreak being on the schedule. Good news, Yago. This event just got extended to 2029, guaranteed to be a part of the championship tour. And for him, loving this wave, he knew he'd be here. Trestles popped back up on the calendar as a regular season event. He won it this year. As we're going down the line with Caroline.
Oh, big power hook there from Caroline. Spicy on that one.
Fun year for Caroline Marks. Got a win early in the season in Portugal. And was on the podium with this guy, Yago, winning Portugal for the first time in his career. Just a cool, solid pace and a really great surfer's physique, a lot of strength. He loves his training. His coach loves to train too, so he doesn't have to do it by himself. Leandro da Silva is actually motivating him because he wants to train just as hard as Yago does. And I think that's a statement to having a great coach that's doing it with you. They're doing all the same exercises. Leandro da Silva is just as fit as Yago is. They're solid. They love their gym time. They've got a great friendship, and the test run they had last year with some coaching was enough for Yago to know that he was ready to give his friend the full-time assignment in 2025.
Yeah, and a great partnership, obviously, between those two as we see Italo up again. And like that last wave, just fitting in a couple of maneuvers where any mere mortal would probably just do one.
There's just this edginess to it in comparison to the smoothness of Yago. It's rad, really different angles on every turn that Italo's been attacking.
Yeah, it's really creative, isn't it? The lines that he takes, and it all happens so quick. Blink of an eye, and you're going to miss it. Italo looking really good. Actually, everyone's looking, really good out here. There's some no sign of nerves from all reports. Italo has been, just super engaged and approachable and really friendly, loving his time over there on Tavarua. As you watch the replay, Caroline Marks streaking down the line here, building speed. I love the patience as she just waited for that perfect moment there, just to get up into the pocket of that wave, just carving a nice forehand hack. And then outside, Yago just stitching this one together really well. Bit of a flare on that turn. Check turn cutty into a stall, a little bit of vision. And just exits at the perfect moment. And then outside, Italo just all throttle down the line here. Big power hack. And then bang, cracks the lip. And again, just gets to that closeout maneuver so fast. You know, he's going from that heel side, toe side rail transition with just so much speed. It's just testament to his strength, you know, lower body strength, core strength, being able to just place that board and overpower it, dominate the board, just put it where you want. Here we go, Yago.
Nice cool layback to start for Dora, smashes it again. Goes for the climb for the third maneuver, and Dora starting to move down with the open face. Good patience. Been throwing the tail out consistently on that end section. And you can tell he's just staying loose. Just falls off the end, throwing a 3-0 around. But you wonder, you know, how much are these guys willing to show today, you know, in a warm-up? Are they going 100%? Are they just trying to keep the blood flowing?
Yeah, they're just feeling it out. They're just keeping things moving, keeping the juices flowing. Just, it's a rhythm thing now. It's like just, you know, a tennis player going, having a warm-up hit. You know, this is just all part of the preheat preparation for when it's time to put the game face on for that 35 minutes. Griff on a bigger wave outside.
Nice easy pace, incredible technique, Griff, the number 3 seed. We'll wait to see who will be surfing with in his first match. It'll either be Italo Ferreira or Jack Robinson. He's had some classics with both. Dead even record with Jack in the past. And Italo with more wins over Griff in their history on the championship tour. Griff yesterday, yeah, looks like he wants to try something else.
Yep, smart. This is the time to do it. Free lineup, and Griffin, well, he's had those 3 final appearances, 2023, 24, and now in 25. Will this be the year, the world title year? You know, this guy is a sponge. You have a conversation with him, and he's asking more questions to you than you are to him. Like, he just wants to get so much information in his head. He'll ask you about, you know, heats that you've had in the past, the break, what's happening, how you're feeling, and then he kind of, he just connects with people, and that's where his energy's at, you know. And it's, you know, I heard Griff was actually just sort of trying to really extract as much info as he could out of Kelly the other day, really asking him questions about the break and hit situations and all this stuff. So yeah, he really is, you know, he's the biggest sponge on tour, no doubt about it.
The number 1 seed has been undefeated really when it comes to the big world title showdown in the Final 5 format. The first edition was going back to 2021. 2-0, Gabriel Medina winning his 3rd world title over Toledo. Toledo runner-up in the world, and look at Felipe's dominance. Went back-to-back, the first Brazilian to go back-to-back with world titles. 2-0 against Italo, 2-0 against Ewing, and then we saw John keep that record perfect for the yellow jersey. 2-0 over Italo, who rampaged from the first title match last year. And now remember the update with the rule change this year favoring regular season performance. Yago doesn't need 2. He can do it in the first title match. If he wins that first title match, he will be world champion. If he doesn't, it goes back to best out of 3. World number 2, Gabi Bryan, wants to be part of the title match with Molly Picklum. Picking up wins in J Bay, Margaret River, El Salvador, having some, you know, up and down results as well. Knocked out early in Brazil, but that set her up well for the J-Bay win. She got there a couple of weeks early and scored some perfect waves.
Hard off the bottom, off the top. Gabby on a backhand, you can see she can just get those real tight angles as the backhand pivots off the top and off the bottom. And outside, Yago Dora jamming that one, little layback hack. And again, a repeat. So 2 great turns there. Little foam climb, gets a little bit stuck. And you can see that actually just put his rhythm off for those next 2 turns, but now he cleans it up again, gets that tail flare. And really expressive in the way he's surfing at the moment. Geez, he's looking good. Again, just tagging it. Just really good read. That was more of a critical section. But yeah, there's almost, just looking back to the final 5 and on the men's side, almost some poetic justice there that the #1 has gone through to clinch the title. Italo 2 runner-ups. That's really interesting, you know, because I feel like he's got his world title on a regular season. He would love nothing more than to get it in this final 5 format before we switch back again, so that he can kind of go, you know what, I was the champ. No matter how you want to do it, I'm going to be the champ. So yeah, we'll see if he can do it. He's going to have to climb from behind again.
Wasn't expecting to see Italo get, you know, almost this underdog role in the back end of the year after such an unbelievable start.
Yeah.
It felt like a runaway season where he was in yellow, everything was working. He was an absolute giant through the first 4 stops of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he had a blinding opening few events, and then honestly, he hit Oz. So we just watch the replay here, up and over the roof, glides through that bit, and again gets that big closeout maneuver. He looks completely switched on. But yeah, he got to Oz, and honestly, he forgot to bring the wheels because there wasn't any. He was basically grinding on the axle. Had just kept getting knocked out, unfortunately. But, you know, testament to this guy's ability and tenacity, just found the form again.
Italo chucking the fins into the flats. Maybe if everyone's in a low gear today, this guy's not. He's giving you everything on these performance conditions in Cloudbreak today. Another reverse to finish for Italo, and that might be his game set. You know, he's like, hey, I don't want to like go in a low gear because I don't have one. You know, he's kind of all in or nothing.
It's a good point you make. You know, this is the way he likes to compete, and it comes back to finding how you work and being true to that, sticking to that. And that's exactly what we're seeing out here. This guy, you know, honestly, just hits turbo mode from the get-go.
Griffin Colapinto winning the regular season event here last year over Rio Waida. Also had a fun heat with Jack Robinson on the finals day, showing that he could do it on a performance left. The only regular footer to win at Cloudbreak outside of Andy and Kelly. What a great crew to be a part of as far as a list of champions with their left foot forward.
Absolutely. It's an exclusive club, and to be part of that one with 2 of the greats, that must feel good. So we're coming up to a high tide here. You can see Griff just getting a lift on the Red Bull jet ski. And at low tide this afternoon, that is going to be dry docked. The reef will be exposed.
Shish kebabs.
Shish kebabs. Aptly named because you end up, well, it's taken many bits of bark off, bits of skin off. It's kind of sharp down there too. Oof.
Griff, nice warm-up. He had a nice day off the island and came in from Tabarua and played some golf with his good friend Gabe Garcia, Brody Sale, and was just in this calm place, just not overhyping, would close his eyes on the course a few times and just get into his meditative state. You kind of think about when you have a days leading up to one of the biggest days of your career, when you got to switch on, when you got to switch off. You don't want to feel like you've been surfing your heat for 2 weeks mentally. But I think Griffin found a nice way to, you know, be competitive, have some fun, and then get right back into world title mode this morning with his practice session. Next session will be Molly Picklum, Caitlin Sivers, Bettylou Sakura Johnson, Jordy Smith, and Jack Robinson. They're about to paddle out. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Felicity Palmatier to continue the conversation.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I've worked so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side, there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
Yeah, the warm-up sessions, they're in effect right here at Cloudbreak, anticipating a great Lexus WSL Finals, Fiji, presented by Cero. These are the warm-up days. These are the scouting reports, and thank you for tuning in here. We're broadcasting live right from the mainland, right here from the beautiful Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Felicity Palmentier. That's the beautiful backdrop that we have. This is the playing field, and it's another beautiful day, and it's good to see all of our surfers. And a little bit of a scouting report. Everyone just getting warmed up in anticipation for those WSL finals.
Yeah, this is cool. This is such a great moment, you know, for surf fans to really see who's tuned in, who's connected. Obviously, we know that the conditions are going to be a lot different. You know, we're looking at, you know, a bigger swell at the back end of the waiting period, but it's just nice to see, you know, the guys we were talking about before, Richie and Joe, you know, board changes, fin changes, getting connected. And just, you will be able to tell who's connected or not right now. I think it's already been telling signs this morning.
Yeah, again, Yago Dora, Griffin Colapinto, Italo Ferreira, Gabriela Bryan, and Caroline Marks out there in the free surf. They got 39 minutes on the clock still. We've seen some warm-ups. We've seen also some surfers, Flick, that are showing some restraint. I think when you're talking about feeling out the boards, that's what we're seeing. And then we have other people, like Italo Ferreira, who's just going for it.
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely going for it. He just looks electric. Like, here he goes right now.
Ferreira a little deep on that one. A little bit of a crumble as the trade winds start coming through here at Cloudbreak. And Ferreira actually, you know, filling out his Timmy Patterson surfboards. Some new designs coming from Tico and Teco. It's silver surfboards with Ferreira. They've been working on different stringer constructions, different glassing schedules on the board, different cores. So feeling out all of that energy. Here we go with Yago Dora, the #1 seed. This guy, Flick, he's 2 waves away from his first world title.
It's so cool. I think this has been a long time coming for him. We spoke about it in the morning show, but just how close he's been for the last couple of years and sort of being pipped at the post. And I think his surfing's been there. We mentioned it as well. It's been a confidence thing. He's had changes in the camp. Obviously a new coach, you know, and making new moves and sort of creating his own path as we see him taking off again.
Just loading up for something here. Dora just cruising through on the Mayhem surfboard. And we knew he was going to punch it. Beautiful straight air. Love that projection and love that he has that in his arsenal. In some of the other warm-up days coming up to this, we saw Yago Dora actually throw down some really cool air combos. I'm talking 2 airs on 1 wave, mix it with tubes, mix it with turns. I think that's going to be the recipe for success here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's probably one of the most well-rounded. You know, I think he's got this advantage of being on his forehand, you know, at these 2 options that we've got of restaurants or Cloudbreak. And he's got this beautiful style. It's very fluid. He's got great rail work. But right there, I mean, we've seen it all year, just the variation, the creativity in the air. He's also one of those guys like Italo that isn't going to be afraid. You know, it's going to be big, it's going to be heaving. And whether it's at restaurants or Cloudbreak, he is going to put it all on the line, even if it's shallow, where most guys or, you know, women would be kicking out. He's like, you know what, I'm going to go for broke here.
Yeah, this is his, you know, this is Yago's year. I mean, 7 years on the championship tour, took 2 CT wins in 1 season. He had a runner-up over in JB, which was a classic final there. And I feel like things are really lining up for him. Gabriela Bryan on the backhand, surfer from Kilauea on the island of Kauai. First time for Gabby to face this format in the Final 5.
This is an interesting situation because this time last year, she was here at Cloudbreak with a chance, as we see, Caroline.
Yeah, our 2023 world champ wants a second title. Ducks under the curtain right there. Caroline Marks looking sharp on that Mayhem, and that was a difficult turn to put down, but you can see the smoothness of the water coming off of the rail. That's good signs for Caroline Marks.
Great signs, great wave selection too. As we see Italo.
Got some energy here. Pops it up, pops it down. Watch the fins, Italo. These are just the warm-ups. Maybe he needs to pull it back just a little bit. I don't know. You know, it's hard for him to do.
I don't know if that's in the vocabulary. Pull it back? I think it's just more.
Yeah, it is. Number 15, expecting his first child, Italo. He's here with his wife on Tavarua, enjoying it, and you know, and coming into kind of 2 different mindsets. Because here's the thing, we're going to get back to kind of lifestyle here, because we're just going to talk you through this. Another wave of Yago Dora. Another thing I want to point out is when you have 5 professional surfers, 5 of the best surfers in the entire world out in a lineup, rarely does a wave go unridden.
It's great for us.
Colapinto, our defending champ out here. And what a sweet move. Ducking under the curtain, little check turn. So not only some of the best surfers in the world, but some of the fastest paddlers in the world to get back out there and continue this rotation.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's such a big playing field too. You've obviously got the different sections of the reef with so many different waves coming through, and these guys and women are making the most of it this morning. As we see another ride on the way, Italo.
Here he goes. Sharp turn there, right back in the pocket. Finds a little cover. And that's what you're feeling out right there. You can see a little bit of an adjustment there. Interesting to see. And maybe I haven't been paying 100% attention that there have not been more board swaps in this warm-up session.
Yeah, I think it is kind of interesting because, you know, today, do you play the game where you know that that forecast is going to be bigger, and do you just take out the board that's a couple of inches longer, knowing that you're most likely going to be riding that? Yes, it's not surfing to the conditions, but do you just want to get your feet in the wax on those boards? You know, we're talking some serious surf. Whether we're at Cloudbreak or restaurants, that'll dictate the size. Obviously, restaurants tucked around the back end of Tavarua. So it will be, you know, yes, we've got a big swell coming through, maybe not as big. It'll be a beautiful mechanical wave. But if it is at Cloudbreak, it's going to be serious. It's going to be pretty big.
Yeah, these guys are going to be busy if we're at Cloudbreak. Our water patrol on the Red Bull jet skis, they're going to be really busy if the day turns up and it's going to be a Cloudbreak day, because it will be a shorter period swell. It'll be a swell that's kind of going to be on a number of various positions on the reef. It's not going to be as straightforward. So we're anticipating that call as these storms develop here in the South Pacific. But those are some of the best guys in the business right there on the Red Bull jet skis.
Oh yeah, I think you look at that forecast, and for me, I just see if you're one of the, you know, the surfers sitting in that 4th or 5th seed and you're thinking about making a charge, as we see Griff.
Colapinto. Looking pretty quick. And Griff kicks out right behind him. It's going to be Marksy. Caroline. And again, I feel just feeling things out with those 2 surfers, in contrast to what we saw from Yago and Italo.
Totally. I think, you know what? If we go to restaurants, it completely changes the game, right? I think to surfers, like, as we see Gabby up and riding right now, just a couple of cracks on the backhand. But, you know, if we think about someone like Caroline, who is the only goofy on the women's side of the draw, and you think about restaurants, how much more fast that wave is compared to Cloudy. You know, she's obviously on the forehand of both, but I think it changes everything when you look at, both sides, you know, on the men and women's side, and who you might be picking in those matches.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Caroline Marks and her thoughts on, you know, this location, Fiji, as an event. We caught up with her at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, to have the WSL Finals this year at Cloudbreak is, you know, it's incredible. Cloudbreak's one of the best ways in the world. It's also a left, which is really exciting. We don't have many lefts on tour, and if the forecast aligns right, it could be just an incredible event. So to be getting barreled and doing big turns at Cloudbreak to win a world title is just going to be amazing. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Well, that pretty much echoed exactly what you were saying. I think she knows that she does have a decided advantage coming into this event and seeking a second world title.
That, and you know, she brings up that point. She's like, hey, like the tour at the moment, there's heavily geared to, you know, the right-handers. And I think coming here as a goofy, I mean, we always talk about it, how much goofies love to go left. I think she'd sort of just be rubbing her hands together. Even that conversation of restaurants coming into the picture and knowing how mechanical it is, how fast it is. And I mean, 2 waves prior to that last one, we saw her take off. She's looking really good. She's looking fast, got a great read. Yeah, I mean, already I'm seeing good signs from Caroline.
Finals day is going to take some endurance. There we got a board switch in the channel right there, but finals day for Caroline, it is going to take some endurance because she's going to start right in that match number 1, and it's going to be a long day for her to seek that second world title. She's going to have to pace herself through the day. As we see Italo Ferreira, and just another thing that we're talking about, Flick. I mean, this is the time to feel out the equipment, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, this is the day to do it, and just, I think we've already said, but, you know, we're looking at a really big swell at the end of the waiting period, and, you know, if it was me, I would be changing boards. I'd be, you know, getting on that equipment that I might maybe pulling out on the day. I think it's such a big difference. Like, it's only a couple of inches, but it does make a difference. Volume's different. The way it paddles, you just want to feel connected. So, yeah, today's the day for sure.
And certainly the X factor for all of these surfers to have to pay attention to, in that your Cloudbreak board is probably going to be a little bit different than your restaurants board.
Completely. And that's also a good point. You know, you think about restaurants as a wave, and we talked about it already, it's very mechanical. It's almost wave pool-like. You know, you go back and look at the old footage, you know, when it ran there in 2012, I think CJ, I think Damien Hobgood, and, you know, Kelly, I've seen great footage of him out there over the years. But it just seems like it's more tight in the pocket surfing, whereas Cloudbreak, it's open water. It's this really big playing field. And, you know, maybe you're thinking about those pintails, those ones that are going to be like connecting the dots a bit more, whereas restaurants, it's very, very more acute surfing, I guess, in the pocket.
Here we go, Yago. And getting used to that yellow leader's jersey. First time in his 7-year career wearing that jersey, and things are looking up for Yago Dora. He's got a great support squad. His coach, Leandro da Silva, out there on Tavarua, and then his family, Michelle and Leandro, his mom and dad, have made their way here to the Fiji Marriott Resort here at Momi Bay. So we got the family split up, but I'm sure they're out there on the boat. Oh,
it's cool, you know, like just walking around the resort the last few days. I mean, it's beautiful here, and you can see a lot of the support, the family all hanging out by the fish bar, the infinity pool. Everyone's super excited. Everyone's getting around, you know, Zusi, Griff, a lot of his family's hanging around here.
Yeah, Mitch and Camille, mom and dad, arrived here just the other day. It's a family affair. And it's nice that, you know, the parents get to stay in the... Hey, Tavarua is beautiful, right? And it's close. You got all the longboats that take you right out to Cloudbreak. But the amenities here at the Marriott are absolutely incredible.
Oh, completely. I mean, there's definitely something here for everyone. You're never going to be bored because there's so many activities. There's a lot of different restaurants. It's great here. I mean, the sunset up at that infinity pool. Ooh, chef's kiss.
Replay of Griff.
Here we go. I mean, this was beautiful surfing. Just connecting the dots, really, just a great read on this wave. Massive fin blow, but for me, it was this last turn. I mean, shallow water, perfect read on that lip line, and really well surfed for Griff.
Red Bull Jet Ski's going to deposit Griffin Colapinto back out into the lineup. And we got 27 minutes on the clock here for this opening warm-up sesh for our final 5. love what I'm seeing out in the water. Let's take a look at our recap. What's happened so far? Get you all caught up. Italo Ferreira looking sharp.
Oh, Italo has just not been scared this morning. I mean, he never is, but he's just going for those big moves. And these are the kind of moves that we spoke about that he's going to be bringing on that final day. I don't think it's going to matter too if it's big either. I think he's still going to be going for these moves. And it also just gives you an idea of where his mindset's at. He's not holding back in this warm-up session, that's for sure.
Here's a contrast, the smooth Yago Dora.
Yeah, it definitely is a contrast for sure. I think you see explosiveness in Italo, but for me, Yago, it's smooth, it's stylish, it's connecting the dots.
Our defending champ, who's got success out here, Griffin Colapinto, looking good.
Yeah, Griff is looking really good. I think back to that finals day last year, and I think it was almost similar sort of size, maybe a bit more groomed, a bit more lined up, but Griff just has demonstrating that he's got a great read. He knows what waves he wants.
Gabby Bryan bringing the power.
Yeah, Gabby on the back end here. I heard the guys, you know, Rich and Joe speaking about Gabby being pretty open that she hasn't felt the most confident. Maybe she is a bit of an underdog here on her backhand because a lot of her results have come on the forehand. So,
like if this was a heat,
oh wow,
I think Italo would have won. If we were scoring this free serve sesh, Italo advances.
Oh, this is just crazy. I think, jeez, I did not see that earlier this morning. It's just crazy. The level of speed that he brings to the surf out here is phenomenal, right?
Knees, ankles, crazy.
Oh.
Straight air, Yago Dora.
Yeah, Yago's looking connected too, though. I think it's pretty clear to me that he might be keeping some in the tank as we see Caroline. This was a beautifully connected wave in my brain. I loved seeing this. It was well read. She placed all the turns in the right place, and yeah, she's looking good.
Griffin.
Yeah, Griff. Finding some shade, but he's looking cruisy. I think, you know, it's just interesting watching this. Obviously, we've had those few days where it's been, you know, a little bit stormy. Everyone just getting into the activities on Tavarua and having a bit of downtime. But right now, it's go time. For me right now, I mean, you already nailed it, Kipes. Italo is looking supercharged. I mean, when is he not?
But I also think it's two different mind frames. You got like the Zen-like approach here from Griffin Colapinto, who knows how to hold back, doesn't want to peak today. Maybe he doesn't want to show all his cards. Italo Ferreira, on the other hand, just can't help himself. We saw him win in Abu Dhabi, and even from the very first run over there, he was doing almost the same line every time. Instead of holding back, he could have easily held back and still made it to those finals. But he was just going for it the whole time. I think it's just his personality.
Yeah, it's definitely a personality thing for sure. You know, it's interesting because I just think back to the last event at Chopes, and Griff, you know, had a lot to do there. And his approach there was very different to what we're seeing now. I think obviously, you know, you think back to the warm-up sessions and what he was able to achieve. You know, it was that toe day, he was paddling the whole time. He was not holding back, I think, and it worked for him there. But now, he's reshifted that focus and he's been like, okay, I'm in contention for another world title here. This isn't my first rodeo. I've been here before. I finished third in the world a couple of times now. And I think we're seeing, you know, him tap back into that sort of more Zen approach.
Yeah, and you know what? For just being 27 years old, Griffin Colapinto is very lighthearted. He has a youthfulness about him, but he also at the same time has this kind of old soul to him where he's able to kind of, you know, pace himself and put himself in great positions under, you know, a ton of pressure.
Well, I think that comes from, I mean, he's been pretty open about it, all the work he's done mentally, a lot of, obviously, meditation, we've spoken about that, but it's your ability to be calm under pressure, and I think he definitely has that. I think, you know, in these gnarly situations, I mean, we saw what he was able to do in those big days at Chopes only a couple of weeks ago now, and I think, you know, you think to the forecast now and what we've got in store, it's going to be serious, right? I mean, whether it's at restaurants and it's over super shallow coral moving so fast, or if it's Cloudbreak and it's heaving on the outer ledge, he's going to be able to control his mind and be cool under pressure.
That's what's going to take. Caroline. Again, the board looking good. I just kind of watched the way the spray comes off the rails of that Mayhem, and it's looking like pretty catch-free. I mean, I know she bobbled on that last one because she kind of forced that turn, but overall, that board's looking great. And again, look at, when we talk about equipment, as we anticipate the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Again, it's dominated by those crew over at Lost in Mayhem.
Yeah, Lost Mayhem.
Even here in this heat.
Oh, completely. Totally. It's crazy, right? I think, what, 5 of the top 10 are on Mayhems right now.
Yeah.
Matt's on the island. He's around, as he should be. It's cool. He's got 5 athletes right now that, you know, are in contention for a world title. You think about even the whole tour and how many athletes he's got. It speaks volumes to the whole team there at Lost, and then also Matt, and, you know, being able to sort of be available for that many surfers. And, I mean, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of time, and it's obviously doing something right.
Well, I feel like one of the strengths that Matt brings as a shaper, and just talking with him and knowing him for years, is that he does some of the thinking for the surfers. So there's surfers on his team. Like Yago Dora wants to know everything about his boards, right? Yeah. But there's like a Griffin who's just like, hey, I need boards for Fiji. And Matt already has the files. He already has the rockers. He already has these rail profiles that he does, so that he's able to plug a quiver in for all these surfers, specifically for each of the breaks on the tour.
Well, you think to the years and years of experience, right? Now, I think we've heard it also a little bit throughout the year. I remember, I think Bells it was, and, you know, Kanoa started writing JSs, and then I think the boards and the sort of the templates that were used were, you know, the ones that Joel was writing out there. Right. And, you know, obviously with slight tweaks and stuff, but you think about the longevity these shapers have in their careers and, like, the files that they have access to, you know. I think, you know, Eric Arakawa shaping for Jack and, you know, tapping into the Andy file. Like, Jack's obviously got the Rising Sun spray on his board, but I'm sure that there's some, you know, look into those Andy files and what he's writing.
Well, the surfer that's looking for a world title, she's on those Mayhem boards. Gabriela Bryan, this is her opportunity. We caught up with Gabby at the beginning of this year and her thoughts about the finals.
My biggest goal for 2025 is to win the world title. I know I'm capable of doing it. I want to put myself in a position in Fiji in that final 5 to have a shot at it, and it's super exciting that the finals are going to be in Fiji. I fell in love with Fiji last year. That was my last stop, so it's a wave that pushes me out of my comfort zone, which is super exciting, and backhand barrel riding has always been something I've been working on and going to continue to work on, so it's going to push me, and I'm always up for a challenge.
I love that, Flick. And that was at the beginning of the year, before we even kicked off the tour, manifesting her spot in the final 5.
It's cool. She got so close last year. This time last year, she was pipped at the post, right, by Tatiana, and it was probably heartbreaking for her, but she also was like, it's one of my favorite places in the world, and rightfully so. Fiji is incredible. I think what we saw from Gabriela this year was amazing. The 3 CT wins, more than any woman on the tour. You know, she just had this mind-bending year. It was amazing, and I think the thing that most impressed me was chokes, and you could just see it every single heat. She was visibly improving, and the smile on her face was so genuine, like the elation, and just she knew that herself, like she was pushing herself outside of that comfort zone, and that's why I just love these events so much that are in Waves of Consequence, because it really pushes the surfer to do something sort of outside of what they thought was even possible.
I feel like we're at a place right now on the league that progression is happening in jerseys in real time. And that's what makes it so exciting for me as a fan to watch these heats, is that no matter what the stop is, you actually see surfers with clocks, with judges, but still pushing themselves and doing new performance highs in their surfing in real time.
Totally.
These are not video games, right?
I think and even more so, I think, on the women's side. You know, we've spoken about it a lot, but just the addition of Pipe and Chopes back on the tour for the women, and that, I think you know, you've got to pay homage to I think the generation of, like, Steph, Carissa, you know, Lakey, Tyler, like, these women, because they had to adapt in real time, right? And they're like, okay, wow, like, these events have been added, and then I need to adapt because they're now on tour, right? And I need to do this in my off season, which is such a quick amount of time, but we've seen what's been possible, and those performances, I mean, Chopes last year was a beautiful example of, you know, women's surfing being pushed, and just because there is that opportunity on tour now, but we're seeing that now from this younger generation, you know, the Erin Brooks, the Sierra Kerrs, just, they know now that those events are on tour, and that level is just being raised because they're like, okay, if I want to be on tour, I've got to compete at those waves.
Yeah, and we talk so much about, you know, the the new school, the next generation. Well, it's true. When we look at the Final 5 on the women's side, 22-year-old Molly Picklum, 23-year-old Gabriela Bryan, a 19-year-old Katie Simmers, a 23-year-old Caroline Marks, and a 20-year-old Sakura Johnson.
It's unbelievable, right?
All of our Final 5 have to pay an extra fee to rent a car.
Oh, that is so true, right? It's over 25, isn't it?
It's over 25. It's mind-blowing. And you know, we talked about it, and you know, some of the establishment were like, "Nah, it's not going to happen right now." But I feel like 2025 has been a turning point in women's professional surfing.
Totally. I think it's easy for me. The one on there that's been on tour for quite a long time, it's easy to forget, is Caroline. I think it's 9 years she's been on tour, but she qualified so young. And other than that, the other 4 women, I think, yeah, Caroline's had a bunch of experience as we see her taking off now. Just in and out. But yeah, the other women, they're so young, and I think they've had that, they've seen those women. They've seen the Steph, the Carissa, you know, Tyler, all pushing that bar because those events were now on tour. So they had that to sort of aim for, you know what I mean? Which has been really cool. But I think, you know, I just kind of got to take the hats off to that generation, because they didn't have much time to be like, whoa, we've got one off season to try and get good in these waves of consequence, right? Because they didn't have that sort of, like, it wasn't on tour, so it's like, what's the incentive, you know?
Let's take a look at our adopted home right now, Flick. It's a wonderful place in the South Pacific. Definitely if you're a surfer. Oh my goodness, take a look at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, the lagoon, the over-the-water bures, broad sand beaches, a number of activities around, 5-star dining. What am I missing?
Oh, I don't know, all the different activities you can do in one day. Surfing, jet ski, I mean, water activities, snorkeling. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can go utilize the kaiwai activities, all the water sports that's available. Seriously, Cubs, we're in heaven. We've just gone from one paradise to the next, and I'm like, are we working right now? It feels like a holiday.
Don't give up the secret. And some of the friendliest staff you will ever meet anywhere. Already, my Bula count this morning, and it is 9:17 local time. My Bula count is already 20 Bulas that I've shared with the local staff.
It's so cool, right? I mean, it's so friendly. Everyone's so friendly, so warm here. Yeah, it feels like a bit of a second home at the moment.
Well, we've actually dug in pretty waiting for the swell to arrive. But you know what? That's another great thing about Fiji as you look at it as a tourist destination. You know, for a surfer, say you have a partner that doesn't surf. This is the perfect place to bring your non-surfing partner and still get some waves on your own, because there's so many other things to do.
Oh, I tell you right now, the fish bar's a pretty good place to hang late afternoon into that sunset session. There's an amazing infinity pool, cool hot tub up there. You can watch all the action on the water, the boats coming in and out. It's pretty special.
And if you want to feed the gram, it's the place to feed the gram right there, because you get the sunset and the infinity pool all in one shot.
Oh yeah, I've made good use of that.
I know. You're great at it, actually. You are really, really good at that. And that's an art form in itself. Like, I'm telling you right now. It's a special skill set.
That or something else, I don't know.
Well, we got 13 minutes in this session, and we've been thoroughly entertained by all of our surfers out there. It's like I said at the beginning, you know, at our beginning of our stint here on the set, it is really a scouting report at this point. And just to see the form of all of our surfers, everyone looks in form. Griff here, this wave reminds me of finals day last year and that build-up. You know, it wasn't treacherous Cloudbreak, but Griff was able to put it all together on that day with in that final with Rio Waida.
Yeah, I think it's almost more, I mean, it's difficult because it's such a big playing field, but when it's like this, it's super sectiony. I think back to that finals day, and he just had, I mean, that Rio and Griff were obviously the informed surfers of the event. They had such a good read, but it's difficult to sort of connect the dots when it is so sectiony like that, and we're seeing that beautiful flow again from Griff this morning as well.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, just kind of the projection he gets down the line. Up and out for Caroline. Conditions evolving this morning, trade winds kicking in. World number 1. Looking for a ramp. Undoubtedly, he's not going to find anything there. Oh. But just the projection to make it around.
Like,
even the simple things like that, right?
Like, that's impressive, right? I think, yes, okay, it's not something that really scores, but to be able to have that projection, the compression, the extension, just elevate around that foam is impressive. I think we both looked at each other like, whoa, that was cool. It's cool. I think it's just so cool to get to witness this and see where everyone's at. I think it's very evident with who's keeping a lid on it and who's not.
Yeah, and also it's an illustration of how good these men and women are. 99% of the surfing population would have not made it around that whitewater.
No way. There's no chance. I think there's no way that the average punter is getting around that. That was insane. I mean, maybe you're not even around the first section. He cleared 2.
And you know, so you surf with these men and women, and it is amazing how much just power is the turn and the speed in which they surf. Here's one of the speediest surfers, and an illustration of some full rail gouges, the Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, you're seeing some serious aggression. He's not leaving anything on the table when he's going into those big layback hacks. You can really see the intention for Italo. And, you know, we had that graphic come up earlier when Rich and Joe were in here, and just, you know, you could see the last few years that finals has ran and whose name's really been in there and where Italo's, what he's been able to do from those lower seeds, right? It's pretty incredible. Yeah. The momentum he carries and what happens when he gets on that rock. Yeah, I mean, a runner-up in 2022, a runner-up again just in last year in 2024, of course, his World Talent 2019, which was basically an all-or-nothing final at Pipeline with Gabe Medina. Italo Ferreira started off this season in such form. I mean, I thought we were going to see him in the yellow jersey all year long. You know, semifinals at Pipe 1 Abu Dhabi, runner-up in Portugal, but then kind of hit a wall and had to come back from that, you know. Quarterfinal in El Salvador. For Italo, he's not satisfied with that, and then a shocker. 17th all the way through Australia, where he had to come back. Oh, yeah. Australia, the wheels definitely fell off a bit, and it's interesting, you know, you see when people, you know, they find those purple patches or those areas where they're just, that nothing can go wrong. And then sometimes you fall into that moment, as we see Caroline.
Nice snap there.
But yeah, you've had those moments throughout the year where you're finding the momentum, and then once where you're slipping out, and then even that last event at Chokes for him. I mean, he had some, as we see Yago just tucking into one, but you had those couple of crazy moments again with Jack, that serious rivalry like that those guys are creating, which is so fun for the sport. But I mean, he ended up slipping down into that sort of 5th position. Jack got the jump up him, 4th seed. So yeah, I mean, it was touch and go there, because he started, I think, in that event at, was he number 3 seed? Or was he number 4?
Italo?
Italo, going into Chopes.
Yeah, he was the number 3 seed, and then he had to watch, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Kanoa was number 3. He was number 4.
Number 4 seed.
And so he had to kind of watch, and he just barely made it. As we saw Kanoa and Ethan Ewing get bumped, and that was tragic for them, right? Last event of the year, get bumped below that final 5 qualification.
Totally. As we see a bit of a bigger set start to roll through.
Yeah, upcoming tide. So we got a little bit of a tide push here at Thundercloud. And Griffin with that snap rail grab combo a la Mike Ho way back in the day. Beautiful. Just a beautiful stall technique to do that mid-face snap and then tuck under. Look for something big here.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's a funnel. And, oh my goodness. Was he still going?
That was either
going to... See where he pops up. There he is.
Well, he was... Is that him or is that Griff?
That's Griff, yeah. We don't know. Let's see where Italo was. Oh, he's way up on the reef. So here we go. And this actually illustrates flick, and especially with this swell angle, kind of multiple peaks, and how wide the takeoff zone is over here.
Oh, I'd say that playing zone.
Let's check on what's happening here. Italo a little slow to get up. Regathering himself. And looks like he's okay, but you do not want to do anything to them. You know, that's where it's sometimes going at 90 miles per hour can be a concerning thing in these warm-ups.
It's the first time we've seen him a little bit more slowed down this morning. I think maybe, I mean, he was getting pretty, let's see, I mean, he was either going to load up for a massive punt here or lining up for this tube section. You can see it just got super hollow. Didn't find the exit, but it's so shallow, right? We know that, especially on these smaller days, it just focuses more in on that inside ledge. And there's some big coral heads in there. And you know what? You can come undone in there and you can just end up on one of those. You just touch one of those things and it's going to, you know, cut your skin. So, yeah. But that shot before, to your point, Kibes, I think it's that playing field out there is almost about, what, 300 meters, 400 meters big.
Yeah.
Don't know what that is in yards, but it's giant. And you've got so many different takeoff spots depending on the different swell directions and wave angles. So, yeah, it's big.
Hey, let's cross out to the channel to Ron and Vaughn Blakey. They're a little closer to the action. How's it going, boys? Good morning.
Bola Kibes. Bola Feliz.
Hello.
How are you guys?
We're really good. We're enjoying kind of the scouting report right now, but you can give us, you know, probably your vantage on what you're seeing out there.
Oh, absolutely. This is obviously a great place to watch it all unfold. You can see all the spray exploding off the back of the wave, Vorno. But we want to talk about the massive energy shift that we noticed this morning when we got out here into the channel.
Yeah, we've been in Fiji for a week. It has been an incredible week. We have just been really, you know, lapping up all the wonderful things that this amazing place has to offer. But last night we had Fiji night, which is a big celebration. Everyone takes part in the ceremonial kava drinking and has a big dance and a sing. And it kind of did feel like the bookend of the good times. We woke up this morning, there was just a noticeable shift. People looked like they were ready to get down to business, and after a few days with no waves, you know, getting out here to Cloudbreak Reef, pulling on the Rashi, you could just feel that the world title was imminent. And yeah, there has been a big change in energy there, Ron.
Yeah, the conga line ended at about 9 p.m. last night, and the energy shift was noticeable. And the atmosphere on the boat, we noticed before the surfers went out there to tackle this lineup and get reconnected with their equipment, you know, it was all business.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of chat going on. These are the same surfers who have been sharing tables, eating meals together, like been in the pool with their kids. This morning, there wasn't a whole lot of, how are you going? Oh, it was great to see you again last night. None of that. They were ready to get out there and actually start flexing, because it's a pretty unique experience. I've never been around a build-up where all the combatants are sharing such an intimate, quiet space, and then they have to get out there and get into combat mode. So yeah, it is pretty unique to surfing.
Hey,
and there
Ron.
hasn't been a whole lot of surf either.
No.
So it's fun to have some waves on offer, and the surfing, as we've seen, is high quality already.
Hey, Ron, I got a question for you. Did
me.
any of the headphones come out at the breakfast buffet? I think that's a key indicator when you have surfers with the headphones on in the buffet line.
2 minutes remaining.
I don't know. When the buffet opens, Kibes, my eyes roll back in my head and I just get in attack mode. But I think everyone's the same. I think the last few days has all been about fighting the flab. That's a contest within itself.
I love the shift change, and hey, it's all business from now on out, right, guys?
Yeah, it's now just a two-person conga line on Tavi. It's just Vaughn and I just dancing our way around the island. But we're going to keep bringing you guys insights. We're going to have a chat to some of the surfers as they make their way in from the warm-up, and starting to get excited too about the Fijian surfers later on, Vaughn.
Yeah, same. We've been watching these guys and girls ripping throughout the practice sessions. That's going to be a lot of fun, but it's like that's the little chip shot into the excitement that is building towards this world title climax. Like, man, you can feel it in the air now. It's starting to get real, and I'm just so pumped, man. Surf fans are just going to be so ready for this absolute showdown.
Yeah, we've been lapping up your insights too from the booth, so Kibes, Felicity, keep it coming.
All right, well, love having the Blakey brothers as part of the commentary team. I feel like it brings a whole nother level of insight that we're able to enjoy, and I feel like this year is probably going to be some of the best coverage of the Lexus WSL Finals, because we have that addition of those two personalities out on the boat all day long, sharing the insights, getting the interviews, and what a better team than the Blakeys.
The Blakeys, they're all time. I mean, they're always having fun. And I think because they're the fun guys, I mean, everyone's like happy to talk to them. You know, it's like, yeah, this is great. Like, oh, I'll tell you some insights.
Yeah.
But it's cool because they're on the ground. They've been hanging out for the last week. I mean, they've been putting together some great content, Tabby TV. It's been pretty fun to check out. And yeah, I think, like they said, it's been all fun and games, but now we're getting down to the business end, you know. I think everyone's been kind of indulging the last week, but now everyone's like, okay, it's probably time to stop the indulgement and things are getting a bit more serious.
Time to buckle down. It starts right here with the warm-up session. Our first warm-up session done for Yago Dora, Gabriela Bryan, Griffin Colapinto, and Caroline Marks. We're going to be moving on to the second expression session just about to start. Molly Picklum, Jordy Smith, Katie Simmers, Jack Robinson making their way out. After the horn, it doesn't matter because it's an expression session. It's a warm-up session. I don't think it matters.
No, it doesn't matter. It's all fun. It's all fun. Looks like Italo might catch one too. But I mean, wow, he's impressed me this morning. What I've seen from him, he just looks so fast. I mean, when does he not? But danger, you know, especially when you have that conversation of restaurants in the mix and how fast he's surfing for that kind of wave, you know, before, yeah, it just changes everything with restaurants and he's looking good.
It's good to see after that kind of that slow, you know, kind of getting back on the board he had after that closeout barrel, that it looks like he's right back, you know, so it's good to see that all the parts are functioning still for Italo Ferreira.
Totally. I think you're thinking, oh, did the wind get sort of knocked out of his sails a little bit more there before? It kind of looked like that.
And Griffin just going to ease his way through the channel and give up the lineup to our next expression session. Wow. How'd he get back out there so soon? What's going on?
Wow, that would have been shallow in there. That would have been really, really shallow.
I don't think Italo wants to exit the water right now. He's pretending that he didn't hear the horn.
No. I mean,
he's paddling back out.
Yeah, his wave count, I mean, it's always high, but it was probably I'd say he probably got the most waves, really. He's always very active, as we see Molly.
Wow. We're going to be back after this. We'll give it a highlight. We'll bring Joe and Richie and the next expression session, warm-up session, starting right after this. Stay tuned.
The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, official accommodation partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And by Lexus, experience amazing. The practice sessions continue. The second one starting now. Molly Picklum, Jordy Smith, Caitlin Simmers, and Jack Robinson get to do a couple of laps in the lineup here at Cloudbreak in the lead up to a big world title day at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Cero. Incredible water patrol on the Red Bull skis, and Jack will be out there in a moment. Brought a fresh quiver of Erica Arakawa's along with Sharp Eye surfboards. He's got a lot of decisions to make in the lead up to finals day. Joe Chappelle, Richie Lovett, a man that's done a lot of big things in surfing, winning lowers, Haleiwa, and being a good overall bloke, man. Good to see you again, Rick.
Good to see you, Joe.
How good is this practice session? Italo went to town. He got the win. I mean, we're not really scoring it, but
unofficial win. He got it.
He went for the win in that one.
Yeah, closely, you know, I'm going to say close second was Griff. He got some really good waves. I was stoked to see the height of the waves actually jump a little bit towards the back half of that first practice session. But they were on fire. Like, Italo was going for it. I was a little concerned when he pulled into that barrel and almost looked like he got winded. Just sort of grabbing at his ribs there. So hopefully, you know, nothing, not a big injury sustained, but definitely, you know, got the wind knocked out of him for sure.
Colapinto gets out of the water, makes room for the big man, Jordy Smith. Longest serving member on the championship tour, rookie season back in 2008, still surfing like the heart of a grommet. Bringing the whole family out here. He's got 2 young boys and they've been surfing Kittyland last couple of days on the inside of restaurants. So Jordy taking his time to get his feet wet here. He's got some good people around him. His parents are here. He's got his like a best friend and mentor / coach in Garth Tarlow. That's always by his side at big events. And the story of Jordy started really early in the piece for us this year. Seeing him just inspired, pretty cheeky in his post-heat interviews at Pipe as well. But you could just tell the joy was there in just riding waves. He just simply put it to that. He just said he's still a surf dog at heart and he has no plans of retiring anytime soon, and we're lucky for that.
No, why would you? You know, this is what he loves to do. This is the passion. This is what he was born to do and surf. He's still competitive. He's still got the desire to win. So, you know, you're a long time retired. Make it count while you're there. And Jordy's still winning events. You know, he's had an incredible 25 season. Started off with that 17th and 9th. Was kind of looking like just another kind of season for Jordy, but then he got the win in El Salvador, and that really kicked things off. Backed it up with that, you know, a couple of 5ths, and then he got another win at Margaret. So, you know, that really, for him, that was the moment at Margaret River where he was like, okay, hang on a minute. Final 5's in the radar. I'm looking at potentially challenging for a world title here. So, you know, Jordy's been very vocal in saying that, you know, he just loves to compete. He doesn't really feel the pressure that much. He's like, man, I'm doing what I love to do. I'm getting paid. I'm surrounded by good people. I get to, you know, at this stage in my career, you know, I've really don't have that much to prove. You know, a world title would be great, but at the end of the day, I turn up on competition day, I put the jersey on, and I just want to totally annihilate whoever I'm competing against. And, you know, I think about Jordy's career. I think about all the highlight moments, all the wins at the special locations, obviously, you know, J-Bay and Sunset and other places like that. You know, he's one of those generational surfers that is a favorite. Is in, you know, many top 5 picks of surfers globally, and it's because he's got it all. You know, the power, the style, the flair, the innovation, the progression. You know, some of his movie parts, you know, even a decade or 2 ago were just, they were phenomenal. They were the benchmark for where surfing was at that time. And to still see him competing now at this age, you know, it's kind of obviously inspired by what Kelly's done. And yeah, great to see him here. This is probably his best chance at a world title at this latter stage. You know, we don't know whether he'll be in this position again. But yeah, definitely a sentimental favourite, and I'd be stoked to see him win the title.
Surf fans maybe have been more emotional than they're used to being this year, watching Jordy turn in the performances that he has in his 18th year on tour. There's Jack wearing green, staying focused. His answers in post-heat interviews have gotten shorter and shorter in the back end of the year. It's not something that we're not used to seeing. However, he brought it in Tahiti when he had to go all the way to win the event, to create this spot, to try to get a world title. He was outside the final 5 at Tehupo'o, had 4 rounds to surf through, and did it. Beat a couple of guys that he might have to deal with, like Griffin Colapinto in the final, and he's certainly going to have to deal with Italo again like he did at Chopes at the last event of the regular season.
Yeah, it was amazing. One of the most incredible come from behind victories we've seen. Clutch to you know, push a couple of his buddies out of the way and make it to that final 5 position. And if he goes on to win the title here, it'll be one of the greatest come from behind stories we've ever seen in pro surfing history, in my mind. And we saw him take that Yoda status to another level in Tahiti, and nothing was going to derail him from that. And I think we'll see him bring that energy here to Cloudbreak.
Great opportunity to talk surf forecast with lead forecaster from Surfline, our good friend Kevin Wallace, joins us in the practice session. Kevin, thanks for calling.
Yeah, no problem. Good to be here, boys. Nice to see some fun waves, too.
Yeah, really fun. I wish we were out there, to be honest. But hey, we'll get our chance, Kevin. Anyways, you did say it was going to be a little bit lully today in this performance size. As far as your forecasting goes and as you're taking notes, everything looking like it's going to plan of what you thought the waves would be like today?
Yeah, you know, it's just this small swell, obviously. The interesting thing about Cloudbreak to me is it doesn't take much swell to actually have decent size. You know, you look at this swell, it's like a 2-foot deep water swell, but it's longer period, 16 seconds. So it's on the wave face, you know, it's double, almost triple the size of the swell, which is, that always fascinates me to see something like that at Cloudbreak. And it's one where you really look for some of these swells, some of these storms that are like way over in the Indian Ocean or the Southern Ocean, because it doesn't take much for Cloudbreak really to get pretty good on some of these smaller but long period swells.
Really fun day right now to warm up. We're watching Jordy Smith get his first wave of his practice session today. Getting down the line, he'll step off. So good to see Jordy as the #2 seed, and already loving our chant with Kevin Wallace. Kevin, hey, you always send us these amazing maps from Surfline. Let's roll the tape, and why don't you walk us through the official forecast for this event?
All right.
Well, let's stand by. We got a little throat tail we want to watch from Jack. And he'll track back into the pocket. Nice performance on his warm-up wave here. He's got a mix of boards to choose from. Arakawa he won on in Tahiti and brought a bunch of brand new sharp buys. Matty Bemrose brought some extras over, and looks like no waves being ridden. Let's go ahead and roll the tape. Surfline forecast. Kevin, walk us through it.
There we go. Okay. So the thing we're going to be watching over the next couple of days is just all the activity in the Tasman Sea and then the swell that was over the Indian Ocean basically right now and over the next couple of days. But the majority of our surf is going to come from these Tasman Sea flows. That's going to set up surf next week, starting Sunday afternoon, but really filling in kind of the beginning through middle part of next week. So today just fun. We got trades this morning, coming up a little bit this afternoon. You know, head high-ish or so. That gets smaller as we move through the weekend. Actually, pretty much as small as it's going to get at Cloudbreak ever by the end of Saturday afternoon into Sunday. And then things pick up again. Picking up Sunday afternoon, that new pulse salt comes up, fills in further on Monday, and then looks like Tuesday is likely going to be the largest surf of the event window. That'll be from one of those Tasman Sea storms, kind of a mid-period swell, 12 to 13 second energy, probably be around a 6 to 8 foot swell. So you're looking at overhead to up to about double overhead surf at Cloudbreak. Looks a little bit smaller than it did a few days ago. You know, the beginning of this week, it looked like it would be pumping, kind of not too big for Cloudbreak, but like one of those washy swells where it's not really breaking on the first ledge. It's kind of breaking on the outer ledge, but kind of washing through. And competitors probably get a tour of the tower a couple of times. So that's the big reason we're looking at restaurants too. Number one, the shorter swell period. Restaurants love that shorter swell period. The direction and then the wind as well looks like it could be favorable for restaurants. We could see a puff of onshores come up through the day on Tuesday out of Cloudbreak, but restaurants have to probably be light variable and potentially glassy conditions. So no bad. I don't think there's any bad choices here, but right now I'd say this is probably a better spot for restaurants than it is for Cloudbreak.
Thanks so much, Kevin. Yeah, that has been the huge talk around the islands of going, hang on, restaurants might be in the mix, and also finding out that things potentially could be shifting in those last couple of days of the waiting period. What are you seeing comparing September 2nd to the last day of the waiting period, September 4th?
Yeah, the second right now still looks like a bigger day than the fourth. The thing that I like about the fourth, and this is specifically would be for Cloudbreak, would be the swell period is a little bit longer. We'd have a mixture of swells. We'd have another Tasman storm that would be, kind of 13 to 14 seconds. But we'd have something similar to what we have today too, maybe a little bit bigger, where we've got some small but long period energy that would be filling in, and then the potential for trades to kick in kind of all day on Thursday as well, where, like Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll probably end up seeing a period of onshore winds, around the middle of the day, where Thursday we at least have the potential for all-day trades and more clean and groomed conditions. So a little bit smaller, but potentially a little bit better on Thursday when we're just looking specifically at Cloudbreak. If it's going to be a restaurants day, I think Tuesday is still the day for restaurants.
And touching on the wind pattern again, Kevin Forrest, from really focusing on September 1st through the 4th, what are you seeing there? Are those going to be consistent trades?
Not consistent trades. It'll be one where the wind's probably going to be all over the place. Monday the 1st looks like it will be trades, particularly at Cloudbreak. The interesting thing too is, even though Cloudbreak and restaurants are not very far apart, mile and a half apart, something like that, they can have very different winds. It can be like honking trades out of Cloudbreak and basically light variable at restaurants, and they can be all over the place. So a really complex wind pattern or wind regime that can set up for both spots. So looks like probably trades on Monday for Cloudbreak, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, almost like a light variable pattern where you get that offshore land breeze in the morning out of the east, really nice conditions in the morning, and then roughly midday you get a little bit of an onshore wind before trades may kick back in at the end of the day again. And then that's actually great. That can actually be great for restaurants. That midday where wind just goes slack, and actually good for all the breaks kind of around Tabarua and Namotu, where things just clean up and you potentially get classic conditions.
Kevin, just wanted to touch on the tides, something we haven't spoken about yet. How are they lining up for early next week? Are the coefficients big in terms of high-low? And what sort of tides, if any, are favourable for Cloudbreak and then restaurants?
Yeah, I think, I don't know the specific tide times, Rich, but the extremities of the tide, so to speak, aren't that bad. We're not at new or full moon, which is when we see our most extreme tides. So there wouldn't be a ton of water moving around. Cloudbreak can be kind of good on any tide. It tends to be best on low to medium, but just depending on the swell and wind and everything like that, it can be good at all times. Restaurants, to a degree, is like that too. It just gets super sketchy when the tide's really low. Obviously, it's really, really shallow, and you get coral heads sticking up and just dry reef out there. So these guys and gals can handle that low tide, but I don't want any part of it when it's low tide.
Yeah, restaurants gets very sketchy on low. Actually, Richie was talking about that earlier, actually seeing the coral heads popping out of the water on the takeoff on the slab. That's really exciting news, Kevin, having two world-class waves, which could be called up for the world title race. We were talking about the bathymetry earlier, and we stick to that topics a lot when we go to Teahupo and Tahiti, because it's such a severe slab. For Cloudbreak, it's such a big playing field, but how does the bathymetry really take in the swell, and what are the periods that it really likes to be at its best?
Yeah, Cloudbreak shares some similarities with Chokes in that, if you go, I think, about 2 miles offshore from what we're seeing now, it does drop off significantly. It's a couple thousand feet deep, just a little ways offshore. So you get that, like a similar type of power that you'd see like on the North Shore, like you'd see in Tahiti, where most of that open ocean energy just remains intact. And then as the swell moves into the nearshore environment, this reef, Cloudbreak is basically like an underwater point, right? This kind of long, perfectly tapered reef where, Tahiti Chokes, it's kind of this little bend and little notch in the reef that even makes it rideable. Very short, very intense wave, only a couple to a few second rides, where Cloudbreak has this much longer, point style wave that is able to, just suck in any energy at all, and particularly long period. it will just suck in and magnify even relatively small swells and create big surf. So it's just like it's a freak of nature. It's one of the most incredible waves in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, pretty cool too. It's kind of feels like a relative of Tahiti in some ways, like a distant cousin. When you think about it as well, I guess with a southerly angle at Cloudbreak, it kind of has that almost point break effect. And when you add that more west, it gets more nuclear and the wave gets thicker. And that's an interesting comparable as well, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes when it's really west, you'll get those sets that'll swing wide and just go crazy down through the shish kebab section of the reef, and maybe miss the ledge section. But it's such an interesting playing field. It's somewhat akin to like Sunset Beach in Hawaii, where it's this massive reef and got all these different personalities on different swell periods in different directions, and it's a perfect wave in its imperfectness a lot of times, I think. Where restaurants is like this machine and it breaks in the same spot every time, and you could set your watch to it. Cloudbreak offers some different challenges. It's still a perfect wave, but it does some funky things that can throw you off here and there too.
Well, Kevin, before I let you go, I always love talking about historical data, and for you personally, as loving your job for a very long time, any significant swells in your time forecasting that Cloudbreak that stand out as some of the most memorable that you've forecasted over the years?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious one was the 2012 Wakeham swell. I don't know how anyone can forget that. I think, I still say that wave that Healy got caught inside of, and you see his board drifting up. Like, to me, I think that's still the single most impressive wave I've ever seen. So that was, that one is at the top. But I was fortunate enough to be on Tabarua for a number of the events, kind of through the 2010s, and being able to see many of them and being able to surf and talk to guys like John Roseman and Dave Clark and all the boatmen. And just pick up little bits of knowledge. It's been invaluable, and really grateful I had the opportunity to do it.
Awesome. Always love our chats, Kevin. Thanks for calling in. Hey, we're going to bug you tomorrow if you don't mind. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we'll chat soon.
All right. Cheers, boys. See ya.
Kevin Wallace, Director of Forecasting over at Surfline, in love with his job, great surfer, loves this event. It's special to his heart, and he's got some great news for us, man. Coming around the corner, we've got options, where we kind of were just thinking Cloudbreak, all year long. And all of a sudden, stars are aligning for possibility at restaurants, and that happens all the time at these events. When you come here, you're imagining maybe scoring restaurants. It's more common. You'll get heats at Cloudbreak, and now we'll have a hard decision to make of two perfect waves on the day.
Yeah, and I think, the day will tell the tale. We'll get up, we'll check it out, we'll have eyes on Cloudbreak, we'll have eyes on restaurants, and we'll make that choice. But as a competitor, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. You can't just, preconceive what's going to happen, because it's such an unknown. You can think, okay, Cloudbreak, and you can try and anticipate what it's going to be like, but until you get up that day and actually, moments before you paddle out into the lineup, that is what you're going to face. So you got to be ready for anything, and this is where all this training and all this sort of pre-practice, pre-heat preparation comes into play. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Richie, love it. First of all, longtime competitor. Your personal preference if you're competing. Would you rather be at restaurants or Cloudbreak on the day?
No, I would definitely rather be at restaurants. For me, just the more mechanical nature of that wave. For me anyway, just on the backhand, being able to just kind of sit in the tube with a little bit more precision. The unpredictability of Cloudbreak is, it's a riddle, and being able to take that out of the equation and have just less variables, let's say, involved in restaurants, so that'll be my pick.
Let's go through this practice session. Cloudbreak restaurants, if you see any of them having an edge on either venue, let's start off with Molly Picklum. Is it going to matter for her? Would you think she'd rather be at one or the other?
100% Molly. I feel like she wants it out here at Cloudbreak. She is just so capable in these sort of bigger open ocean swells. It almost kind of matches her personality and where she's from on the central coast of Australia, of New South Wales, Australia. You know, it's that real kind of grit, no nonsense sort of an area, and that's how she likes to surf. The bigger the conditions get, the faster she's going to stand up and go, yep, let's get it. You know, we've seen so many standout performances from her at like Pipeline and Tahiti. She's just so capable when there's juice and where there's a swell of confidence and consequence and so much energy in the swell. So I feel like she'll be like gunning for it to be a big cloud break. I'm not taking anything away from her at restaurants, but I just feel like she'll have an edge out here.
Molly Picklum, world #1 into this event for the first time. Last 2 years, she felt the form out at lower trestles and was able to finish equal 5th both years, even had a heat with Katie Simmers in Southern California. So she got a taste of the format, how quick it moves, but this is certainly her best season to date. Katie comes into this as the reigning world champion and world #3. So she'll have some work to do before she might be able to get to Molly Picklum on the day. Being the youngest world champion, and they both shared the water together in the final, a historical final at Teahupo for Molly. She was making all of her waves, and poor Katie was dealing with the entire ocean landing on her head. And it was a statement, though, from both of them. Simmers was ready to put her head down and go, and she had a very brave approach for the last final of the regular season. As we will catch up with Italo Ferreira on the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Okay, just coming in from that first warm-up session, the #5 seed, Italo, mate, good to get back in the surf again. How was that?
Always fun. Have some waves, and then that was pretty nice to warm up with the boys. We had a couple moments, couple sets, and then yeah, we did everything on the water, so it was nice.
We've got to talk about last night, Fiji night on Tavarua Island, a beautiful celebration, but it also felt like that might be the end of the pleasantries, and now it's time to get serious. Did you feel that?
Yeah, for sure. Last night was pretty special, you know. We had dancing with the local, and then they always welcome, you know, and it's pretty nice to have all those vibes, and then now it's try to focus a little bit, but we still have a couple days, and let's do it.
You came in on the tail end of that last swell, so this has really been your first opportunity to get reconnected with your equipment, feel out any niggling in. How's the body feel and how's the board feel under feet?
Feeling good right now. Yeah, I had like an injury in Tahiti, and then that's why I went back to Brazil and then tried to recover, and then I missed the last swell, but yeah, I have opportunity to surf a couple of days before start the comp, so it'll be good always.
I loved your arrival to this warm-up session. You put your jersey on and bang, you jump straight off the front of the boat. No easy entry in the lineup for you. Obviously, you're still really loving this opportunity to chase down your second world title.
Yeah, I'm feeling super confident, you know. I'm confident in myself, and then it's always fun to have an opportunity to fight for a world title, you know, and then yeah, this year it's gonna be a special year for sure, and then I'm so happy, so glad to live in this moment, enjoy all those time with the guys, and then yeah, I can't wait to the day of that we can start the game. Yeah.
We love watching you surf, mate, bringing the energy. You've been in #5 before. You've gone all the way to that world title showdown. Feeling good about your chances this year?
Yeah, for sure. I feel good on the water, but not on the boat. Yeah, I feel kind of like sick, but that's why I'm gonna go back to the island right now. And then we have one more session on the afternoon. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. And then let's do it. Yeah.
Thanks so much for chatting with us, mate. Let's get you back to the island.
Thank you, Ronnie. Great to hear from a world champion, Italo Ferreira, blitzing the first 3 events of the season, a semifinal at Pipe, winning in Abu Dhabi, runner-up in Portugal for his 3 best results of 2025, and comes in as the #5 seed. He'll have Jack Robinson in that opening match as we look at a backhand float from the reigning world champ. Katie Simmers sneaks out of the inside. Molly wants a piece of this next one. Glassy, fun section just to lay down a nice snap in the pocket. She'll let go of it. See how shallow it is on that end bowl. Seeing the warm-ups from Molly and Katie, they've given us some fireworks in the last couple of years. And a little backhand snap off the top. Bettylou looking to get to this inside, throwing another clean re-entry there. And still punching away. Jack Bravo on the next one.
Yeah, Jack streaking down the line, a really quick snap, and then the second one doesn't quite make it, but there was so much speed in that first turn. It was almost like a little check turn, but just stabs it up high in the lip. So much speed. You can see he's just in, you know, he's not firing on all cylinders right this second. He's just taking this warm-up pretty easy. Just feeling it out. This is cute, Cloudbreak, really.
Yeah, and I guess when we get back to that conversation, if it's giant, scary conditions, that's where you're looking at Jack to really set the pace on those really scary days where you've got fear inside of you, and he just stays so locked in and really has a separation from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's just a product of his upbringing and the Western Australian power. You know, that raw open ocean energy. He's just so comfortable in it, and it kind of reminds me of you know, the Irons brothers and Shane Dorian, the greats that, you know, when I was on tour, I would come out at places like Cloudbreak or Teahupo'o, and you know, it'd be 8 to 10 foot, and those guys just were so comfortable. They looked like they were in tune with it. They looked like they had no fear. And Jack kind of reminds me of that energy that those guys had, and you know, he's a proven performer in the heavy water waves. So again, when you look at preferred breaks, I would say Jack is going to want it out here at Thundercloud, and I think he'll be, you know, don't get me wrong, he's going to be equally as dangerous at restaurants, but you know, I think the playing field or the odds tend to even up a little bit when you look at that matchup between Jack and Italo. If it goes to restaurants, but out at Cloudbreak, you know, I feel like Jack is going to feel really comfortable.
Big hope on the men's side for Australia to get another world title. It's been since 2013 since Mick Fanning won that third world title. Big shout out to Ethan Ewing for another stellar season on tour, just getting bumped out of the final 5 at the last event of the regular season.
Yeah, well, we've had, you know, Jack and Ethan have really been the big title hopes in the spotlight the last couple of years, and you know, Ethan came close. You know, his surfing at lowers the last couple of years has just been incredible. Jack is, you know, he's had moments in those final 5 moments at lowers, but I feel like, you know, his chances really improve here in Fiji. You know, of course, we have the likes of, you know, Connor O'Leary and other Australians who are starting to get into that conversation as well. But really, Jack and Ethan have been flying the flag for the Australians.
All these guys get supported by the best surfboard builders in the world. A big congrats to Matt Biolas, 3 years straight, dominating the Vista CT Shaper rankings with an incredible field this year, adding some insane talent like Aaron Brooks and Bettylou before the season kicked off. Look at all those points accumulated. That comes from a lot of hard work and dedication. Gian, team manager, a really nice guy, man. He has so much support for everybody in their squad, and congrats to that entire stable from not just San Clemente, but their global squad as well for going 3 in a row.
Yeah, incredible team, and it is a village, I guess, that creates these boards. You know, Matt, obviously the skipper, the guy with the design and all the shaping know-how. But, you know, we can't forget the sanders, the glasses, the guy that puts the fins in, everyone, you know, who touches these boards. There's a lot of people involved in creating these, you know, these Ferraris, basically, for these surfers. And, you know, I think majority of the lost crew would be on a driver 3 or some derivative of the driver 3. It's been a very successful model. Word on the street is that there's a new model coming out for Lost towards the end of the year, and there'll be more on that coming down the line. I think Yago's behind that one, but here we go, bit of live action here. Molly Picklum in the yellow jersey, just pushing it hard. Perhaps just, you know, finding that little sweet spot where she wants to be able to compete. Just trying a few different things, extra little bit of emphasis and energy on those backhand re-entries. On the DHD program, and her board's looking really good under feet. She's been just incredible all year. You know, those big standout maneuvers that she's been able to do. That one at J-Bay, an incredible turn on the forehand. It's those big high-risk moments where she really stands up and wants to make it count.
Doing a great job this year being in the yellow jersey. Doing a great job this year as well. Always are the Blakey brothers, Ronnie and Vaughn, enjoying their time in this practice session. Ron, how are things looking out there?
Oh, they look incredible, Joey. G'day, Rich. This has been unreal. Getting our first look at the surfers in a bit of swell, Vaughn, and it's been a few days.
It has been, and it's really interesting to see who's bringing what to this lineup in terms of energy and how they're attacking the waves, because Italo, of course, he only has one gear that's like foot to the floor and as hard as you can go. But yeah, I thought Carolyn Marks surfed with a lot of energy. As far as her standard is concerned, she probably hasn't surfed to what we know she's capable of. So really interesting to see her really get out there and go at it and make a statement. For me, watching Griffin Colapinto, he looked like he was really just feeling his board out, feeling the lineup. There was a kind of like maybe one moment, a real big backside slam in that warm-up session that hinted at sort of, okay, I'll let a little bit of the mongrel out of the cage here. But other than that, he was really calm, and it almost felt like he was just getting a vibe on all the other surfers in the lineup as well.
Most definitely. We know Che Slatter's hanging around on Tavarua, but he was kind of the master at not showing too much of himself before he got to those big heats. And there's no bigger heats this year than what's going down here at the Lexus WSL Finals. And it just felt to me, Yago, Griffin, they were really pacing themselves, even Gabby Bryan in that first heat, compared to what we saw in the free surfs before the event window.
Yeah, Gabby Bryan has been impressive out here though. In the warm-up session, she was in a real attack mode. She didn't want to be tentative on this wave, and she was matching the power. I mean, when you talk about building through an event, I think Mick Fanning is probably one of the absolute masters of that. He could really just... His strategy was just like, do what needs to be done and then just keep ramping it up, turning the dial until you reach those finals. I think it says a lot about how on Yago is, considering it didn't actually look like he had his foot to the floor at all and he was still ripping the bag out there. Yeah. It's going to be wild watching him when he actually clicks over.
Yeah, Joey, Rich, it looks like there's a lot of speed in Jack Robertson's performance out there at the moment, but I think the surfers are saving themselves for the actual finals day, but still loving every bit of this warm-up.
100%. Thank you, Ronnie. Loving the chat with Vaughn out there as well. Loving all the clips you guys have been posting for the last few days. Ronnie and Vaughn have had up close and personal chats with the Final Five on the men and women's side, and you know, trying to pick up on anything they can find, noticing how the guys are maybe taking more space against each other than some of the women on tour. I also heard that Bettylou and Caroline Marks, since they know their matchup, they've actually given each other some space, but the others have kind of been hanging because they're not just staring at their names next to each other on the heat draw. Jack had a fun one. Here comes Jordy. And speaking of the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, I think Jordy had a record this year for getting points for multiple Shapers. You know, down the line from Mayhem as well. He contributed to that big title. He got points on his dad's board, points on JS Industries. As now we track down the line again, Katie Simmers on the surfboards from Chris Boris. They did a lot of work early for her quiver for all the heavy water waves on tour. So she had a lot of options. Chris told me before she had a lot of boards even that she didn't even get to ride last season that she kept in the mix just in case they'd come in handy this year.
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? And we don't stop talking about the surfboards because it's such a focal point of all our competitors. You know, it's as a competitive surfer, it's such a major part of how you're feeling, the confidence that you're taking into every event. If the equipment under your feet feels good, that translates into the way you perform and how you can compete. You see here, this is Miley up and riding. Nice clean snap, stays tight in the pocket. Fairly sort of slow wave here, but yeah, it never stops. The work on the equipment never stops. The refinement and the little tweaks, and it might just only be a millimeter here or there, an adjustment of rocker just in the back half of the board. It really never stops, and you're always on the lookout for your number one soldier as a competitor. You know, you've got your board that is just your absolute favorite, depending on the conditions. See a little water angle here. Keep Good vibes flowing. Katie Simmers, she's got the world title already. So again, another one coming in without that kind of pressure of getting your first one. She's already there.
And I guess in the conversation, Richie, of best backhand tube riders on tour, you're kind of looking at them right now, Molly and Katie Simmers, especially when they met in the final, because they both charge. They've had finals at pipe, finals at chopes. You know, there's a lot of anticipation of a potential world title matchup between these two in pumping surf. And they have different styles and approaches completely, you know, where Katie feels like she's got that creative realm where everything's just so in the moment. And you broke down Molly, where everything's business. You know what she's doing. It's all planned, thoughtful, and she's going to grab that rail and put her head down and go. Yeah, exactly. A little bit more expressive and creative, like you were saying, in the way Katie likes to approach the wave. It's sort of reminiscent of Dane Reynolds. He always kept you guessing. But both of these women, without a doubt, have perfected the pig dog stance on your backhand. And we're talking about that technique where you sort of shift those shoulders forward, you grab your rail. There's different variations of it. You can let go, but it's very, very different and difficult in comparison to a frontside tube rider where you're facing the wave and everything's visible and it just feels natural. Whereas there's a little bit more involved in the technique of a backhand tube ride. And for me, Molly has it completely on lock. She's perfected it, and it's really showing through in her results. Watching Katie Simmers, instead, Bettylou having some fun in this heat, mixing it up with some backside turns. She got to surf with her mom, Shinobu, in Kittyland conditions the other day. Got some big longboards out and had some fun. That's where you know there's so much depth when you come to Fiji. There's obviously heavy water waves and really challenging ones, and then you can get your first wave of your life right where she was surfing with her mom just yesterday. What an opportunity for Bettylou, as we'll watch the Jordy Smith, 6'3", 200 pounds, throwing up a couple of warm-up hooks.
Yeah, that was the first wave, at least that first turn that Jordy looked really crisp and engaged. Before then, a couple little slip-ups.
Little snap to slide and then pulling up and under for Jack Robinson. Jack accomplishing the Bells Trophy this year over Kanoa Igarashi on that finals day. And then picking up his second victory when it mattered the most over at Tahiti, over Griffin Colapinto. It was a must-win situation for Jack that day. Some tough losses, man, throughout the year. I even think starting off the season at Pipe, getting a 10, one of the best rides of the entire season, but with a loss. And he spent more time than I'd seen him shaking that one off on the inside short break.
Yeah, you know, those ones sting, especially the ones where you rock up and you're expected to do well. They're a pet event for you. And really, you know, every event these competitors go in not thinking, oh, it'd be great to make a quarterfinal or a semi-final. They've got one thing on their mind, and that's the win, you know. And there's a difference between those surfers that have that mindset and the ones that are just going in for a result. And every single one of these competitors, 10 competitors here on the men and women's side, they're thinking the win.
As we talk about a scoring title in the regular season, that goes to Molly Picklum by a long shot when you look at CT by the numbers. And this is very common for Molly, demanding more excellent scores than most throughout her years on tour. And even in the final, she lost to Katie, that famous one at Pipe. She had the highest count of numbers of scores going her way in that entire event by a long shot. Look at the separation between herself and Gabriela Bryan. And these totals, you're not counting the elimination round, and it's focused on your top two and all the other rounds all the way to those finals. So an impressive year once again for Picklum.
Yeah, it's a big accumulation of numbers there. That just reflects a lot of high scoring, excellent rides. And you know, again, I was actually just fixated on that picture of Molly in the barrel there when we were talking about the pig dog stance. You know, that was just the perfect example of that composure and technique that she's perfected. And it's, for me, one of the hardest things in surfing is backhand tube riding and getting comfortable with it. So Molly in the box seat, one heat away from a world title, and will the pressure just unravel her. You know, these are all the stories we can't wait to watch unravel. But certainly she seems like, we saw her here over at Momi Bay Resort last night. Came over and had a dinner with a boyfriend and looked really cruisy, really calm.
Yeah, she looks like she's in the zone, you know, and kind of taking things her way. You know, she's been keeping her distance, you know, as much as she can over on the island, and just trying to pace herself, knowing that she's got the biggest day of her career in front of her with her biggest opportunity. And like you mentioned, big rule change this year. Molly can do it in one heat. If she wins that first title match, it's over and she becomes a world champion. So right now she's just thinking it's 2 more waves really in her season. And if she could be on the bombs, it could be over. If the challenger wins, it goes to best out of 3, and big change for Molly is bringing over a guy named Mitch Ross.
Yeah, we know he's knows how to get a surfer to a world title. You know, previously coached Carissa Moore and various others on the tour. And yeah, got the call up. So he'll be passing on his knowledge here and bringing the good vibes as well. He's such a great guy, so knowledgeable, and really just keeps the spirits up, keeps that confidence going through the surfers that he's working with.
Yeah, he's awesome. Incredible surfer. Great coach. Transitioned to, you know, in the real estate game and actually helped Molly get an investment property. Next thing you know, she's like, hey, why don't you come to Fiji, help me win this world title. Here's fun wave through the inside. Nice rip in the pocket for the reigning world champ. She'll go down. But Katie has Molly's number, I guess, when you look at one-on-one heats over time. However, Molly's been changing things around this year. Getting that win over Katie at the last final of the regular season was huge. A lot of respect for each other. They actually spent a lot of time together in the lead up to the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. We'll still enjoy this practice session number 2 with Molly, Jordy, Katie, Jack, and Bettylou. We'll bring in Flick and Kaipo to continue the conversation.
We are on the beautiful island of Tavarua, straight up paradise. You really got to earn your ticket here by being the top 5 in the world.
God bless you all, and best of luck to the competition.
We just wrapped up the Corona Cero opening ceremony. It was really wonderful to gather all the top 5 in the world together. There was beautiful dancing, beautiful music, and the surfers got to open up these special boxes with their jerseys based on their seed, which they'll wear when they compete for the world title.
That's the ticket on it.
The sun's dipping, everyone's cheering with their Corona Ceros to wrap up what's been a beautiful gathering party, as we know that the biggest day of the year is upon us. So everyone's gonna get some sleep, and we're gonna see some amazing things for pro surfing coming up.
The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Tavarua Island Resort, official legacy partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Here we are with the warm-up sessions for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero, flying over our Fiji flight cam over Cloudbreak. We're based here at the beautiful Marriott Resort Fiji. This is Momi Bay. That's Flick Palmentier, and a little bit of texture on the water right now. Swell is still around, great for the practice session, but I'm telling you right now, Flick, the breakfast buffet is 10-foot and glassy here.
Yeah, I just gave that thing a solid nudge. But yeah, it's beautiful here, and we've seen some great surfing already this morning out at Cloudbreak. Yes, it's a little bit smaller, but just such a good warm-up session to see where everyone's at, see who's feeling a little bit more feisty, a little bit more competitive, who's just taking a bit of a back seat and just like, you know, maybe not showing all their cards just yet.
Yeah, I like, you know, bodies in motion. And leading up to here, we had some inclement weather, and we didn't have a lot of swells, so there was a lot of time passing and doing other things. But it is on for the warm-up session. It's on for the over-the-water bures here at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. That's the luxury. Those are the luxury suites right there. You can see right to the bottom, see the fish feeding underneath. Of course, there's beautiful white sandy beaches all around the lagoon. Beautiful amenities, and a short boat ride out to this incredible wave of Cloudbreak as we take a look at Jack Robinson, just weaving down the line. Robbo probably feeling out a couple of his boards, and right behind him, Jordy Smith. Smith's snapping. I think Jordy's on a Paisel, a John Paisel shape, and John made 10 boards for Jordy for Fiji's. All from 6'2" to 6'8", Ghost and Next Step models. So Jordy's got a full quiver of Paisels here.
It's cool, right? I heard Joe and Rich talking about it before. You think about, you know, all the different shapers he's rode this year and the various points that's contributed to the Whistler shaper ranking. It's been cool, right? And I think, yeah, just seeing him on the Paisels, pretty sure he was on the Paisels as well at Chopes.
At T, yeah.
So, yeah, continuing with that momentum, obviously, really liking the way those boards are feeling.
He's got to take advantage of the boards this year.
Yeah, for sure.
John comes back next year. I don't know if John's going to be shaping any more Jordy any more boards.
yeah, that's a good point. We'll see what happens there, but for now, I think, yeah, it's all working for Jordy. It's been an amazing year for him. I mean, just to see him with a shot to win a world title, you know, really, I mean, he's been pretty open with it. You know, it's been a long time between drinks for him having such an amazing start to, you know, at the beginning of this year. He's had the 2 CT wins, and, you know, he's hungrier than ever. And he's like, this is the time. This is my time. And, yeah, the guy on tour with the most experience, oldest guy on tour now that Kelly's not on. And he's waving that flag and setting that bar, you know. I think, when I think about this wave too, I think it does lend itself to experience here and restaurants. And he's got experience out of restaurants too. So things, you know, it's shaping up well for Jordy.
Yeah, I mean, for someone like Jordy Smith, 18 years on the championship tour, this is his 168th CT event. Jack Robinson here, a little bit under that, this is going to be his 57th CT event here in Fiji. So you can see the veteran status of Jordy Smith. Hey, let's ring out to the water. Strider Wazalewski, what are you doing?
What's happening? Just kind of checking out Coach's Corner in here, watching the wind switch. Like, got this little curve in the reef, so you can't take off outside. You got that little ruffle on the lip line, and you get to the inside, and just goes offshore, and just like a putting green. You just right into the corner. Oh, it's looking fun out here right now. Let me tell you, pretty excited.
You hear any words from Bemi over there? I know he's in Jack Robinson's corner. He's right behind you.
No, yeah, Bemi said I could rub his head. I don't know if you guys saw in Tahiti that the whole family was rubbing his head before the heats, and it worked out for him. So I might get a little rub on it a little bit later, just if I need to catch a little swinger set over here or something, I'll give it a rub and I'll get one.
I love it. One of the more hydrodynamic heads in the world of surfing, Matt Bemrose.
Yeah, it's definitely the good luck charm, wasn't it, in Tahiti? And that run that we saw Jack go on was, I mean, incredible, right? It's the second time now that he's done that. He's had the carrot dangling at the end there, and he's just put the blinkers on, and he's gone it.
And Jack's been pretty open with, you know, coming into this finals and not having Yago Dora in his corner, who has been his coach for all of the season. But, you know, there's really a conflict of interest when you're going for a world title. You know, Leandro just been a mentor to Jack and basically like almost adopted him as son, but like Leandro also has his actual son who's one heat away from a world title. So now, you know, Jack really leaning on Matt Bemrose as his support. Jack Robinson, you can see CT heat wins percentages at the top of the pack.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I think even just to expand on that, you know, I think it's a no-brainer, right? And I think, you know, obviously that is what was going to always happen. I think when you think about it though, he's you know, Bemi is someone who he's worked with for a really long time. We just see Jordy tucking into one there, but I mean, Bemi is someone who's been in his corner from a very long time now, you know, since the early days of him being on Wakeham, and you know, that relationship is so strong. We've heard him talk about that. I mean, he was really present there in the channel at Chopes and throughout Jack's whole career. So he's still got that friendly, familiar, you know, Bemmy right there in the channel. It's just like, he's going to have a lot of confidence.
And I don't think Jack necessarily needs an actual coach. What he needs is a friend, a sounding board, and a board caddy.
Totally.
And Bemmy checks all those boxes.
Yeah, someone to hang out with, someone to have a bit of fun with. And as we see Katie, oh, sorry, Molly.
Number 1 in the rankings, Molly Picklum, just feeling out the DHDs. Darren Handley celebrating 40 years of board building, by the way, this year. Pretty insane.
It is pretty insane. You think about, you know, all the greats that have rode the boards. I think Steph, I think Mick, you know, what they've done and, you know, together as a team has been incredible for DH. I mean, Ethan now currently as well. And now Molly really leading that charge this year. I mean, the back half of her year on tour,
right?
Absolutely incredible. As we see, you know, just a replay here of that last wave, quick check off the top. But conditions are looking very tricky right now. I think, you know, we obviously know, we spoke about it earlier, it's going to be very different on game day, finals day. We're looking at a bigger swell at the end of the waiting period. So just feeling things out right now. And also, surfers probably haven't been surfing the last few days, you know, haven't had the feet in the wax. And when you're at that level and you take just 1 or 2 days off, you feel the difference, you know. It's kind of like the way you relate it to is, you know, your average surfer, if you have 2 weeks off and you don't surf, you're thinking, oh my goodness, like I feel out of shape, I don't feel connected. For these women and men, they have 1 day off, 2 days off, and they really notice the difference. So I think, you know, it's just like fun, feet in the wax.
Yeah.
Haven't surfed, been leading into the fun side of the tour.
I think so, and also just keeping the body in motion, right? I mean, you may have been playing, you know, basketball and tennis and all the other stuff that's happening over there, you know, on Tavarua, but now getting back in your surfing muscles and get them engaged, and also get that tempo, right? Like, get your surf feet back on. And these are surfers that actually you're very sensitive to feeling all the equipment too, so a chance to feel out, you know, and kind of earmark a board perhaps, you know, before the actual game day.
Totally. I think, you know, we've seen a couple of board changes. We saw Italo earlier today, that first practice session, have a couple of changes. And I mean, why not? Today's the perfect day to do it. We also, you know what, like, depending on when this event actually goes, there's a lot of swell, right? And if you look at the, you know, if you go on Surfline, you can have a look. But, you know, that first, second, third, fourth, there's a lot of swell. There's a lot of opportunity to choose from. They are going to get another chance to, you know, really sort of test that equipment when it gets a bit bigger too. So, I mean, you know, you're going to be happy with that, because right now what we're looking at is going to be completely different to what we look at on the actual game day.
Well, let's hear, you know, how the warm-up session went with Caroline Marks. Caroline's with Ronnie.
Hello, Marks, just straight on the boat after her first warm-up session. Good to see some swell, Caroline, after a few days cruising in paradise.
Yeah, it was really fun to surf today. I came a bit early for the last swell and surfed a ton, so it was nice to have a couple of days off, but I started to get pretty antsy. I was like, all right, I want to get back in the water, so yeah, it felt nice to get out there, line up to ourselves, and it's beautiful. Even when it's small, it's like so much fun. There's so much power behind the waves, so we had a good time out there.
Most definitely. Talk to me about your mindset. You come in already as a world champion, as a gold medalist, coming into another world title showdown. What's your feeling? Is it way more relaxed than your maiden world title run?
Yeah, I guess it's coming in like not as number one. You're kind of here to be someone's nightmare a little bit, to snag another one. So I feel like I've been super present, which has been a really good feeling, and just kind of focusing on the now. But yeah, for sure. I mean, your first one, they say, is like the hardest one to get. But, you know, in saying that, I want more. So I'm like, I know the position I'm in, and I know it's super possible. So I'm going to try everything I can to get it. Yeah.
Most definitely. And what about this as a location to crown a world champion? It's very unique. First time we would have seen it in Fiji, obviously, and, you know, 2 of the best waves in the world at our disposal. Do you have a preference on where this thing goes down?
To be honest, I've served Cloudbreak way more than restaurants, but as we know, like, you know, it'd be really cool to have it at restaurants for like viewership purposes, and restaurants is like such an incredible wave. I think Cloudbreak's more of like a bigger playing field, but I think either or, we have really good options. But yeah, compared to like Trestles, it's such a different vibe, you know, it's kind of like you against the ocean. So we'll see what happens, but either way, I mean, it's an incredible venue, and all the Fijians are so nice and so welcoming. So just really happy to be here. Like you said earlier, it's paradise.
Talk to me about just reconnecting with your equipment, because that last swell was quite solid and you got a lot of surfing done. How did it feel out there this morning?
Yeah, it felt super good. I got a bunch of new boards from Matt, so we worked really hard on boards with waves of consequence and stuff, and I feel like they just came out really well. So I'm super stoked. I feel like it's up to me now to just kind of put my head down and get the right waves and do my best surfing.
You've come from sort of a lower seed and gone on to get yourself a world title in the past, and I heard you say, overheard you say at a table the other night, you're ready to take up the role as the dream ruiner. Is that true?
That's true, yeah, that's what I'm here for. Yeah.
Well, best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Caroline Marks, we're going to see her in match 1 on finals day up against Bettylou Sakura Johnson. And really interesting when they look to their head-to-head matchups between the two of them. They've matched up 8 times in their career. 5 of those times, Sakura took out the victory there. 3 of those times, Caroline. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for Caroline to start off with.
Totally. We also spoke about it on that morning show. You know, you think about the years they've had, and I think Joe was mentioning, you know, Bettylou, 17 excellent scores, Caroline 1, I think, the whole year, right? And when you put that together and you talk about rhythm, momentum, I mean, definitely right now, stats are saying Bettylou. But then the other stats, I mean, you look former world champ, Ronnie mentioned it, Olympic gold medalist, been here before. And, I mean, as we see Jack just a little up and down, looking loose.
Yeah. But yeah, to your point, exactly. So you have a veteran coming up against Bettylou, who may have the bigger numbers, but the numbers, you know, like those analytics always don't work out. With Bettylou, however, versus Caroline, if we look at just in the context of this season, 2025, they've matched up 3 times. 2 times has gone to Sakura, just 1 time to Caroline. So even in the recent history, the analytics are still shifting over to Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, I think also, you know, I think about this way, but I know Caroline's won at some crazy locations. I mean, Chopes being one of them, and the Olympic gold came from there as well, and CT win. But when you think of those big moments on tour, that we've had those progression moments in waves of consequence with women, Bettylou's been at that forefront, and I know Caroline's been wanting to be a part of that conversation, right? But if you think about I know when she just hasn't maybe necessarily been in those situations to grab that opportunity, I'm talking about Caroline, but Bettylou's had those opportunities. She's really seized it. You know, I think about that one heat she had with Molly Picklum, the semi-final at Pipe, and what she was able to do out there with Molly, and they really rose that bar. But I think it is going to be a really good matchup. I think, you know, Bettylou and Caroline, both very assertive surfers in the water, and I think Bettylou knows, you know, this is her first opportunity at a world title, and the fact that she's fighting there, I mean, I just know she's going to be fired up. But also Caroline, that little insight we heard from Ronnie, you know, I'm here to be someone's worst nightmare. Yeah. And I think just with her level of comfortability on the forehand, what she's already done and achieved in her career could be quite deadly, being the only goof in the draw.
Yeah, and really, I mean, we've had this conversation, and we're going to continue to talk about it until we actually know what the playing field is going to be. Will it be Cloudbreak? Will it be restaurants? Both are on the table right now. We're eyeing up that window from the 1st to the 4th of September. And yeah, so that's also going to, you know, really play into who's going to have the advantage. The Big Brew. I feel Jordy Smith, that's got to be everyone's like emotional kind of pick for a world title. Just after all this time, 2-time runner-up to a world title, and just a man I feel that is due a world title.
Yeah, I think, you know, everyone wouldn't be mad if, you know, everyone's going to be happy if Jordy wins. I mean, everyone is a contender. I mean, there's 10 people there that are absolutely deserving, but the story of Jordy Smith and his career and what we've seen from him, and, you know, the prodigy child from the very beginning, you know, I think back to the early days when he was on Quicksilver, the Young Guns movies, saw him coming out, you know, just absolutely flaring, and then, you know, the qualifying for the tour, and just the trajectory of his career, it really would be a beautiful way to bookend it, you know?
And another surfer, you know, after 2 third in the world finishes in 2023, 2024, could it be Griffin Colapinto's year? I don't know. We'll find out, but let's hear from Griffin as he got out of the water after his warm-up session.
Okay, Griffin, mate, how was it to get back out in the water after a few days of just cruising on the island?
Oh, it felt good. Yeah, really good. I don't think we surfed for like 3 or 4 days there, so yeah, it was nice to see it bump up and have like a couple even barrels. So yeah, it was fun.
Awesome, man. And the build-up to this WSL Finals has been so different, I'd imagine, to last year. What's been the best, the positives that you've taken away from it?
Probably, yeah, it's cool to be kind of in this like isolation bubble, you know, because the last couple of years was, for me, it was at my home, and it was so crowded and just like people coming and going all day long. So, you know, this is kind of nice. You get a peace of mind and just like beat to your own drum. And like, I mean, for a few days, I forgot I was even here to compete for a world title. So I feel like that's a good mindset to be in. And I like when I find myself feeling that way. So yeah, it's a good deal.
That's true, man. And Ronnie and I were saying, though, you know, like there was that feeling of just chilling out and enjoying Fiji and all the wonders of the place. But after last night, it did feel like the flick kind of switched. The switch kind of flicked a little bit. And yeah, you pull on that rash vest and you realise you're here for a big job.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, even like today, you know, we're out there with our fellow competitors who there's a great chance that we're all going to be competing against each other. And yeah, it's just funny, you know, you can feel that like no one wants to talk to each other or look at each other. It's just like get your waves and surf your waves and focus on that. But yeah, it's all good. And yeah, we're fired up.
Game on, mate. Thanks so much for your time. I know you got to race and get the boat, but yeah, have another great practice session this summer.
Hell yeah, it's on.
Thanks.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto. I mean, wow, Griffin's here. Talk about the comeback kid. 17th at Pipe, 9th in Abu Dhabi, another 17th in Portugal. El Salvador finding himself way below that mid-season cut. Was able to have a great run through Australia, survived that mid-season cut, and then since that mid-season cut has made every single finals day in the last 4 events of the regular season.
Yeah, that was an incredible turnaround, right? I think we all saw the vision. It was visible on his face, the desperation, the disappointment, and to be like, hang on a second, like how can I go from being 3rd in the world, you know, all this momentum to be having one of the worst starts to my season so far? I think maybe for me though, that was sort of my favourite moment, is watching him turn that around in Australia and watching him kind of get fired up by it, because I mean we were talking about it. I mean it was one of the topics, you know. I mean let's talk about Griff because he's below that cut line. This is not where he's usually being, and like hearing that chatter, that narrative. Okay, like I've heard it, like, and then he just flicked it, and it was pretty incredible because, I mean that's what really makes a great athlete, a great human, someone who's really, you know, in that kind of scenario and able to flick that switch like Lawson.
Yeah, he's incredible. Katie Simmers catching up with Tommy Whitaker here in the channel. And this is, I feel this is another kind of important part about these practice sessions, is that there's no pressure. So the surfer can paddle over to their coach and kind of get a download like, hey, what are you seeing? What can I improve upon? You know, like how does my biomechanics look? How does my body positioning look? How does the board look? I mean, all of that conversation happening there in the channel.
Well, this is, you know, this is free surf essentially, and I mean with, you know, and no one else out in the lineup, which is amazing, as we see Bettylou. But it is a free surf, right? And if these guys and women were out here free surfing, this is what they'd be doing. They'd be coming into the channel, they'd be coming to the boat, they'd be getting, you know, download from their coach. Whether it be on a reef break or a beach break, they're doing that same thing, and it's cool because we're seeing it live, right?
Yeah, and I feel it's a little more comfortable with just these CT surfers in the lineup. That way you can go into the channel, talk a story, and not worry about 20 other people going deeper than you up the reef, and you have to battle with the entire crowd, you know? So this is actually, I feel, for the surfers, this is a valuable time so that you can really focus in. When you got, like, hey, look, when you only have 4 other surfers, you can put your spot, you can pick your spot on the reef and figure out the reef and figure out your spots on the reef.
Totally. I think, look, yes, there's this level of seriousness today. We heard Griff speak about it, but they all have a level of respect for each other too. And when there's only 5 in the water, you know, a warm-up surf traditionally before a CT is pretty nuts. I mean, you've got the best surfers in the world all jostling, but there is that level of respect for each other, and the lineup sort of figures out itself. And I mean, you can see right now there's plenty of space out there. It's a big playing field.
Have you seen anyone cut someone off yet today?
No. Everyone's playing very nicely.
All right. Maybe later.
Yeah.
We got 21 minutes.
Far, so good.
I mean, this is a frank conversation, but what a mind game would that be?
Well, look, we can talk about mind games. There's been plenty of them in the surf industry over the years.
Here's a guy with a pretty strong mind himself. He knows how to switch it on, switch it off. Jack Robinson, and he's gonna be making some, you know, equipment choices as well. Does he go with the Sharp Eye? Does he go with the Arakawa? You know, where is he gonna go with that? I think right now he's on a Sharp Eye for the kind of the more, you know, smaller day, but will there be a change with the expected swell?
Well, I'd like to think so. You just think about, you know, Chopes. He's riding the Erics.
Yeah.
I mean, when it's bigger, Sunset, when that was on the schedule, you got Pipe, Backdoor. I think traditionally that, you know, that's sort of his game plan.
I don't know if he's used them yet, but Eric Arakawa actually gave me a pair of special fins to deliver to Jack, and but I don't know if he's using them. But like Eric swore by these fins, a brand new fiberglass setup from Futures in the Arakawa template, and Eric called me, and I drove out to the Bettylou sugar mill there, and fins are easy to pack. Look, you know. Mulling boards, that's a whole different ask. But I'll take fins for anyone, anywhere in the world. No problem. I got you guys.
Yeah, fins are an easy one. Glaciers, they're fine. Let's take up a bit more.
All right, hey, it's action at the bar. This phone in to Tavarua Island. I think we got a guest out there. Brett Simpson, how's it going?
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? How are you?
We're really good. Really, really good. What are you seeing out there today?
It's actually really fun. It's, you know, on the smaller side, but I think we've seen some pretty good highlights. You know, I was out there earlier with Gabby and watching the rest of the guys and girls surf. It's pretty good waves. You can see the crew in the background right there. Caroline, Mikey, Gabby's over there. You got Mayhem right here, Biola. So yeah, it's I don't know, it's been pretty, you know, the waves are smaller, but the performances I think have been up, and it's a good little warm-up day.
Yeah, and what have you, I mean, what's kind of been the conversation between you and Gabby in preparation?
Yeah, look, you know, about a month or two ago, she's like, hey, would you want to come to Fiji? And, you know, just obviously sitting in her corner, she's had such an amazing year. And it's an honor to be here kind of helping out. And her equipment's, you know, she's been great all year dialing in equipment, and she's been here for a little over a week. Got to surf that last swell. So, yeah, it's more just, you know, headspace, having fun together, and, you know, letting all the pieces kind of fit as they go.
What's the vibe been over there in Tavarua? What's the vibe been on the island?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm staring at a bar full of alcohol. I'm just kidding. It's been awesome. I mean, Roseman, all the owners here, the people that work here are so friendly and nice. We had the ceremony last night, and it's definitely a special place. And I think everyone's starting to, the mood has, I will say, today kind of started and the mood switched a little bit. I think everyone's starting to kind of click in, and there's a little more intensity going on. So yeah, I think everyone's pretty excited. There's a lot on the line in the next few days whenever this thing runs, and everyone's starting to kind of find that edge.
Yeah, I like that. I like when the switch comes on. Hey, you know what, too, Simple? It's never too early for Corona Cero, by the way. There's 0% ABV. Well, they're all natural ingredients. You know, it's 10:40. It's 10:40 local time here in Fiji. I think that's Corona Cero 30.
It is. It's kind of never too early. I think I might take a regular Corona.
Next levels with Brett Simpson. Oh, man. Well, thank you for catching up with us, and we hope that we can continue this talk back and forth and getting some insight from all the people in all the surfers' corners. Thanks for catching up with us.
See you guys soon. Enjoy.
What a legend, Brett Simpson.
That was good. That was funny.
He's a great surfer. He's really high heat IQ and really articulate, you know?
Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool to see him working with Gabby, I think. Obviously, Gabby now choosing different coaches at different events, and Brett, lots of experience, like you said, too. Strategy-wise, heat IQ. It's going to be rad.
Yeah. Gabby actually really in a good position, too. I feel, you know, when you look at where she is at the #2 seed, because it's almost like that match number 3 is going to be something that could be and a momentum builder for Gabby Bryan.
Totally. I think it's so crazy how you look at this #1 seed, right? Is it an advantage you've only got 2 waves away from a world title, or is it a disadvantage watching everyone come up through and gain that momentum? And I think when you talk about the conversation of either Cloudbreak or restaurants on the women's side, I mean, I think Gabby might have had a little bit of experience out of there, out of spending time with Brisa, you know, in the past on Namotu, Caroline maybe as well, but everyone's going to be figuring this out on the fly, right? Because if it is to go there on that day, you may be thinking that running with that momentum could be a good thing, right?
That's what I feel. You know, you're in that #2 seed position. You start match #3 with priority. You execute on that first kind of half of the heat. You take a win there. Now you're going into the title match with steam behind you. And #1, Molly Picklum has just been watching the whole day, watching everybody coming through all the performances. And sometimes it's hard to switch on, you know, from a cold start. So Gabby Bryan, actually, like when I look at the draw, is kind of in a good position. But the best position you want to be in is right here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, ultimately, that's why she's in yellow, right? You're 2 waves away. It's the best position to be, no doubt. But it just depends on where her head's at. And look, I'd say her head's in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
You know, you'd think, we mentioned it already, the back half of the year has been incredible, hasn't really missed a finals day. You know, event wins, multiple event wins. I mean, what she was able to do at Chopes was incredible, I think. And, you know, it's going to be barreling. It's going to be big if it's at Cloudbreak or restaurants. And we just saw what Molly was capable of. So she's in a great position.
Robinson. Yeah, and things are, you know, getting a little more challenging out there for the surfers. You can see when you see even the best surfers in the world are just like chasing down sections. It's a little tough, but you got the body moving, you got the shoulders moving, you got the knees, the ankles, loosen the hips.
Yeah, I think
positive ions in the South Pacific salt water. And we'll take a look at, you know, Molly Picklum and her record against the rest of the field. When we look at head-to-head in the Final 5, well, there she is.
Yeah.
2 out of 6. I mean, honestly, when you look at this, coming up against, you know, either Gabby Bryan or Katie Simmers, both Gabby and Katie, with a winning percentage over Molly when we look at head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? I think, obviously, the name that stands out there to me is Katie. They've had that crazy rivalry, right? We've seen it play out, you know, over the last couple of years. I think they both bring out the best out of each other. You know, they had the iconic final at Pipeline, Backdoor, you know, and I think, yeah, we saw that rematch. I mean, it was deja vu, you know, 2 weeks ago at Chopes. And even though I don't think, as we see, Sakura just belt that left, but I just don't think the heat total there was sort of representation of really what went down, because, you know, I think Katie only had this like small heat total, but it wasn't for lack of trying. I mean, if she packed this one wave, I mean, that if she was coming out of that thing, it would have been a 10. And I just think, yes, like those stats are pretty cool to look at, but yeah, Molly and Katie have this crazy rivalry, and to think, you know, I mean, Katie's got to get through that first, her matchup first to sort of have a couple of matchups to really have a chance at matching up with Molly.
Yeah.
But the stats are interesting.
Yeah, so Katie 6 wins over Molly, Molly 2 wins over Katie, but the interesting part is those 2 wins, Molly over Katie, have happened in the last 2 times they've matched up. So has Molly kind of like figured out the puzzle of Katie Simmers, given those recent stats? I'm talking about the semifinals and trestles and that Tahiti final.
Yeah, well, it's just an illustration of the back half of the year. That's what it is. I mean, hasn't missed a final series. I mean, a couple of event wins. It's pretty incredible, right? I think it speaks to her momentum. It speaks to where she's at right now. I think at the beginning of the year for Molly, I mean, she had a great start of the year too. I think her worst result was a 9th all year, right? I think.
Yeah.
So really, I mean, it's an incredible year, but her squad that she's had around her, I mean, you can see Austin, her boyfriend, right now in the lineup.
Yes, boys.
Yep, boys. But she's had a great squad around her, and I think also working with Ben Crow as well on the psychology side. And, you know, she's got Fletch here, manager. She's got like this real good team that she's really nutted out, and I think this has been the year for Molly that she's come into her own, similar to Yago, where they've been like, you know what, I need to do some growing myself. I'm going to figure things out. And it turns out that it's worked out really well for both of them.
And I'm looking at her heat totals on those last 2 matchups with Katie this season. They both were excellent heat totals. 16.37 at that semifinal for Molly Picklum. She went excellent there at Trussell's. Tahiti, bonkers. 17.26. Way into the excellent range for Molly Picklum. The big brew, number 23, Jordan Michael Smith, trying to get fancy there, but the wind just took away that Paisel. Met Doug on the way down. You know Doug? Doug Rail.
Doug Rail. Kaivo, I haven't had enough coffee for that. Things are not firing.
One of those
Hopefully,
old dad jokes coming at you.
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry,
also, like, things are operating a bit slow around here. Like, I should have picked up on that.
It's all good.
This is why we're practicing today, Kaivo.
Yes.
We're practicing for the big show.
Yes.
And then we'll be better.
Next time I do my dad joke, you'll catch it first time.
Yeah.
I apologize for the cheesiness this morning. We're under 10 minutes for this warm-up sesh for Molly Picklum, Jordy Smith, Katie Simmers, Jack Robinson, and Sakura Johnson. After this, we're going to get into our Fiji heats. So local Fijian men and women, the top surfers, top local surfers, will be showing their stuff out here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. I think I'm excited for both the men and the women, but I'm really, really excited for the women. I think, you know, to have this standalone heat with these 4 women out here is going to be really cool. I mean, I try and, you know, I was actually speaking to Hannah Bennett before and, you know, asking her, like, has there ever been a time when there's just been an all-women's heat out here? And she said this will probably be the first. So
oh, wow.
This is going to be really cool.
So we're making history today.
Yeah, it's going to be cool.
Nice. One for the books. Well, we've hit the pretty much this. So as we look at the tides, there's only about a 2-foot tide change right now on the charts. We're at high tide, so this is as pretty much as deep as Cloudbreak's going to get, which is still pretty shallow on the inside.
No, it's super shallow. I think it's so shallow, and I think also we're moving into the neap tides, right? I mean, if you want to get technical, there's, you know, 2 sort of moments that happen throughout the month. You've got the springs and you've got the neaps. And the spring tides, there's just a bigger difference in the high and the low. Right now we're moving into the neaps, less difference between that high and low point.
Yeah.
And but there's still not much water in that.
Less of a coefficient, but, you know, with beach breaks, you know, whether it's the South Pacific or North Pacific, you know, in Hawaii, reef breaks, a couple of feet, especially if we look at what's going to happen potentially at restaurants, is a big deal. 2 feet, like sometimes there's only 2 feet of water to start with.
Well,
so you take away those 2 feet.
and then it's dry.
Yeah.
But I think somewhere like restaurant, it is a good conversation to have because it is good that we're moving into these neaps, right? We're going to have less difference between that tide, so potentially more run time. That's what you want.
We can run through the whole day there, I feel, with like you said, with the neap tide, with less of a coefficient between the high and the low.
Yeah, it's good news. But yeah, it's sharp out there. It's super sharp. I've been for a snorkel once and I was like, whoa.
Wow.
This is super shallow. I haven't surfed it, but it looks amazing.
You spent a lot of time, you've spent some time out here. I've seen your footage out here at Cloudbreak though, so tell us a little bit about like your personal experience out here.
You know what? I've been to Fiji a lot, but more on the Coral Coast and surfed there. I've only surfed cloudy twice. Once when it was really small like this, and once when it was pretty solid. There was a couple of, you know, waves hitting that outer ledge, and it was solid. You know what I will say is even on a day like this, and when we've heard some of the surfers talk about it, it's small, it's so powerful, right? The Pacific Ocean is just something else, and I think if we do run out here on the day, it is going to be pretty crazy because we're going to see some serious surf go down, some serious moments, and people are going to have to push themselves over the
All right. Here's Che Slatter. We're going to see him a little bit later when we talk about the Fijian competition.
Oh, and this guy right here is someone who has really pushed the limits when it gets big. I mean, those big days, you think, you know, when those moments that are just burned into your brain, those crystallized blue big barrels, I mean, this guy has been all over it. Sort of setting that bar and, you know, for people like James as well in that next heat coming up to look up to. And yeah, I mean, if you just go on his Instagram, you can have a look at some of his highlight clips and his photos. I mean, it's incredible. So he's been out here in all kinds of conditions, you know. He knows this wave back to front.
It's cool to see the local surf community and culture develop with exposure to international competition. Fiji, you know, kind of really developing, I feel like maybe the real first kind of generation of guys like, that are making a mark. We already seen that evolution in another place in the South Pacific, in Tahiti. We've already seen that evolution there. And a lot of that happened was because of the exposure of the annual World Surf League events there that really gave inspiration to the local surf community, and that elevated their surfing.
Totally. I think, you know, having this exposure and just the realization, you know, that it is a viable career path too, you know, to be a professional surfer, and there's opportunity there is, yeah, it's awesome to see as we see Jack.
Couple of snaps on the backhand, looking quick. Jack Robinson, watch the fins. Oh, we're gonna see Jack Robinson open up in match number 1 as we look at our Lexus WSL Finals Fiji brackets. I'm not gonna make you do any picks, Flick, but let's just go over these different matches.
For me, it all comes down to the location of where we run as to what's going to happen. But match 1 is going to be amazing. We spoke about it in the morning show, just the rivalry these two have, Jack and Italo. It's going to be cool, obviously. You know, match number 2, Griff gets whoever's the winner there. Moving on to Jordy, who all the experience in the world at both locations. And then you got your final boss, Yago Dora. And then on the women's side, Kikes.
Women's side, Scooby Foot against Regular Foot, going to start us off in match number 1. Then coming up against, the winner will come up against a really dangerous Katie Simmers. I think when we look at the skill set, she's going to be one of the favorites here. Gabriela Bryan, she's new to this. She's going to be in match number 3. You get through Gabby, then you get your chance to go against the number 1 ranked Molly Picklum. Molly Picklum, 2 good waves away from a world title, and there's Pickles right there, getting back on the Red Bull athlete boat.
Pickles calling it a day. 4 minutes left on the clock. She's done. She's out of there.
Okay. James. Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Mitchell Ross coming through, and nice greetings on the boat. Want to make it back in Tavarua in time for lunch. It's 11:56 local time. And a little bit of an overcast skies right now on Cloudbreak. I actually like it a little bit, keeps it a little bit cooler. You can bake out there. The UV index not as high, so.
Had a real mixed bag of weather. I think we're going to move into a little bit of a better patch though, it seems.
Yeah. So we look at local weather forecasting. A lot of times we look at the palm fronds. And if palm fronds are moving really fast, that means it's windy. If the palm fronds are shaded, that means it's overcast. Wet palm fronds means there's rain.
Does it just?
Yeah.
I'm understanding these dad jokes.
Bright green palm fronds means the sun is out. Flick.
Okay, that's good. That's a good indicator. I'll be remembering that.
That's island style weather coming to you.
And you know when you want to get on the phone, you get on the Coconut Wireless.
There you go. Now you're getting.
I'm catching up.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting the spirit of things. Well, we got 2.5 minutes to joke around right now in these warm-up sessions. All the surfers taking advantage of the time and taking advantage of their time with their coaches, feeling out their boards, their fins, all the good stuff. Jordy Smith, he's always having a good time. I mean, it's been a couple of years, it's been a few years on the tour that it's just been kind of like the Jordy, the one-man good time. Always making jokes, always lighthearted. Even when he had losses, he would shake them off so quickly. This guy, 18 years on the championship tour, and he is just a jewel when you're talking about personalities in professional surfing.
It's good because this year we've just seen this Jordy that he's probably always been there, but I think when you've done that many rodeos and been in that many, you know, situations, experiences, you're just like, yeah, I've been here, I've done that, I've seen this, I've seen that. Nothing really is going to phase you too much. It's kind of like, but it's really fun because he's been in this commanding position that I think he's just leaning into it a bit more, and it's great.
And speaking of jokes, I'm going to tell you right now, Jordy Smith, he's got some zingers right there. I feel like he could almost do his own stand-up routine if he really wanted to. Katie Simmers tossing around that Porsche design. And our surfers just about a minute away from taking a break, where we're going to get into our Fiji heats. Going to be coming up next. And we will have, for the Fiji heats, they will be judged. So we will have a winner for both the men and the women, and we'll have that awards presentation at the conclusion of the day today. And another look at high tide Cloudbreak.
It looks a lot different to low tide. I mean, high tide, you can kind of get away with it if you end up on that inside section. Low tide, you go past a certain little rock that likes to stick its head out, I mean, you're sort of in trouble, and you're doing a lagoon trip. You go on a lagoon tour, you're doing the whole paddle around. It's, if you don't have that jet ski assist. But, yeah, it's a very different playing field right now. Conditions have obviously changed a little bit since this morning, but you can just see how big it is, right? I mean, it essentially is a point break. You can sit even further up the reef if you really wanted to. You can see someone sort of having a paddle right now. But yeah, it's a massive jack just sitting right up the top of the point break. But it's just so big, right? And then you've obviously got the shish kebab section right down the end as well. But great day to feel it out, Kaipo.
What's that?
Great day to feel it out.
Yeah, it is. It is. After some quiet days, we got a nice practice session happening here, and the surfers all having their chance to warm up a little bit. Let's hear about Molly. Let's hear from Molly Picklum. She's straight out of the water, just warmed up. She's with Vaughn.
World #1 Molly Picklum has just come in from the first official practice session. How are you feeling, Molly?
Yeah, feeling good. Just waking up. I think we've been on island time, so I saw a few. We were all kind of falling bits and pieces, and I'm just coming out of sickness, so I'm just trying to build the energy for the big day ahead.
Yeah, it's been a nice, relaxing week on the island. I know you had a little bit of a cold there that you were battling, but how nice did it feel after a week of being just, sort of a bit landlocked with no waves around to just wash it all off in the ocean just then?
Yeah, it was so nice. And before this wind came, it was so pretty. I was like nearly too hot because I thought it's always windy out here. So it was super, super nice to just get in the water. And the tunes were playing. The Fijians love some good music. They're blaring it into the channel. So yeah, it's good. It's fun. Go back, eat some more food. It's quite an eat and surf tour, this.
Oh yeah. There's been a lot of eating going down. You finish one meal and they're wheeling out the Bay Marie for the next one. Tell us, how are you feeling in the lead up to this showdown? I know that you've had a lot of time to reflect since that win in Tahiti. Has there been much pressure sort of building for you, or have you just been taken in your stride based on the fact that you have been here and done this before?
Yeah, I guess for Tahiti, the dust has settled from that. That was like an epic time for me, and then just taking that day, the finals day, kind of leaning on that, because I feel like it's similar set up here in the way that I'll wait 5 days and then literally surf for 30 minutes or whatever, and so I feel like I've already done that, and I believe, I have confidence in what I did. Obviously it paid off, so yeah, just run the same things, and yeah, I'm cool that it's all good. I'm just cruising. I'd just be stoked to have a bit more energy in the body so that I could rip into a few, but it doesn't really matter, just as long as I have that on the day and then do it then.
Yeah, it's interesting. We noticed in the first heat this morning, there was a lot of surfing going on that was real, all in, and there was also a lot of surfing that was just cruising, filling out the equipment, just making friends with the reef again.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely just you got to turn up to the wave each day and connect with it, see what it's got for you. There's so many different faces to this wave, so yeah, just always seeing what Cloudbreak's got for us, and I mean, they may run at restaurants, so the mind's pretty open and free at the moment. I'm ready for anything, and it's good because you don't get super kind of anal and precious situation on one spot. You're it's all free flowing.
I know you're trying to get some energy back in the body, but the energy at home must just be going through the roof. You're wearing that gold jersey. All of Australia is behind you, but the Central Coast must just be like New Year's Eve as everyone gears up for this finals day. Are you getting lots of messages? Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so lucky with like the town I come from, the Sunny Coast. They're all there for sure behind me cheering, and they want to see something special happen, and hopefully it does, and that I get to bring something home to share with them. And yeah, I'm just like so overwhelmed really with all that support. It's crazy, but it's good. It's like it's what we want. I feel like Sunny Coast girl out here trying to bring home a world title. It's pretty funny. So yeah, let's do it.
You've given us so many great moments this year. You've just been by far and away, you know, the most informed surfer. You've had so many massive moments. Just tell us a little bit about this board that you're riding. Is this the board that you'll be taking into finals day?
This one, I have a bunch. I got a bunch of 510s and 6.0s, but then I broke all my 6.2s and Darren rushed a few of them. So I'm pretty pumped that I have a full quiver. I don't know exactly the board I'll be on, but yeah, if we're on 510s, this definitely could come out. But yeah, I don't know. I have boards that can do turns and get barreled, and I'm comfy on them all. They're not like super new. And then my 6.2s that are new, it's fine because once those things come out, you're just straight shooting, getting coned. So I don't need to be doing turns on that.
Straight to the cone zone, I love it. Enjoy, you know, the feeling of being back in the water, and have a good session this afternoon, and we'll keep a close eye on that forecast and see what happens.
Yeah, let's do it. Hello to everyone tuning in. I'm sure you're all watching, and we're just dusting off the cobwebs, so don't stress anyone.
No one's stressing. Well, best of luck.
Hi, Molly. We are watching, and you are ripping, and we can't wait to see you hunt for your first world title in just a few days as this fun Friday continues. We're about to see the locals take over Cloudbreak for an exciting time in Fiji surfing history. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and joining us here on the host set once again. It's a great tradition as we say hi to the president of the Fiji Surfing Association, Hannah Bennett. Hannah, thanks for coming in.
Good morning. It's so good to be here.
Oh, it's a treat to catch up with you, you know, from last year to this year and all the great things that you're doing with surfing locally here in Fiji. Obviously a lifelong surfer yourself, and now getting the locals in the water today at Cloudbreak. What does this mean for you?
This is huge. This is such a monumental day for us. We've been anticipating this for a long time, but to have it live and to be able to have the WSL provide this platform for our local surfers is huge. So I'm really excited to see it.
As we already are getting things started, Havana Kurop on the backhand. Throwing some water off the top. Nice cool, just down the line approach, and then redirecting on the end. A nice cool direction change for Havana. Also joined by Tea, Kiesha, and someone you're very familiar with, Hannah, your big sis, Kim, throwing the jersey on again. That is really cool. I ran into your sister this morning. It was really cool to get to meet her for the first time. And as I know for you, she's got to be your biggest inspiration of why you got into the water in the first place.
Absolutely. Kim is my hero for sure. We actually share the same birthday. We're 9 years apart, but we have the same birthday. So I feel like we definitely have this twinning connection. And yeah, obviously I've always looked up to her, and I'm just so proud to see her out today.
So it was pretty common for you growing up and asking your big sis questions. Where was she surfing and what was it like? And looks like we've got waves right here. Oh, this is Kim. Flick, why don't you take us through this one?
Yeah, so smaller one here, but nice carve off the top. Staying with this one, it looks like it's going to improve on the inside. Looking to get another little turn, but score on the board. Keeping that pace with Havana.
So 4 surfers in the water at the moment, and you being so close to this, Hannah, can you give us some insight on who are we watching right now? We haven't seen a wave ridden yet from our surfer in white, Kiesha Wakeham. Can you tell us her story?
Kiesha is, you know, she's come such a long way. So she's in that middle generation where Kim and I were a bit older, and Kiesha was coming up through the ranks. She was the most frothing grom growing up. She has been working with us on the past WSL comps as a little girl, so this has been her lifelong dream as well. And she's just super talented, really, really hungry surfer. She was one of the first female juniors to go compete at the World Surfing Games, the ISA World Games. And she's just really done Fiji proud as far as like one of our up-and-coming surfers, yeah.
Kiesha, 20 years of age, telling us that she's very passionate about representing Fiji, but also progressing in competition and also inspiring the next generation. Ticking all those boxes. Great job, Kiesha, for being in this special showing of surfing here at Cloudbreak. And I'm always fascinated, Hannah, with Cloudbreak being such a heavy water wave, you know, and being pretty intense. As far as growing from the grassroots level, I'm sure there's all kinds of spots around here where a lot of local surfers can get those first waves a little bit easier with accessibility, but also less dangerous as well.
Yeah, there's a few other spots along the Coral Coast, and there's a bit of a pecking order. We have that naturally, just like Hawaii and most heavy waves, wave spots. So yeah, you kind of graduate to Cloudbreak. You know, you go through Namotu lefts and maybe a couple sessions at restaurants. But our Groms, yeah, they kind of do their time on the reef, and it's not unfamiliar for them.
Great to see that as we see the blue jersey of Wakeham Kurop. What's Tea all about?
Tea is definitely a force to be reckoned with. She is hungry. She's been putting in a lot of time out here. As we can see her paddling for one. Yeah, she's been, you know, competing. She's got her sister here, Havana. So they have that sister kind of rivalry, competitiveness going on, but also really supportive of each other. And I think they spend the most time out here at Cloudbreak out of all the girls, and it's just really cool to have their presence out there.
Kiesha taking a wild takeoff there. She'll end up stepping off. Best number so far on screen goes to Havana Kurop at a 4.0. Havana and Tea from Sabu Sabu, Fiji, currently living in Wailoalo in Nadi, but love hearing their story of getting some serious reps out here at Cloudbreak, and you can see their style and looking great here in these conditions. 2.37 for last of Havana, and she's out in front. And now Tea on this one will lose connection getting close to the inside reef, but the Kurop sisters in the top two at the moment. Nice opportunity to see the local town flick, as we're always waiting to see who's going to be the next big name, and hopefully in the as a wild card spot in the main event coming up even as quick as next year.
Yeah, it's cool. Hannah and I were talking about this before, right? And I think it's an interesting conversation because now that we know that Fiji is on till 2029, I mean, this is, you know, an amazing opportunity for a wild card here for Fiji. And we were sort of mentioning, you know, there's that representation and the opportunity to become sort of like, you know, think about women's surfing, the way it's progressed, your Vahine at Chopu, your Moana at Pipeline. And I think having those sort of goals there, I mean, there's the opportunity for one of these women, you know, to sort of be that Vahine or Moana at Cloudbreak, right? And to become so intimately, you know, acquainted with the wave, connected. And I think, yeah, it's cool to see. I mean, we're seeing it happen right in front of our eyes. And we mentioned, I think, were you saying this is the first time they've had an all-women's, you know, heat here at Cloudbreak, right?
Yeah, so this is the first time in history that we've had a heat dedicated to just the girls. I used to have to serve with the boys in the wildcard trials. I would just enter for fun, but to see that they've been given the space to kind of grow into and to, you know, just to help progress the sport on the women's side, it's a big deal. Yeah.
Kim getting another wave through the inside there. Kim Bennett, big sis of Hannah Bennett, who we have here in the booth with us, representing Fiji and making everybody really proud back home. I guess back home you'd say no aya of where you come from, Hannah, is that
good
right?
One, Joel.
Wow, I almost panicked. I wanted to get the pronunciation right.
No, that was great. Yeah, Nwa'ia Maori is in Ratuman, which is the language that I speak. So I'm from Rotuma. It is a small remote island north of Fiji. We are part of Fiji, but we are, you know, we're our own ethnic kind of population. We're Polynesian. We have our own language, and so yes, that's how you greet each other. Nwa'ia.
Very cool. We got Kim enjoying this lift on the Red Bull ski from our water patrol. And she'll be back out in the lineup in a moment. So they all got inspired by that last practice session. We had some great contenders just warming up, some of them going all out, but some of them kind of saving a little bit. It was great to see Jordy Smith get some really fun waves and obviously inspire the Fiji heats. But we'll have the women first, then the men, and then an awards presentation. And always love being in the company of Hannah Bennett. Hannah, You've done so much for, the association here in Fiji. Is there something that you're the most proud of, since you decided to work with all the local surfers and what's been happening recently?
Joel, I am the most proud of this moment right now, happening,
That's
unfolding
cool.
right before our eyes. We've come such a long way, to be honest. I've been dedicating my time to the FSA for the last decade, but by no means is it an individual feat. It took a whole villages, a whole community to get here, and I'm just so proud to see everyone, not just on the women's side, but the men as well, and everyone behind the scenes. It's not just our surfers that are progressing, our coaches, our judges, our contest directors, all of those little pieces that help us keep this thing going. Everyone's just kind of, onwards and upwards, and it's really cool to see.
We've had some iconic events here in Fiji for a very long time, and maybe the biggest one is, a few days away, where we'll actually have a world title event. What do you think the impact's been, on a global level of the world seeing Fiji, the culture, and also the impact it makes on the local surfers too in your community?
That impact is happening right now, right? So the progression is just, it's been exacerbated so much because of this event. We have so much to be grateful for the WSL Fiji Pro. It has the power to culturally shift the way we see surfing, the way we approach surfing. Fiji style, it's a lifestyle, but it's also can be an opportunity for competition and a career. And I think this event and the surfers that are in this event show us what's possible, and they just really embody, the whole career pathway side of surfing. And
one of my favorite parts of coming here is the people, the friendliness. Everyone's so happy and so kind, and everybody can sing like angels. What is that something you're brought up with at a very young age?
Mostly the men too, right?
Oh my goodness, they're harmonizing. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely amazing. It's a unique gift, and yeah, we do it everywhere. It's in the lineup too. I mean, out on the boat, you could be like in really, really choppy, rough weather, and someone's just whistling or singing a song back there. Like, okay.
Yeah, highly recommended. Maybe everywhere around the world could learn from that. Sing a song while you're surfing. Makes you feel really good. Well, the song for Jordy this year has been loud and clear that he's fighting for a world title in his 18th year on the championship tour. He's out on the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Well, that first warm-up session is just coming to an end, and we've got the world champion at post-heat interviews here, chasing his maiden world title. Jordy Smith, how's that, mate, to get a taste of some swell?
It was fun, actually, just to get there. We've had so many lay days, so it was nice to get out there and do it, but forgot to wax the grip, so that was not so good, but that's the good thing about a practice session.
It definitely felt like all of you contenders were out there really just finding a flow and just getting in a bit of rhythm. Wasn't like you were trying to push it and win the world title out there in that warm-up.
Yeah, it kind of seemed that way for everyone. Everyone just kind of running through the paces. Yeah, there weren't a whole lot of waves, but I mean, better some than none.
Mate, you don't want to show everything you got, not in the warm-up, right? You want to pace yourself into those big shots.
I'm going all in, bro. It's now or never for me, bro.
We love it. You look like you've been really enjoying your time in here in Fiji. A really unique opportunity for us to crown world champions in absolute paradise, and the family's loving it, mate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was such a dream come true. Having my family here, my parents, best friend, everybody's here, so feeling the love, lots of support, and yeah, let's hope I can go all the way.
There's been a lot of conversation about your equipment. You're someone who likes to work with multiple shapers throughout the year. What were you on in the warm-up, and what are you thinking you're going to ride when the big day comes?
I have been riding a Parzel, and he shaped me up a bunch of boards for this event and for Tahiti. They've been feeling good. The waves are a little small for it today. And then I've got one really good Mayhem that goes pretty good. He shaped me early on in the year. I think it was around El Salvador or something, but kind of depending on the size of the waves, I think that'll kind of determine what I ride.
Awesome. How's the vibe out there among your fellow contenders?
Pretty good. Everyone was kind of just being pretty selective. Yeah, they were cool. But I'm sure on finals day there won't be much talking or much fun.
Anyone getting under your skin out there, mate? Any insights?
Yeah, Molly's a pest.
We love it. She's a fighter, mate. She's from the Central Coast of New South Wales. You know what that town's like.
Yeah, full Aussie bogan.
We love it. We'll let you get back to Tabarua, mate. Enjoy your warm-up this afternoon and can't wait to see you have a shot at the crown.
Thanks, bro.
Shot.
Shot, Brew. Thank you so much, Ron. Thank you, Jordy Smith. World number 2. It's been quite a year for the man representing Durban, South Africa. Great to see his whole family here, his wife, his 2 kids, getting in the water with him. As we continue with action here, we've got Havana up, throwing a nice fade into the pocket. Love how comfortable her stance looks, dancing on the open face a bit. Kim Bennett is taking the lead, so Havana needs a 2.85 here. Backhand float and controls it and will ride away. Nice, clean finishing move, only needing a 2.85 to catch up to Kim. Kim Bennett, a bronze medalist in the past at the South Pacific Games, representing Fiji, also 2-time ISA World Surfing Games competitor. As we look at this last wave from Havana, Flick.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, she's only chasing a 2.85, right? I'd say she's got it with this wave. She's stringed together a nice, you know, amount of turns, those couple there, and then this float on the inside gets more critical. You can see her really lining up this last section and just controls it beautifully. So I'd say she's jumping up into lead, but this turn right here, I mean, this got my attention. It happened during that interview. I think it was probably the most acute, most top to bottom, only the single maneuver, but I'm interested to see where that score is going to go because, in my opinion, it was the best single maneuver of the heat so far.
Solid flick, yeah, nice backhand turn in the pocket for Kiesha Wakeham. That's her 3rd wave ridden, but her best so far. Last of Kim Bennett locks in at a 2.23. And so Havana's last, she needs a little more, 2.91 to take the lead with plenty of time, 25 minutes on the clock. Kiesha having a look, and she'll end up missing that one on the inside corner, but her best number is about to lock in. Kim out in front of this one now, Hannah. A special moment for her as well. I mean, obviously, big sis. What was the last time she put a jersey on? You know, is it something that she's doing still often these days?
No, not often. I was just telling Flick this, that I had to pull her out of retirement for this one. But we had the trials, you know, last month, so she, you know, she was coming on holiday for that anyways. And before that, the last time she competed was at the ISA World Surfing Games in Japan. We went to that together, which was also really cool. She had her family there, and I think for us as sisters, you know, just growing up in a different time too, where you know, surfing was still in its infancy and development, and to be able to just represent our country is something we're so proud of, and to be able to do it on the world stage like that together as family is super memorable.
Really cool. Last score, that wave that Flick liked, 3.23 from Kiesha Wakeham. As we chat with Strider, I think you saw Kiesha before the heat started.
Oh, we saw all right. Kiesha was dancing and singing in the channel, just feeling it, going back and forth, moving around, getting the hips moving. That was pretty, a little insight to her rhythm and setup before she got out here. We got some really fun-looking waves. I'm having a frost session down here at the end. Right now, I think we got a little set coming too. It's like there's been some really fun waves coming through here, and I'm just kind of losing it a little bit. But what do we got? Is there a little bit? Oh, look at that one. Oh, it looks like Kiesha's looking at it on the inside. She doesn't need much to take the lead. Here we go. Let's go, Kiesha. Bango! Oh. She's going to move it through the inside corner. Can she? Oh, another one. What? Oh, she's stacking clips and points. Let's go.
Loving it, Waz. Yeah, you could tell she's still feeling that rhythm she had in her preheat warm-up, moving around, dancing, singing. Kiesha's found a little groove in her last 2 waves, 3.23, and now needs a 4.34 to take the lead.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think she's found that rhythm, and I think, you know, you hear the score come through for just one single turn, and you're like, okay, wow, I'm locking in a 3.23 just for that one turn. I do a couple of those, I'm on my way to a 6, right? I mean, this one here, this turn here, pretty critical. Throws a bit of spray, she stays with it, and ends up banking another 2 maneuvers. She's only chasing, you know, what's she chasing? 4.34. Okay, so it's got to be better than the last score for that single maneuver. I'm going to be interested to see where the judges go with this. but it seems like she's tapping into a nice bit of rhythm and a nice bit of confidence too.
Last score for Kiesha, 3-1-7, moves her to third. Kim Bennett off the bottom, nice connection there, and ends up kicking out on the second opportunity. But wow, she's got a classic controlled style. Kim, best score 4.67, just needs a 2.9 to get her lead back. At the moment held by Havana, who's only 15 years of age. When we asked Hannah what she likes to do, she named so many things. A lot of things in the water, from diving to paddling. You can really tell that ocean lifestyle that she really thrives in, Hannah. It's really cool.
It's amazing. I mean, they set such a good example too, that you don't have to just surf, just to be diverse on the water, just be water women. I think it's really important growing up here to be able to be comfortable in the water. That's a great skill to have. Wow. Here's Havana.
Nice redirect on the open face. Havana throws down that little backside whip. She's got a nice little wall that she's going to be patient on. Building up a little bit of speed and tries to time the backhand float. She will bring it down. So Havana looking for a 4.58. Kim Bennett did take the lead with that last backside snap. Came in at a 3.9.
Yeah, this is really cool. I mean, that last backside snap was pretty solid, right? It was a nice, beautiful wave from Kim. And you could just see it was just a clean face, the way she drove off the bottom and connected. Let's have a look at this one, the last wave of Havana. Bigger set wave, really drives into that first turn. You can see so much spray flying off the end of that board. And then really just waiting for this last section and making sure she dots all the I's and crosses the T's, right? She just wants to get a finish. I mean, she had a float on that earlier wave, the 4, I think it was the 4, and, you know, she's just connecting those dots. And then behind her, sister Taya, let's see what she got done. So a nice snap here. And sort of just to expand on that conversation, you know, you were saying that, you know, these women are water women, and it's so cool to see. I came here earlier this year in May for a separate sort of thing, and I was hanging out here, and, you know, we needed to have water safety for the day, and, you know, we were asking a few people, and then all of a sudden, you know, Taya's name got thrown out to me. It's like, this is really cool, right? So we were here on this shoot, and Taya was, as we see Kim, just tucking in underneath that one. But yeah, Taya ended up being water safety on the day, and it's just cool because it goes to show how diverse the women are, how confident they are on the water. And it was a bigger, solid day, and she was running safety for me, which was really rad, you know, to see someone, well, how old is she, 15 or 16?
Yeah, she's 16.
16 years old, like running water safety. It was rad in solid conditions. So I just love seeing women being so well-rounded and confident in the water. It's really cool.
That's really special to hear, you know, especially growing up around here. That's going to come in handy, being skilled on the skis, on the boats, water safety, watching each other push the limits, and heavier surf. At the moment, we do have Kim Bennett out in front at the moment with 19 minutes on the clock. We'll take a quick break and return right after this.
Momi Bay isn't just a surf trip, there really is something here for everyone. You can surf for a few hours, you can come back, you can dive into a spa treatment. You've got access to multiple different activities, beautiful restaurants, and you've got world-class surf just at your doorstep. There's no doubt about it, this resort is one of the best in the world. It's definitely up there on my top places to come and stay around the world.
That was a beautiful opening ceremony we had just a couple of days ago at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. It was beautiful to hear from all the great speakers that we had on the day, have the Final 5 represented as well with beautiful song and dance from the locals. A great tradition here when we come to this beautiful part of the world, and then leading up to this big day for Fijian surfing history. Anna, that's great. You see a lot of great tradition, you know, with the Suva Suva that's involved with that awards or that opening ceremony, and with the Prime Minister speaking, and then also had this special announcement that Fiji's on the calendar all the way through 2029. So much to be thankful for this week.
Absolutely. That was a very beautiful ceremony. And it was a rare occasion for us as well, because to bring together all those stakeholders, in particular, the provincial chiefs from all these different provinces and villages, that's rare. And to bring them together for surfing, you know, that's actually really special. It's not a very popular sport yet, but it's getting there, and it's just wonderful to connect our Fijian communities with the surfing lifestyle and sport.
Loving watching Kim approach this heat. She has an amazing style. Tell us some of her inspirations in the water growing up. I mean, even some of the surfers you looked up to, because you could tell she's polished, and that style is one of the best I've seen.
Well, you know, we have our male counterparts to thank. Kim grew up at a time, well, she was in the same generation with Ava Ravulo and Issei Tokovo. You know, they're our surfing legends, our local surfing legends. So she had, you know, the honor of being able to share this lineup with them on a regular basis back in the day. And Ava's one of my favorite surfers. He's got a really good style. So,
wow.
Kiesha putting it together on the backhand. Wakeham steps off of one of her better combinations that she's thrown down. Wave number 5 for Kiesha, chasing a 5.34 for the lead.
She's finding some great momentum. But for me, that was my favorite wave of the heat so far. It was 2 beautifully timed turns, and just the wave selection too. It was a really clean, smooth face. What did you like in this one, Hannah?
Yeah, absolutely. Kiesha's got really, really beautiful style. She has a really high heat IQ as well. She's been competing a lot. She did some competitions in Australia in recent years. But her flow, her rhythm, she just suits the timing of this wave really well, like you said. And she's spent time out here in the Jersey as a Grom. You know, I remember Kiesha doing the Druka Memorial back in the day. I think she was like 12 years old.
As we see a big attempt for a massive turn there. Taya Kurop going down there, but swinging for the fences on that backhand opportunity. Going all out on that one.
Wow, there was no hesitation as she went up into that lift. I mean, it was pretty dicey there. It was, you know, close quarters with Kiesha as well, but just zero hesitation. She definitely wasn't going to back down there. I mean, that's just what you see, the confidence, right? And we were talking about the level of, you know, being a water woman and being confident. And I mean, that was a beautiful demonstration right there. Not afraid. And also so acquainted with the jet ski.
Oh, yeah.
Now with 14 minutes on the clock, let's send it out to the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Thank you, Joe. Very lucky to be here with the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Honourable Viliami Navuka. And what a joy it is to be back here in Fiji. Thank you so much for hosting us, Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Ronnie. Wonderful to have you back. You know, your time here is, you know, is the highlight of the year for Fiji and for tourism. As you know, we have missed you for a number of years, and we're really happy to have you back last year, into this year, and we want you back until 2029.
That's amazing, and we'll be hoping to extend that invitation again, because that is incredible news for surf fans. You actually play host to 2 of the most incredible waves in the world, the surfing world, and we are very happy to be crowning our world champions here. But it's also a chance for us to showcase the rising talent here in Fiji. We've got the women out there representing the islands beautifully at the moment. You must be very proud of that.
Indeed, Ronnie, we really are. An island nation, gifted by our natural resources. And we never realized that, to be honest, the waves could mean so much, you know, in terms of tourism, in terms of our relationship globally. But, you know, it's something that we cherish, the relationship with WSL, and the future looks brilliant.
Looks brilliant. The women are surfing at the moment. We're going to have the men out there very soon. There is a couple of real talents that we've been watching in recent years. Young James Kusitino is going to be one to watch. Are you familiar with his talents?
Yes, I am. And, you know, it's great that we are growing our local talents. People who grew, you know, born near the sea, and now realizing the potential that is there for them in terms of a global sport like surfing. Yeah.
And your thoughts on WSL putting this showpiece on for the people of Fiji, and also giving $10,000 Fijian to the surfers in the women's and men's event?
But Ronnie, you know, we are so impressed with the level of professionalism and care from WSL. You know, for me, to present the paper to my colleagues in cabinet, to extend the relationship, it was one of the easiest sales I ever made in my life as a cabinet minister, Ronnie. That's the extent of how much we relate to what WSL is doing.
Deputy Prime Minister, we love the waves here, but the major priority for us, we're very happy to say, is visiting the people of these islands. You're beautiful hosts. Thank you again for having us, and we look forward to watching the contest together.
Thank you, Ronnie. The more the merrier from the surfing community, through WSL, of course.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ron. Wow, what a legend. Always great to hang out with the Deputy Prime Minister. Bill Kavolka was awesome on the opening ceremony. You know, out on Tamarua with amazing words of inspiration and just joy, you know, making everyone feel welcome. Special time in surfing, having such a great relationship, and knowing that we're coming back guaranteed through 2029, Hannah.
Yeah, that is a huge, huge deal for us. And thanks, you know, thanks to him and his team, the ministry, and the Fijian government for believing in the sport, first and foremost. You know, we've always had these resources. The Fiji Surfing Association, we're celebrating our 30th year anniversary this year, so we've been around for 3 decades. And although we've always had the support of the community and the government, you know, never like this before, and that's really, really important.
Tell us about the local events you have for the Groms that are coming up. Do they have like a little mini amateur circuit that they're competing for their amateur titles every year?
Not quite yet. We're still in development, grassroots stages, but we got, you know, regular surf sessions out at Natandola Beach, which is a really good entryway into surfing because of how difficult it is to access waves and you know, beginner-friendly waves. So Natandola is a great place. There's a couple clubs and groups that take kids out there regularly, and all our local comps do have you know, a Grom division, a junior division. So we're still developing that competition side of things, but with, you know, events like this, and especially with the talent of the male surfers like James coming up through their ranks, it's just really inspiring, that core group.
Really cool to see what James has been doing, you know, the last few years out here, getting signed by former Craig Anderson and Dane Reynolds company, and just doing it his way. Draws really unique lines. James is coming up next as we see Havana Kurop on the backhand. Needs a 5.57 to take the lead. Her 5th wave ridden so far here in the final. Lining up that little end section. She loves to finish with that little backhand float. That one a tough one to pull off as she's running out of water. Tea in the 4th spot, needing a 6.73. So the sisters started off strong, and now they're trying to fight back to move towards the top 2 flick.
Yeah, this has been cool seeing this heat play out. I think we've seen, you know, the numbers are increasing, right? I think Kiesha's played a smart game. What I've liked from her is just the confidence level. I feel like she was kind of getting her feet in the wax, and then once she locked in those couple of threes, she's like, right, I can sort of be a bit more selective with my wave, and we've seen the highest wave of the heat so far. That last 2-turn combo that we all liked, I mean, she's locked in a 6.33. And I mean, it's awesome to see. I think there's still more left in the tank for all of these women out there now as well. I mean, conditions are challenging right now. It's smaller. We spoke to it earlier today. When it's smaller on the reef here, it's super sectiony. And let's have a look at this last one. You can just see the confidence, right? It's just growing from, wow, yeah, wave to wave. I mean, this is that 6.33 and 2 beautifully timed turns. The wave selection too is on point. Yeah, she's just driving through these couple of maneuvers.
Gosh, I love her bottom turn. The way she set up that first snap was just brilliant, and she's brought that on every wave she's ridden. Really great fundamentals from Kiesha Wakeham. Going again right here. Hits it off the top and tucking in late on the end section, as she's looking like she is looking to close this thing out early.
I'm just really happy to see the girls catching so many waves. I think this is what happens when you close it off just for the chicks. You know,
Yeah.
they get their fair share, and I'm stoked to see them going after it.
Absolutely ripping. Yeah, and having all of Cloudbreak, you know, it's like even our local lineups at home, Flick, we know what it's like. It's always crowded. You're never getting it by yourself. So this is also that special moment for these 4 great surfers to go, hang on, it's just us, and we get to trade off waves together, and also part of different generations as well.
It is really cool. I think the other point is, like, it's tough, right? I mean, let's be real. Men in the water, you know, there's a lot of testosterone, and it can be hard to find your place and to feel confident, and to even have the confidence, even on a day like this, to sort of take control and want to set. And, you know, when it comes through, it's actually your wave. And I think that surfing has been a male-dominated sport for years, and, you know, this, you know, in the most recent years, obviously we've had WSL come to the party. You know, we've got equal prize, we've got equal events, equal opportunities. But for this moment right now, it's so special. I mean, we were speaking about it, Hannah, but just for the women to have the lineup and choose any wave they want, it's really special. And you mentioned it, those performance levels will keep rising. And I mean, I think one day it's really real to say that we're going to have, you know, someone that's going to be a woman that's going to be so commanding out here, like what Vahine is at Chokes, like what Moana is at Pipe. And, you know, in the next few years, I mean, this is on the schedule to 2029, hopefully longer. So it's going to be really epic to see. I mean, it could be Kiesha, you know, in the next couple of years.
It's a huge point. You know, when you have a resource like Cloudbreak, like restaurants, it is comparable to, you know, Vahine's story at Te Hupo'o, and also with, you know, Moana at Pipe. You know, it's like waves that are so glorious in their beauty, in their challenge, that you can make a career on this wave. You know, now with this platform growing in front of our eyes, this is the stage that's building right in front of us. As we look at Kim Bennett looking for the lead. Nice turn in the pocket, gets out in front to some open face, throwing some water off the rails.
Oh,
Jams it, just that clean approach, nothing forced. Has the flow down the line, and bowling section, and she'll end up losing it, but the wave was getting real shallow there. Tea's on the next one. Tea's had a couple of 2s so far, looking to get out of 4th. Nice water off the rails there. That pink board's looking vibrant, disconnects. Tea's not afraid to go for it, is she? She's had a couple of falls out of the lip.
Yeah, she's going for it. I like it. I think, you know, they're really coming out of their comfort zone to be surfing this way right now. You know, we're live. We've never had this before. I think I tried not to tell anyone, to be honest, until this morning. We knew about it yesterday, and I was like, I'm not going to tell the girls until this morning. I don't want to, you know, I don't want them to lose sleep over it. But they're really rising to the occasion, and what it takes to be out here and just catch these waves on this platform. I don't think they know it, but they're definitely inspiring so many young girls around the country right now.
Yeah, it's so cool to see. I think also, just as this heat goes on, you know, we're seeing the confidence level rise. I mean, and to your point, this is scary. It's a scary thing to be like, really, okay, we're live here. How many thousands of people are watching, you know? And then, I mean, let's have a moment for this wave though, because I think this one could be potentially a heat decider. It could change things. There was some really beautifully strung together turns. And I mean, right now in the context of this heat, Kim right now, she's chasing a 4.9.
It's just a classy approach from someone that hasn't had a jersey on in a long time, and just waking up to the news, surprised by her little sister, going, hey, you're on, good luck. And then she's like, oh my gosh, game mode. And she's putting on a great display of backhand surfing. Kim Bennett takes the lead. 5.43 on the last. Kiesha to second, needs a 3.77. Here she goes. Fades that cut back, running out of open face, but still some speed to hit the whitewater section. It is opening up for Kiesha. Throws down the snap. Always looking to throw the bottom turn first before she gets to the lip, putting a little extra into the inside corner. Wakeham looking to get maybe a final turn. So a smaller wave that had a nice angle on it. It goes the distance. Kiesha loving that, and only chasing a 3.77. It is on.
It's on. I think you can really see them getting more competitive right now, and it's rad to see, right? I mean, you can see she knew she only, Kiesha knows she only had like, what, 3 minutes when she took off on that wave. She's like, right, this one's going to count. Now if I get back on the ski, it's going to take me back around. This could be potentially my last opportunity here. Let's make it count. So this is rad.
I'm loving it. She's, like I said, she's got really good heat IQ. You know, she's always been that top competitor coming through the ranks since a young age, and she's definitely risen to the occasion right now.
Watching the start here, Flick.
Yeah, okay, so a bit of a cutback to start, but this thing, it's really smart surfing, right? I mean, she could have potentially pulled off here, but she saw this track down the inside line and she just stays with it. And she ends up banking off a couple of nice turns. I think she gets even a fourth one after this. So a series of maneuvers, she's chasing 377. I mean, definitely asking the question right now.
She gave it her all.
Yeah, she did.
Well done, taking that one all the way through to the end section. On her way back out on the Red Bull ski, 90 seconds on the clock, creating history today. Having this all-women's matchup here at Cloudbreak. Judges taking their time to work out last wave for Kiesha. Kim goes up and down, taking a look just in case and getting down to the final minute. Havana getting a lot of waves in. 4.0, her start was her best. That saw her in a top position. Tea built to her best wave on her last, a 3.6. But it looks like it's coming down to Kiesha and Kim to win this one today. Proud moment for Fijian surfing, a proud moment for Kim's younger sister. Hannah, who's been with us as the president of the Fiji Surfing Association, finding out they're celebrating 30 years, something that's been established for a very long time. And this is a groundbreaking moment to see how many more grommets will be inspired by what they're seeing here today.
Oh, like I said, nationwide. And even those who, you know, there's kids out there that haven't even seen the sport before or surfing. You know, it's really good to have a Deputy Prime Minister out.
Oh, yeah. Scores just came in with 10 seconds to go. Kiesha just hears it, a 4. Kiesha takes the lead, important right here for Kim Bennett, chasing a 4.91 at the end. What a classic finish to the final, Hannah.
I think we just witnessed the changing of the guard, and that's a beautiful thing. I'm just so proud of them for rising to the occasion, you know, surfing their hearts out, doing it on this platform, and just the camaraderie too. That was amazing.
What a great showing of talent. Kiesha getting that score at the end, a 4-point ride. Kim got a wave at the end, but it's not going to be enough. And Kiesha Wakeham with the 4 is able to take the big win today here at Cloudbreak, Flick.
It's really, really cool. I mean, this is an amazing moment right now. And it looks like James, right, that's with her now. And just to you can see visibly how much this means to her. And we've spoken about it. This is such a big platform, and to be in front of so many eyeballs and what it does for her and her confidence, and to be on this stage, it's just rad, you know. From a growth perspective, from just female surfing in Fiji as well, it's so cool. And yeah, I loved calling that heat with you. That was really special.
Thank you, Flick. I got goosebumps right now.
Kiesha Wakeham, just 20 years of age. She said she was passionate about representing Fiji, representing her islands, inspiring the next generation. Well, congrats, Kiesha. You did all of that and some today. She's taking it all in. And you love that they all got chances, you know. This morning, there were some long lulls. We had to wait maybe 20 minutes between sets when first light came up, and that was just a nice rhythm of the ocean, setting up the platform for Kiesha Wakeham to take a win alongside a lot of legends. Well, the fun continues because the local men are coming up next to take the lineup here at Cloudbreak. They'll have the Red Bull skis and the Water Patrol activated, scored by the Championship Tour judges up on the tower as well. We will take a quick break. We'll stay with Hannah. We'll bring in Kaipo and Richie for the call. We'll be right back.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave saved, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
The Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Cero, is brought to you by Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Mofi, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on. By Fiji Airways, official airline partner of the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
That's right, Kiesha coming up and winning our Fijian women's final, making it way up to the Red Bull boat out in the channel here at Cloudbreak. Last minute performance there by Kiesha, and she's going to be the champ. Let's listen in. Well, the day continues here at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay host set. Welcome, Okaipo Girl. That's Richie Lovett. And Hannah also joining us, Hannah Bennett from the Fiji Surfing Association. We just saw the example of the local women's talent, Hannah, and now we get to see the men.
That was amazing. I was just saying I had goosebumps. We've come such a long way, and to witness the girls just rise to the occasion, they really stepped it up. They caught so many waves and put a really good heat together, Kiesha. I'm really proud of her. That was amazing.
It's amazing that, you know, and you would be expecting talent to develop in such a wave-rich region. But it's really, like you said, kind of almost a signal of the change of the guard when you see a young surfer like Kiesha come up and take the win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy to access these waves. All these girls and their families, they back them so hard to be able to get them out here, surfing, boards, all of that. Yeah, so it's definitely a proud moment.
Well, Rich, here's our men's finals. James, Api, Che, and Mesa heading out there. Some of the names that we're getting familiar with on a global scale from Fijian surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a rare opportunity for us just to have a little look at the talent here in Fiji, and many of these surfers, obviously, you know, Cloudbreak is their backyard. It's their home break, which is a pretty special thing to be able to say. And obviously, you know, these four surfers probably have, you know, an intimate knowledge of the break, of the reef out here, and some real crazy talent here coming out of Fiji. Great to see.
Hannah, what can you tell us about James?
James, he is the hottest Fijian surfer right now, but you know what? He comes from such a humble background. He's a super humble kid. He comes from a part of Fiji that has a lot of beach break, so he comes from the sand dunes. And, you know, the fact that he's been able to be so comfortable out in reef breaks like this is pretty impressive. He comes from such a good family. I just love his style. Like, who doesn't love this kid's style, right? He's been out here there since he was 8 years old. No fear. No fear at all.
Yeah, and really coming of the next generation also out there. In the blue jersey, we have Api. What can you tell us about Api?
Yeah, so Api is our #1 ranked surfer nationwide. Api will be going to the ISA World Games tomorrow, actually.
Wow.
So he is probably the most competitively sound surfer in this heat. He trains in Australia. He was the youngest Fijian surfer to attend the World Games, you know, when he was just 13 years old. So yeah, it's really nice to see his career evolve, and look at him now.
Yeah, in the men's final and making a name for himself globally. Wait to see what he does on that global stage of the ISAs. In the green jersey, we got Mesa out there. What about Mesa?
Mesa's from the coast. He surfs with his brothers. Here's Api up and riding.
Api's going to get the first wave. It opens up with a nice snap. Make it 2. You get great rhythm here and connectivity between turns. Throws the tail and gets the board back underneath him. So dynamic finish there. I like that start, Rich.
Really, really good surfing there, and instantly shades of Davey Cantrell.
Wow.
In the style, man. I love it. So, yeah, he put that wave together really well, and if there was any nerves, you couldn't really pick up on it. He looked really free and open and energetic paddle out. So you can tell right now that he is engaged in this heat and wants to take the win.
Hey, let's go out to the boat right now for our awards presentation for the Fijian women with Ron Blakey.
Thank you, Kaipo. What a show that was. We went right down to the wire. We're absolutely buzzing, and we're looking forward to handing out some trophies. To help me do that, once again, I've got the Deputy Prime Minister of Tourism and also the Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji, of course, but also Civil Aviation, the Honourable Viliame Navoka. Great to have you here once again. We've got some beautiful trophies we're going to hand out to our amazing competitors who really put on a fantastic show. Coming in 4th place, Taya Kurop. Well done. What a performance. A fantastic show. How much fun was that?
It was really fun, yeah. It was fun competing with all the girls out there, so.
A great opportunity to shine a light on Fijian surfing too.
Yeah, it was really fun.
You've got a bright future. Congratulations. Well performed. In 3rd position, it was actually Taya's sister. Congratulations to Havana Kurop. Well done. Superstars with a bright future. Well done. I've been seeing you in the free surf, getting a couple of fun waves. How was that?
Yeah, it was really good. Good opportunity to surf with all my friends and stuff, yeah.
Unbelievable. Looking forward to watching the finals go down as well.
Yeah, of course.
Well done. Coming in at 2nd place, this was an extremely close finish. It went down to the dying stages. Finishing in 2nd, though, was the surfer in green, Kim Bennett. We had her sister on the mic as well. Great to get some insights. And Kim, great to see you back at the Jersey. How was that?
Man, what a full circle. You know, I'm from the ages where we didn't have access to Cloudbreak. So I didn't grow up surfing Cloudbreak growing up here in Fiji. And to be able to be here today, what an honor, you know, to like come. I had the wild card. I was poor in college and I couldn't make it back for it. And then to be here today, like 20 years later, is huge. I want to say Venak Paklevu to the villages that opened up their Goli for us to be here at Kurukuru. What an honor to be able to have access to that resource now that I'm older. And to my family, my sister's up there commentating, and wow, this is just so special. And yeah, just such a privilege to be here with these girls, push them, kind of give them a nudge a little bit, give them a little bit of a hard time so we can get, you know, that program going. But yes, I feel so grateful. Thank you.
We love that. You're representing Fiji beautifully, but a really unique situation representing your own little beautiful part of the world and your culture.
Yes, that's right. Nwa'ia Famirne Rutuma. I'm from a small, beautiful island there. And Foyexia for tuning in. Again, just so grateful to be here. Thank you guys so much for this opportunity. WSL, Tan Havanas, everyone. You know, Ian Muller is a good friend too, and just everyone. Growing up with all these girls watching the ground shred, I hope they keep going. I'm bowing out at this point.
We're feeling your buzz. Well done. Well done, Vanaka. All right, and taking it out in stunning fashion. We're going to hear a lot of noise for this young lady. It is Kiesha Wakeham. Well done, the champion here in the Fiji Super Heat, we're going to call it. Accepting the winner's trophy from the Deputy Prime Minister. A special moment for you. We could tell you were elated. An emotional victory for you. Well done.
Yeah, I'm really, really grateful. Like I was, like Kim was saying, she's watched us grow up and like compete and stuff. And I grew up like surfing with her and her sister Hannah, and like I was telling everyone that like I'm so keen to be here, and I've been waiting for this moment since I was a little girl. I used to come out here and watch WSL and caddy for like surfers like Sally and stuff. So to be here and to compete with the girls and have such a good time in the heat and then to win, yeah, it's a really emotional one, and I'm so happy. I know my friends and family are like tuning in and watching. Thank you for watching. And yeah, I'm so keen, man. Thank you.
WSL also throwing out $10,000 Fijian prize money towards the field, and you're taking home a pretty healthy chunk of that. What are you going to do with the money?
I do not know yet, but I will do something with it.
Either way, I think there's going to be a good party tonight.
Yeah, I'll party tonight, yeah.
Vanaka, congratulations. Well done. Thank you again to our Deputy Prime Minister. And we'll throw it back to you, Kipes.
What a good feeling that is right there, Hannah. You got to be proud. I mean, you've been a big part of this legacy, and just to see, you know, this happen and the future that I see unfolding for Fijian surfing just is huge to me.
Yeah, this definitely knocked the door down, 100%. Yeah, I keep saying we've come such a long way. I'm so proud. And you know, for the backing too, the backing from the community, the families, the backing from WSL, you know, backing from the local boys too, as we see James here get his first wave.
Yeah, talk about local boys. A lot of talk about James and his development as a surfer here, Richie. Maybe one of, you know, the first kind of superstars to come out of Fiji, perhaps, in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. The stage is there, and you know, it's great to see these surfers getting some recognition here on a world stage. They've got the ability to show the rest of the world that there is talent here in Fiji, and it's only getting better.
Yeah, and Hannah, I feel like James has actually gained sponsorship from former, so he's with some of the elite guys when you talk about Dane Reynolds and Craig Anderson backing up this young Fijian.
Absolutely. I mean, they clearly saw something in him, right? And we all knew it growing up and watching him, you know, coming up at Cloudbreak, and his style, his demeanor. I mean, it's not forced, and that's what he's like out of the water too. You know, super humble, quiet kid, and they obviously could resonate with that, which is a big deal.
I love that. Well, Rich, we got some replays during that awards ceremony. We had quite a few waves ridden, so let's get you up to speed on what happened, starting here with Api.
Yeah, this is this front side wave here, a couple of clean snaps down the line. How he's always just anticipating that next section. Great timing off the lip, really radical for that final turn. Gets a little tail release. This is Mesa, just up on the backhand. Nice, good angles on those first couple of snaps. Down the line here, a big wrap to finish things off. And then James, this silky, smooth style. You can see why Ando and the crew were kind of locked in and impressed. He's got that real silky, smooth style. This is Che here. Streaking down the line, gets a lot of speed here. Beautiful open face carve. A lot of power in that maneuver. Just not quite able to finish it off. So these guys just, you know, shaking off those jitters, those nerves, because it happens, man, even at the highest of levels. And, you know, these guys are sort of out here competing again, I said, on the world stage. They've got a lot of eyeballs on them right now. So they would be thinking about that, and they'd just be trying to settle into this heat. Still plenty of time remaining. But we've got a couple of okay scores starting to drop. Uppy out front, the highest single wave score of a 5. This is live action.
Live action on the backhand.
Whoa.
James going for the save here. Needs to ride out in front of that white water to make it complete. Not quite able to do that. Currently in third, looking for a 5.9 to go to the lead. One surfer we did not talk of in our introductions yet is Che Slatter,
yeah.
Hannah.
Yeah, so Shea's from around Fiji, this part of Fiji. You know, he is hands down spent the most time out here. Cloudbreak is his backyard. He pretty much lives out there these days. But he's really, you know, he's really taking to supporting the next generation, which is really cool to see. You know, not a lot of surfers take the time to do that. And so he's, you know, he's got a little posse with him that he surfs out here with and shows them where to sit, you know, what boards to ride, introduces them to all his, you know, his global surfing friends, and it's really boosted the level of surfing out here.
Mentoring, and I'm sure mentoring people like Api right now, who just looked like ran away with that one. Already has a 5-point ride, Rich, and that was a great performance by the Goofy Foot.
Yeah, a really good backup wave there. And he might even eclipse that 5. He's got a low score of a 4.67 at the moment, so really looking to establish a lead here and put a bit of pressure on his competitors, but looks really in control. You can tell he's the speed in which he's traveling across these waves at the moment. He is just that little level above his other 3 competitors at the moment.
I was just going to say, Hannah, you can tell why he's the #1 seed here.
Yeah, and it didn't come easy. You know, he's had to qualify for that spot. We had 3 qualification comps in the last couple months. He was runner-up at the trials to James last month, and it was pretty much the only heat he's lost all year. So he's super hungry, and you can see his peak performance right now.
Mesa taking apart this one, currently in the #2 position in this heat. And another thing that we talked about too is, you know, to hold competitions here and to support the surf community, there's a lot of the logistics that are involved. Because you said access, right? Access is a big thing for all of these reef passes.
It's hard. It's not easy running comps. We don't have as many comps as we'd like because of that, but we do have such a solid core group of sponsors and board riders and parents. You know, Yuri Kurop, Kaiwai, they're always you know, giving us boats and safety to work with, which is huge. Safety is an element that, you know, we couldn't afford back in the day, and now we can, so it allows the guys to push those limits. And all the local boat operators out here that just kind of pitch in when it comes to running comps and giving their resources for that.
And getting the surfers out there and that access.
Hannah, I was going to ask, are all the local events always held on the reefs, or is there some beach breaks around the area that you guys tap into as well?
Yeah, so we tap into Singatoka. That's where James is from, and that's one of the better beach breaks we got. It's a really good place to train and just to add some variety. So yeah, we do a bit of both, but the premier spots is where we like to have our major comps. So it's nice to it's actually nice to see Che out in these conditions, because usually he's got like a, you know, he's got a big wave game. He doesn't like to paddle out unless it's a certain size. So I'm really enjoying this heat with the conditions out there.
Yeah, it's really cool, and obviously being able to tap into the sort of expertise of the ski drivers and get that feeling of being on a, you know, in a situation where they're completely supported, they're there picked up, they're, you know, getting back around to the priority buoy and situation. So this is real deal stuff here. We saw Appy on his last wave, looking at that one, but he did improve his score, Kipe, so 5.43 on that last wave.
Yeah, solid surfing. Che, beautiful projection there, just gets a little bit caught up on that lip glide, but really impressed by Appy. He started off with that 5-point ride. Here comes James off the bottom, a smooth carve off the top, being very patient. Roundhouse into the whitewater rebound. Stands up a bit on this inside, gets a little, and just the bottom drops out in that very shallow inside section.
Difficult. That last section at Cloudbreak is always a really, really hard one to negotiate and complete. Just drops out. The water seems to just fall away. Gets really, really shallow quickly.
Mesa behind the whitewater, finds the open face. Just dropped down to third in the standings.
Oh, beautiful snap.
So Mesa, on the trials last month, he got the highest wave of the day, highest score for the barrel that he got, and it was such an epic shot. You can see him in this massive barrel, just looking around, not even, just so comfortable.
That's so cool. Well, a little insight on that last wave, just into, you know, what he's capable of. So that snap was really, really well executed. Nice and tight in the pocket, high up in the top part of the wave.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that score to come through for Mesa. Needs a 7.16 to take the lead, and we can talk it through one more time on the replay, Rich.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. So we have a windy section outside. Nice check turn there, and then these snaps here, that one in particular, the bottom really fell out of it, and he carved his way through it. It's great. And this is Appy outside, streaking down the line here, connects with that lip, keeps that momentum down the line here. Another quick snap, patiently waits for that final finishing turn. So really having a good read on the conditions out here. It's a little bit tricky with this this wind coming from back around the point, but nice clean faces. And as this tide drops out, what tends to happen out here at Cloudbreak is as the reef gets more exposed, it actually creates a smoother face to the wave, because there's less water and less surface texture coming out of the lagoon and into the break. It protects the wave face a little bit. So some great conditions. I think we'll see things improve through the afternoon.
I know the wind has certainly been kind of swirly. We saw a little bit of that trade wind come through, but with this cloud cover, seems like everything's kind of settling in. Is that typical for this weather pattern, Hannah?
Well, it's the time of year as well. It's super unpredictable this time of year. You know, we get these squalls, and because they're so far out offshore, the weather changes so rapidly.
Right.
You know, so sometimes it's worth waiting it out, and sometimes you just got to book it back to land.
So hey, look, we had Surfline come up and give their forecasts on on this upcoming swell, but I always like to ask the locals, what do you think? What do you think is going to be happening when we look at that window between the 1st and the 4th of September?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I mean, it looks good. Typically, forecasts are, you know, overrated a little bit, and as we get closer, then it starts to tame off a bit. I mean, I see a little bit of signs of restaurants in there. I know everyone's been talking about it. Restaurants likes a very particular swell period. It falls, you know, really good between about 13 to 16 seconds, so that's kind of its sweet spot. But, you know, to be honest, I'm not from this side of the island.
Yeah.
I asked all the clubs and all the boys on this side, you know, what the forecast is before I make a 3-hour drive over. But, you know, in my experience, for restaurants to be all-time, we only get that maybe 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah, it's a rare bird, right, to be able to catch restaurants. So if, hopefully we're fortunate enough with that shorter swell period and the more westerly kind of component to this incoming swell.
Yeah, either way, I mean, Cloudbreak.
We're going to win it either way because we got swell, right?
Yeah.
But I like the point that you also made on sometimes the models are hot. And so that's one of the challenges that we have with surf forecasting is really, you know, coming into those last couple of days where we really got to set up. But this is a diverse lineup up here on this reef pass, Rich. Let's take a look at this lineup here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, it really is. It's a unique break in itself, and you know, it's been said many times. It's one of the best reef break point breaks that we have in the entire world. The way it's set up, the way the swells come into this area. Just looking from the aerial view here, so you can see the actual corner of the reef does this. And this is where the wave breaks down. But there's a couple of ledges out here, so all the competition happens out here. There's 2 ledges. This back one here, when the surf's sort of that 8 to 10 foot plus, that's when that back ledge comes into play. The second ledge around this zone here is where most of the action is going to happen. And it really, this wave just folds in on itself, and that's where that barreling section is. Now down here, this is where it's that infamous shish kebab section where the reef tends to go dry, especially at low tide. The waves sort of close out through that section, and that's where you've really got to have your wits about you and have your timing absolutely perfect. But, you know, it's a very long reef, it's a long ride, and, you know, it keeps you guessing.
Yeah, and the effects of refraction, right, as these swells wrap around this reef that's sitting, you know, in the middle of the ocean.
100%. And, you know, we were talking to Kevin Wallace earlier about, you know, these big open ocean swells and how deep it is, a couple of Ks off here. You know, it goes into a, you know, really big, deep trench. And what happens when these big ground swells come into a shallower body of water, they start to slow down, and then when they actually hit land or hit a reef mass that's really shallow, they start to bend, and that's what happens here at Cloudbreak. These swells, they can be like ruler edge, but once they hit that reef, they start to bend and wrap around the reef, and that's what creates these perfect waves, and that's why this break is just so unique.
Premier spot out here in the middle of the Pacific with the Cloudbreak Reef Pass. But Hannah, say I'm coming here just as a normal civilian surfer. Are there waves that I can access straight from land?
Straight from land?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Singatoka, you know, sand dunes. There's Natandola I would recommend. That's got a bit of variety. It's about an hour, 40 minutes, an hour drive out of the airport, Nandi Airport. Super easy to access. It's right off the beach. Beautiful big beach. There's a couple of resorts there. We can have food and drinks. It's tidal, so most even our onshore breaks are tidal, but very easily accessible. Yeah. And if you don't want to surf Cloudbreak, there's so many breaks in the area.
Yeah.
You know, we got there's our local crew. How awesome is that? Yeah, we've got so many breaks in the area. When Cloudbreak's maxing, you've got swimming pools, you've got Namotu, you've got restaurants. So I think it actually caters to all levels of surfing more than most people would think.
Yeah, and it's really cool here that, sure, there's world-class waves, but just the overall experience of Fiji is you want to relax and you want to be around friendly people. And a lot of these resorts, especially like the Marriott resort over here, are just so accommodating, and it really makes for a pleasurable time.
Yeah, sometimes too accommodating, right? It translates in the lineup too. You know, we have this discussion sometimes internally as a community. We're like, come on, like we gotta pick up our localism game. You know, like
well, I feel there's a balance.
Guys coming out, so yeah, there's a balance.
There always should be a balance, and a lot of times, you know, and this is a further kind of discussion, but we got a lull right now. Is that not heavy localism, but having respect for the locals, but also it's a safety issue too. Because the people that know all of these breaks the best and that can actually help if you, as a visitor, if you get into trouble, always are the natives, always are the locals.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And when it's big out here, it's no joke. You know, it's not just the waves, it's holistically being out on a boat. You know, that takes a whole separate set of skills. Knowing how to tie up on a mooring, knowing where the passage is, what bommies to avoid, coral reefs, all of that is just all encompassing, and you really need that local knowledge. You know, you could be anchored in the wrong spot and it would make all the difference.
Yeah, yeah. Ocean knowledge here in the middle of the South Pacific. We're going to take a little break right here, but we're going to continue on with our Fijian men's finals, and also coming up, rising tides.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven cancelling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at willsurfleague.com.
Yeah, back to the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, over the water berets. Hey, you like white beaches? You like watching fish frolic? You like gourmet dining? Well, guess what? This is the place at Momi Bay at the Marriott. And here's our set, Kaipo Guerrero, Richie Love, Hannah Bennett from the Fiji Surfing Association. Bula Vanaka, I'm sending you a shaka, Hannah. Thank you so much for coming in and talking us through all of, and highlighting a lot of the local talent, surfing talent that we had here. We saw at the women's final. We're in the middle of the men's final right now, and it's been very, very impressive to see how things have evolved here in Fijian surfing.
Yeah, I feel very lucky to be here. Thank you guys for having me and watching from this seat, watching it all unfold. History in the making and just a massive milestone for us locals today.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with the recent announcement from the Fijian government that we're going to be here until 2029, we're going to witness again, and we're going to have a front row seat, you know, as a surf community to watch Fijian surfing develop, because I feel if the tourist keeps on coming here, I've seen it in other locations, that what happens, it just raises the level for all the surfers involved, especially local surfers.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing that in the making right now. I mean, you guys should all be really proud as well, because you've played such a big role in it.
Well, I'm happy to come back every year. Sign me up,
Me
Rich.
too, mate.
Well, you know what? As we get down to the 10.5-minute mark, Api started off with a 5, the #1 seed in this final, and he's been dominant. Backed up with a 5.43, and he's the Goofy Foot has run away with some great flow, great speed down the line. There he is, paddling up current. Your thoughts, Rich?
Yeah, he's looking good. He hasn't put this completely out of range yet. The other surfers, they're still in strike zone, needing between a 6 and sort of 7.4, I guess, is the number for Che right down there in 4th place. He's still in touch, so anything's possible out here, you know. Cloudbreak can just produce that one magic wave with a little barrel on it. couple of hits down the line, and then that 7-point ride drops in. So, you know, Appy will be feeling stoked with his performance so far, but not completely safe.
Yeah, well, we saw that in the women's final, right, Hannah? Right, I feel that, was that Kiesha's last wave that turned the final for
Yeah,
her?
it was.
Just the
pretty
last
much.
wave, yeah.
With less than a minute, I want to say, or a minute left.
So we know surf competition, Rick. Expect the unexpected, especially when you come to a little breather phase like this, when you have a little bit of lull and the deck gets reshuffled for all these surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, this can happen out here. You do get these extended lulls out at Cloudbreak, especially if the if the swell has a long period to it, a long fetch. So, but when it turns up, it often turns up in a set of 3 or 4 waves even. So it's possible that we'll see all the competitors get a couple more rides. We've still got 9 minutes on the clock, so there's still time.
And I've noticed no priority in this final.
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
So it looks to me like Che, being the oldest and the most established, he's in the alpha position right now in the white jersey, the furthest up the reef. So, hey, no priority. That means the next set that comes through is going to be Che.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we established our own priority out there, that's for sure.
That's I call that uncle status right there, right?
Absolutely.
And
He's definitely earned it.
Yeah, especially if you earned it, right?
He knows it too, for sure.
and it's really interesting to me that the younger surfers are actually just letting him do that, because that's a sign of respect as well, which it should be. There's our younger group over there giving up, pushing, plenty of room. James wants to sneak over, right? Naturally young and competitive, but I don't think he would ever pass. I don't even think he would ever paddle past Uncle Che.
Yeah, there's that cultural element coming to Pacific Islanders. It's and just in general, surfing has a way of doing that, right?
Yeah.
No matter where you're from, that pecking order, but also that respect for the sea, but your mentors. James beat Che in the trials final. I think that's the first time he's ever done that, and. Like I said, for the women's is a bit of a changing of the guard, but it's done in such a respectful and humble way. And it just makes the older guys, it keeps them hungry, and it keeps them coming back, and I think it's a really beautiful thing.
Oh, you could see that with your sister in her interview. She was just so happy for those younger girls to come through, and so supportive of their success. So that's, and I guess you get to that stage in your career where we actually want to nurture the next wave coming through and help them as much as you can. It feels like a responsibility to you, and I've been witness to that in surf cultures all around the world, which is fantastic, and it's great to see here in Fiji as well.
Yeah, I think there's a concept among Pacific Islanders that runs true in where the community as a whole, or your ohana or your family, is greater than the individual. That's like as you put importance, or your village. Is greater than the individual, and it's kind of a theme of the culture.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're representing more than themselves out there right now in those jerseys. Api comes from a part of the coast, really small village. His dad was the chief, who's no longer with us, but he's got that whole community behind him, and it's it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure sometimes. So to see him kind of rise to the occasion, even with that, is really cool.
Yeah, well, I've been impressed with his quickness and just his line and the projection that he's able to do. Like from the very first wave, I think that was the first time I've seen him surf, just on the very first wave of this final, and I was just like, wow, this kid's quick.
Yeah.
And he put it together in a really, he had great tempo throughout his waves, mixed with projection, and that's kind of stuff that's like the next level, when you're developing as a surfer.
Totally. When you've got a read on the wave and you can actually not force what you're trying to do, but actually surf the wave for what it's offering you, that's when, you actually look at a surfer and go, oh, he understands the wave. He understands the best maneuvers to be placed at certain parts of the wave. He's got that quick reaction time, and you could just see that he had that right from the get-go.
Yeah, well, right now, Mesa in second place. Just needs a little bit over a mid-range score. It needs a 6.06 to take the lead off of Api. Right here, nearing the 5-minute mark. And I would expect after this lull that we will see one final set in this final before the clock runs down. And you can see now Mesa actually you know, realizing that and realizing the need, and now he's paddling further up the reef as well.
He is going into competitive mode now. He actually wants to try and protect his lead. And obviously he's got some, you know, natural competitive juices flowing in his body, because he could just sit back and let this one play out. But look, smile on his face. He's like, "Hey, uncle, I got to do this."
Oh yeah, I thought I was looking from that wide shot. I thought it was Mesa that pulled up, but it's actually Appy, our heat leader, trying to establish himself. He's just gonna have to fish up and down the reef.
Hey Hannah,
here.
I've got a question. Just access to equipment over here in Fiji. You know, I'm looking at Mesa's board in particular. Looks like it's a fairly old kind of JS board. You know, I wouldn't imagine that, you know, there's not surf shops littered around the place. So, you know, how do these guys really get access to surfboards? Do they rely on you know, people giving them to them, gifting them with boards and stuff like that? Is that what happens?
Yeah, access to equipment is just as hard as to the waves. It's one thing to get out there, and then another thing to have the right equipment to surf out there. We don't have a lot of local shapers or anything, so we do rely on that external global community. Whenever, you know, people travel to Fiji, they leave their boards behind. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
And these guys, because they're out surfing big swells at Cloudbreak, they're able to make that connection. You know, with some high-level surfers that end up leaving their equipment behind, which is a big deal.
Awesome.
Yeah, which is a great thing to gift the community, you know. And I would hope that, you know, this is going to be a regular season event next year. We're looking at the 2026 schedule, so we'll have a field of 60 professional surfers coming here on the CT. So I plead on that for the 60 surfers that are coming here, professional surfers. If each one of them just left a single board here, that would be 60 boards for the surf community.
That would be huge.
My first brand new board was from Mick Fanning.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
And that changed the whole trajectory. So
Classic.
it makes
You just
a
gave
big
me chicken
difference.
skin. Wow. And so yeah, so that's our plea to the CTers.
Yeah, let's make that happen.
Rising tides coming up. We're talking about you know, stoking the flame of the surf community. Where we're going to take it one notch younger with the rising tides. Che here needs a 7.4. Couple of nice carves there, and the wave kind of doubles up from underneath him and runs away. Down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds in this men's final. Maybe a set coming through here, Rich. Oh, inside with Mesa. Remember, he just needs a mid-range score of a 6.06.
Oh, he's going for it. Wow, on that last section. And you can tell it is starting to get a little bit shallower in there. May have time for one more if he puts the pedal on. Now, I'm not sure that last wave was quite the 6.06. Couple of nice lines starting to come through now. It's crunch time, minute and a half on the clock. Appy out in front. Looking to lock this one down.
Fiji flight camp flying over the reef break here, the reef pass actually at Cloudbreak. Offshore winds returning. Appy about a minute and 10 seconds away from taking out this final. Paddling up the reef. Last wave for Che came in at a 2.33. That's not enough to change the situation. Last wave for Mesa, 2.4. Not changing the situation either. James has a chance here. Needs a 6.66. Nice slash. Great start up in the lip and hangs on to it. He may get the score, but was not able to finish that off.
Wow, it was aggressive. He certainly gave it everything on those two turns. And if he had made that second turn, it's a maybe.
Che on the inside, just a little up and out as we're under the 30-second mark. And I think this countdown is going to favor Appy, who's going to take out the win right now. I think with 10 seconds. Here's our men's champ. Why not catch one more wave?
Victory lap.
Well, this one's not going to count, but he's the champ. This is all for fun. That's a nice way to finish the final, Rich.
So cool, man. When you know you've got it and you're riding the last wave of the heat, that feels pretty special.
Why not cheeky 360 too?
Yeah, good stuff. This is a big moment for him, man. This means something, you know, in the scheme of things, for sure.
This is him representing his entire village, his entire, you know, part of the coast, and his family. And he's just really busting down the door for Fijian surfing on the world stage. I'm just really stoked on his performance.
Awesome.
It is a good feeling. Came in as our #1 seed, and now he's our men's winner. Good stuff.
Hopefully carries that through to ISA in El Salvador, leaving tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, wow. Obviously has aspirations to go on and perhaps make the Olympics and represent Fiji on an even bigger scale. That would be, I'm sure, in the back of his mind as a goal.
I'm going to tell you, from the surfing that I saw from Appy, he's going to be taking out those lefts over at La Bacana in El Salvador. I think those are going to favor him in a big, big way.
It looks like Asa Graham driving the Red Bull jet ski there. He'll head back to the boat. I'm sure we'll get a couple of words from him, but you can see really stoked. I think it's starting to sink in. He'll be here on the local crew in the flotilla there. The local crew will be going mad.
Well, we got a lot to celebrate today. We got a lot to break down. We had our practice heats for our final 5 in the lineup. We had a Fijian women's final. We had a Fijian men's final. Not bad for a non-run day in our event window. Hannah Bennett, thank you again so much, and hopefully we can have you back in here. We love everything that you're doing here in Fiji for the surfing community as a whole.
Thank you so much for having me, and just huge shout out to WSL and the entire crew behind there for giving us this platform today. You guys have contributed immensely to the development, and I can't wait to see it unfold in the coming years.
Yeah, well, it's our pleasure. This has been absolute paradise. Like I said, show's not over yet, Rich. We got more stuff to break down here at the Corona Cero post show coming up right now, actually. So stick around. Joe's going to come into the seat as well as Flick, and it's going to be the Corona Cero post show right after this. Congratulations, Appy.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. History doesn't ask for your approval. It's not necessarily good or right, not pretty, not fair. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. And once it's written, it can't be unwritten. The question is, will you witness it? History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
You are watching the Corona Cero post show. What a great day to celebrate for Fijian surfing. We also got to see some warm-ups from the world's best in the Final 5, and big congrats once again to Oppie taking a big win today. There's Che Slatter coming in as well. Oppie doing a great job shutting down the final. And the celebration starts there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Thanks for joining us. Cheers, everybody. That was a special one. Flick, Rick, we got to see a lot today. You know, after a couple of down days, we saw the warm-ups from the best in the world to kick things off. And Flick, as we saw, some of them were kind of going through the motions, not showing us too much, maybe except for Italo. Caroline went nuts. But it was great to see them kind of doing their thing after a couple of down days.
Yeah, it was. It's been the fun tour the last couple of days. Everyone's had some downtime. Everyone's been kind of just relishing on the island. And yeah, today we got to see the feet in the wax, where everyone's at. I think strategically, some people are not putting, you know, the pedal to the metal. Just like, okay, let's just ease into this. You could see it, right? I think it's pretty evident. And then even Molly was pretty open with that when she came in. You know, she's like, don't worry, guys. I'm just warming up. Just warming up. No one get too alarmed. So I think, yeah, everyone's just taking it easy, but it was cool. Cool to see where everyone's at.
It was.
And also some great local history as well with Kiesha Wakeham taking out the women's. Oppie's got big goals. His goal is to represent Fiji in the 2028 Olympics, as along with being a part of the main event in the future here at Cloudbreak. And he made a statement today, Rick.
He certainly did, and I was really impressed actually, just of the speed and the tenacity through that heat. He put together a really good couple of rides and surfed really well. So great to see that the level of surfing in Fiji is on the rise, and then we just saw a couple of shots of the rising tide about to go out. These young girls are about to go out at Cloudbreak, and that's just so special. So yeah, surfing in Fiji, it's in good hands.
Let's rewind the tape on the men's final. It was a classic to watch. There's been a lot of talk about James on what he's been doing stylistically in the lineup here at Cloudbreak at just 16. We've had the big wave prowess of Che Slatter as well, and they all got to mix it up today.
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, for me, Oppie was just surfing with this level of speed, and I get you mentioned it, Rich, the tenacity there. It's just like he was always looking for that next moment, that next sort of section. But yeah, I just think, you know what? I mean, Hannah spoke to it as well. It's just such an epic platform for these guys and women to have today to surf, on this global level. They've got all the boats in the channel. They've got access to the skis. It's the real deal. And I'm really happy for them to get this opportunity.
Breaking down the nuts and bolts of that final, how did Oppie get it done, Rick?
Well, he picked off two little jams, and he just had such a good read on the waves. He's I was talking about it in the actual heat. His kind of maneuver placement, he wasn't forced. He was always just doing the right maneuver in the right part of the wave. Just a really sensible read. Good heat management throughout. And there was just a speed element to the way he was approaching these waves. It was just a notch above everyone else, going for these critical turns. You can just see the energy he's putting into it. So strong and powerful, and most importantly, he was getting to those finishing maneuvers on that wave and completing the rides.
Taking the win over Mesa. Mesa also growing up on the Coral Coast, and Oppie taking it, 23-year-old, who ended up getting a job on Namotu, and then when you get a job on Namotu, you're surfing perfect Cloudbreak, and you're foiling, and you're in the water, and all that's paid off as we check out the numbers, taking out the men's Fiji specialty heat. A great celebration of surfing. Oppie taking the win. Let's now join the celebration on the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Thank you, Joe. The specialty heat, well, it didn't disappoint. What a great show from the rising talent coming out of Fiji. Once again, I am joined by the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Honourable Viliami Navoka. What a performance that was from the four athletes. Deputy Prime Minister, it was incredible to watch.
Absolutely. This kind of talent, we are beginning to discover them now. And thank you to WSL.
And we also had the rising tides coming onto the boat just as our champions were exiting the water. The future of Fijian surfing looking very bright. Should we hand out some trophies?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Let's do it. We're going to kick things off with fourth place today. An amazing performance and a big supporter of all the young talent coming through the ranks. Put your hands together for Che Slatter. Congratulations, brother. Quick word. That was a lot of fun. I mean, these kids, you've watched them come through the ranks, and a big opportunity for them here today.
Yeah, amazing. They did so good. Thanks for having us, everyone. much more to come, I think. Just the beginning.
Just the beginning is exactly right. Congratulations on being a part of this historical heat. In third position today, it was the Style Master in the red, James Kusitino. Congratulations, mate. Put your hands together for him. James, such a fun week, mate. Surfing alongside your heroes, having some of them pat you on the back and compliment your incredible style. I know you got a mouthful of food right now, but are you lost for words?
No. I don't know.
Mate, you got a bright future, and I'm sure a lot more big opportunities. I know you have your sights set on, you know, battling for maybe a wildcard spot next year.
For sure.
Well, keep representing Fiji beautifully in this lineup. Everyone's loving your style and your approach out here at Cloudbreak. Well done. All right. Hang about, mate. Hang about. Coming in at second place today, a stunning performance. Mesa Kunabutu, put your hands together for him. Congratulations, Messi. We've been calling you the Fijian Al Cleland Jr. with that hairdo, looking very sharp. But also you've got that similar power and style. Was that fun out there?
Yeah, it was fun. Just need more waves.
You enjoy surfing with all your friends?
Yeah, so fun. Yeah.
Right. Well done. It's a beautiful looking trophy. Hold it up for us. Great looking piece of artwork there. But there can only be one winner. And today, the champion of the Fiji Specialty Heat is Api Tibiniliva. Well done. Yeah, Api. Api, well done. Congratulations. A big honour against a classy field of surfers. And it's a beautiful trophy, mate. You're going to celebrate this afternoon?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. First thing, I just want to thank the Lord. And thank for the WSL and all the sponsors. And yeah, the win for today, it's special for my mum and dad, so dedicated to them.
You legend. And mate, just tell us what it's like. I mean, Fiji is a very young surfing country, and it just seems to be building a lot of momentum at the moment. And it's surfers like yourself who are continuing to set the pace, and you're really pushing one another. The surfers that you were in that heat with, your ultimate rivals, really, every time you meet in competition, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good because they're the young surfers. They're coming up, so we are like the good performers, like to show them how like Fijian surfers surf, and yeah, stoked for them to rip out here and enjoy the waves.
Unbelievable performance. Congratulations. All the best for the future, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together once again for the champion of the Fiji Specialty Heat, Api Tibiniliva. Well done, mate. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. What a special moment. What a great final that was. Congrats to Api once again, dedicating this win to his mom and dad. Inspirational performance. Came down to the buzzer. Mesa pushing it to the end, and I loved how Mesa said just ran out of waves, ran out of time at the end. You know, he wanted a few more minutes in that final, as they'll have a great photo opportunity there with Deputy Prime Minister Bill Gavoka, who's just been all smiles throughout this week from the opening ceremony for this celebration party that continues. And as we know, it's been fun following all the wild card stories in the regular season events. You know, maybe someone out of this final today will be in the main event next season, Flick.
Oh, I think without a doubt. I think on the women's side, you know, too, there's that opportunity, you know, the carrot dangling. And I think today was just a great preview at what we've got coming in the future.
Yeah, I mean, with a world-class wave, they have the platform. Now with more resources building and more exposure, like with an event like today, Rick, who knows what we'll see next season?
Well, it takes sometimes events like this to come to your area, to get you inspired, to get you connected and really, you know, engaged with your own dreams. I know as a kid when the Coke Classic used to come to Manly, it was like, oh my gosh, that's what I want to do. So I'm sure these guys and girls are out there on the boat now just going, yep, this is it. You know, I'm going to go for that. So hopefully we see some Fijians in the event in years to come.
Love that. A big one, first ever all-women's final that we got to see today, and that was a solid one with some legends getting back in the jersey like Kim Bennett, who really pushed all the way to the end, but as her little sister is president of the Surfing Association here, Hannah said this was a passing of the torch moment, Flip.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. It really was the changing of the guard. I think, you know, we saw all the women really come into their own. I think they built confidence throughout this whole heat. I think we spoke about it as well. One of the most important things for them was just to have the whole lineup to themselves. Any wave they wanted. You know, this is a hotly contested lineup. Even yesterday, I heard the free surf had 30 guys out. You know, that's a lot of people to try and, you know, find space out there. So, you know, this was a historic moment for the women, and Kiesha coming up out on top. I mean, she had beautiful moments in this heat, just stringing these two turns together. But yeah, it came down to basically the last minute where Kim was basically fighting back. She had a wave there, and Kiesha took off right behind her, and sort of, yeah, came down right to the last sort of minute of that heat.
You could tell Kim Bennett, a huge inspiration for all of these surfers today in this final, and Kim came very close to winning it. She looked the most refined to me. Her rail work was so clean, but then the young Kiesha was a force to be reckoned with. 20 years of age, said she wants to build on her progression, and she had the fight in her, Rick. You know, she had that never say die attitude, and this wave at the end was really important.
Yeah, it was a clutch performance here from young Kiesha, and surfed this wave to the end and got the win, and it's a great way to win a final. And look, as stoked as Kim was in the post-hit interview, you could tell, she wanted to win it, but I almost feel like she's happy that one of the youngsters won it, you know, and the torch has kind of been passed, and she took a lot of satisfaction in that. So yeah, really special moment.
Yeah, I guess that crosses over to the entire Bennett family. Like, they're just trying to pave the way to create more opportunities for the next generation to have more resources, to get involved in big championship tour events. And I think we're getting really close to maybe having a full-timer on tour.
Oh, totally. I think you just look at what's happened at all the other locations around the world with these heavy waterways. We've seen these women come to the top, you know, Vahina at Chopes and then Moana at Pipe. I feel like it's only a matter of time that we're going to have a woman here at Cloudbreak just absolutely owning it.
Let's make some predictions, because we did get to see some warm-ups before we saw the Fiji heats take the water. Final 5 is looking ready to go after a warm-up lap this morning. The first one, it featured world number 1, Yago Dora. It looked real smooth, buttery in his approach. He was in the water with quite a few. Italo was going crazy. Probably the one guy in this practice session that was trying to win a world title this morning.
Are we surprised by that? I don't know. I mean, I just don't think he has, you know, a cruise button. I don't think there is a cruise mode. It's just full throttle. And yeah, we saw it. It was amazing, though. I mean, if you were scoring, you'd be scoring Italo with that win this morning. It was nice.
Yeah, 100%. Italo was sort of the standout this morning in terms of energy and commitment. Yago, silky smooth. Like, there were definitely some excellent scores laid down today. I think Griff had a couple himself. Perhaps it's this one here. Some beautiful backhand snaps. Just that tail release that he's really started to hone in and worked on the last couple of seasons, especially out of places like here. Hard to do in these bigger waves, and he did it when he won the event last year. But like I was saying, you know, if we were scoring it, there was a couple of excellent scores that dropped today. I think Griff had one. I think Italo had one or two, perhaps. And you can see why. Look at it, there's just a difference in pace, right? The way he's traveling across the wave here. That one there, to me, was touching the excellent range. And he wasn't holding back, just flaring everything. He was busy, got more waves than anyone, and really took to the air.
I mean, no priority in this heat, right? So he's just running point. Inside, outside, he'll catch anything just to make sure his equipment's dialed, and he looked like he was using all of his weapons in these performance conditions. Dora keeping it smooth and classy with some clean frontside airs on the end section, and Lupo went nuts getting barreled and got those rails nice and warmed up.
Yeah, she looks great. I mean, this whole wave, the way she put it together, I mean, for me, this was almost, this was excellent, right? This was great surfing. And, you know, you think to the possible 2 locations that we've got, she's the only goofy on the women's side. Just the speed that she's surfing with, the read on the forehand, with that right foot forward, I think, you know, she's looking so good. And just confident, because she's already got that first world title.
There's that energy where they're competing before the day starts. You know, they've been kind of doing their own thing, you know, trying to avoid each other, at least on the men's side. That's all the reports I've been getting. And then putting jerseys on, kind of forced to feel that competitive edge. You know, they're taking notes with each other today, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. And good opportunity to try different boards. I know Griff had a couple of different board changes there. And towards the back half of this practice session, the waves, the sets really started to pulse and all the competitors started to tap in. We saw Caroline get the barrel. Griff got a number of good tubes as well. So, you know, you'd be coming in from this session going, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, if you're Italo and Griff, they're kind of going, yeah, everything's going to plan so far.
And like with Gabby Bryan in that one as well. I mean, the power that she has, just as lethal on her backhand as well. All those big moments she had this year were on a lot of the key rights we have on tour, but a couple of big hammers. She was getting excellent scores in that warm-up too, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think just the power alone. I mean, we've said it all year. She really is the most powerful woman on the tour, and it was evident. That two-turn combo we saw, I think, was really strong. And, yeah, I mean, Caroline as well looking super strong. I think it was just a good showing. But what you just got to remember is it's going to be such a different story on the day, you know, because, like, you can take notes here and you can do all this, but I just think on that day, it is going to be so different that does this all go out the window? I don't know.
It's true. The funny part of pro surfing, right? You know that we've got a forecast that's showing waves considerably bigger and possibly a platform change if we do run at restaurants. But obviously they're taking advantage of an uncrowded lineup to get the wheels turning. As practice session number 2 hit the lineup as well. Great to see the whole crew like Jordy Smith, world number 2. Get a couple of laps in, Rick.
Yeah, it was an interesting one for Jordy. As we see here, this is Molly. She got a couple of good backhand hits in. Came in just with a couple of minutes to go, so it felt like she'd got her quota. And you can see just that backhand commitment, the attack there, the angles all looking good. And she came in pretty, you know, non-stressed about the whole thing this morning. And Jack was looking good. Everyone had their moments for sure, but Jordy in particular, there was a couple of falls there, and I was going, oh, what's happening with Jordy here? But then he confirmed that he just forgot to wax the pad up this morning, and his foot kept slipping off. So I was like, oh, okay, thank goodness there was a reason for that, because I was thinking at the time when I was watching, going, this is a bit odd here to see Jordy come off a couple of times.
Yeah, great to see him share that information. He's like, well, that's what a practice is all about. So that was just a key in showing that Jordy was just grabbing a board, seeing how it felt, and knowing he's saving a lot for the big world title day.
He's the guy with so much experience out here, and even experience at restaurants too. So I think he'd be feeling pretty confident knowing, like, you know, he's put the time in with so much experience. But yeah, I think, you know, this second heat was a bit hard too, because those conditions deteriorate a little bit. So when you're trying to, it's like you're not really comparing apples and apples, because the conditions were a bit different. And, you know, also again, just echo it, but it's going to be so different as well when it gets bigger. I just think it's going to come down to who just trusts and backs their decision making, because it's such a big playing field, and it really, this wave demands ocean knowledge, and if you're not backing yourself, I think that confidence is going to get out the window.
And they're in the final 5 for a reason, right, Flick? So they've been doing that all season long. Even with a couple of down days, they're so fine-tuned and laser-focused as we're trying to pick the eyes out of this swell forecast to see when we might be running. We got great insight from Kevin Wallace earlier today as we bring up the Surfline charts. A couple of news kind of shifting. September 2nd, even looking closely at the last day of the waiting period as well, Rick.
Yeah, we're looking at the 4th as well, but, you know, these purple blobs that travel up through here, that one went over a little speed bump at Tasmania at the bottom of Australia there, but didn't really take away too much energy. So you can see that orange starting to hit Fiji, and, you know, tomorrow we're looking at another pretty small morning of waves, and then it really drops off Sunday. And then you can see at the start of next week, Monday, Tuesday, things start to get really, really interesting. And Tuesday in particular is, at the moment, looking like go day. The winds look favourable. We've got the choice between Cloudbreak and restaurants. We'll get up and check it that morning. And then there's another little pulse on the 4th too. So we've got options in terms of days. We've got options in terms of location.
Maybe
we're winning.
Surfs. Maybe
we might actually get a surf at some point.
Hey, there's always a chance. Flick, I asked Rick earlier, you know, if it's up to you, you're in this event, where would you rather be? Do you want your heat at Cloudbreak, or your day, your world title day at Cloudbreak, or restaurants? Do you have a preference?
It's easy for me. The bigger the better for me. So Cloudy, you know, I think Cloudy would be bigger.
Lean into your advantages, right?
I'm leaning into the advantages, but every surfer is going to be thinking that internally themselves. Probably everyone's sitting there and, like, you know, interviews, all the social clips. I don't really care, but deep down they would have a preference, you know? at the end of the day, you're going to have a preference.
It's going to be fun. We'll wait and see. Next call will be on Monday, September 1st, where we're looking to see if it goes from yellow to green to finish up our season here at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, presented by Corona Cero. Speaking of Corona Cero, it's time to relax. Cheers, you guys. We'll see you on the next call. Stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com for more updates. Take care. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.